Hello there everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of what if Dragonborn came to Orario Part 2. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe and comment in the comment section below. Chapter 9. Chapter Summary. Lily and Soma. Chapter Notes. AON, here's another one. I hope you guys enjoy it. So, I know that in the books and the anime, Lily seems to talk in the third person. I am not writing that. I tried while working on this chapter, and it was really confusing to write, so I'm not gonna be doing that. I hope you can forgive me, but I'll try not to change anything else about Lily without a good reason or for character development. This chapter has another twist to the timeline, but I hope you guys like it. By the way, this is cross-posted on AO3 and FFN, under the same name. Let me know if there are any grammatical or spelling errors. Please leave a review with any comments or questions you have. I have left answers to a few questions at the bottom. I don't want the note at the top to be too long. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 9. Bell. In the dungeon. Bell ducked under a wild swing from an orc and with a quick slash, sent it exploding into dust. He sheathed his knife as the magical stone clattered to the ground. Looks like that's all of them, he said. Good job, Master Bell. Lily replied, stooping to begin collecting the magic stones. The last group of orcs had dropped. Lily had approached him that morning, offering to be his support in the dungeon, and he was loving it. Having a supporter around made things so much easier, and Lily was fantastic. Thank you for your help, Lily Bell said. I've never had a run this successful before. I haven't done much. You're the one doing the hard part, Lily said as she dropped a stone into her bulging bag. That's not true at all. I would have had to quit hours ago if you weren't here. Not to mention that you've got to carry that huge bag with you. I really appreciate your help. He meant it, too. They'd already been in the dungeon 3 hours longer than he usually was when going solo. We should probably think about heading back, Lily said as she collected the last of the stones, seemingly ignoring his comment. It's getting late, and the guild will close soon if we don't hurry. Bell agreed, and the two began their ascent out of the dungeon. They'd made it down to the 10th floor today and had brought in quite a haul. He was excited to find out how much they had earned. Guild, 40,000 Valis. Bell and Lily exclaimed, staring in open disbelief at the massive amount of money. That was more than double what Bell earned alone. This is incredible, Lily. We would never have been able to pull in this much without you, he said. Thank you, Master Bell, Lily said. I guess all that's left now is to divide up the shares. That was easy. The money was already stored in two 20,000 Valis bags, so Bell slid one over to Lily. Here's your half, Lily, he said with a smile. Lily's shocked face confused him. Half? She asked. You're giving me half? Bell didn't understand why she was surprised. I wouldn't have been able to get this much without you. Why wouldn't I give you half? Lily just stood there, staring before finally saying, all right, in an uncertain voice, and picking up her half of the spoils. You want to team up tomorrow too? Bell asked, smiling as Lily nodded and shook his hand. This would be great. Lily had a very difficult time believing that the adventurer she'd worked with for the last week and a half was real. She had heard the adventurer named Bell Cranell muttering to himself about needing a supporter, and since he was alone and looked rather new, he seemed like an easy mark. Easy to swipe a few extra Valis from and disappear with him none the wiser. Instead, he had proved capable of handling way tougher monsters than she was expecting, led them down to the 10th floor with just the two of them, got himself injured more than once, saving her from surprise attacks, raked in more money than she had ever pulled in one dive, and proceeded to split it evenly with her. Not only that, but he was constantly thanking her for her help and was super nice all the time. Lily had initially been sure his attitude was an act, but they'd been working together for almost 2 weeks now, and he hadn't shown any signs of faking it. Since he apparently hadn't yet become a cruel asshole like every other adventurer, she had decided against abandoning him in the dungeon like she had with a few other adventurers. She was sure he would be just like them soon enough though, so it was time to cut her losses and get out with as much money as she could. That's what she kept telling herself anyway. Even if he was nice now, it was only a matter of time before he started demanding bigger cuts and using her as bait like all the other adventurers. His nice attitude wouldn't last. She had to keep telling herself that, no matter the fact that she believed it less and less every time she tried to say it. This inner turmoil had almost caused her to decide against stealing anything more than money from him, but that knife of his looked really special. Selling it would go a long way to contributing to the money she needed to buy her freedom from the Soma Familia. She had already made enough to fill her Familia quota for the week, but she was still depressingly far from the 10 million valis she needed to secure her freedom. So, despite her misgivings and that uncomfortable feeling in her stomach, Lily pilfered Mr. Bell's knife. It was easy to accidentally brush up against him and slip the knife out of its sheath. Mr. Bell was already shouting his goodbyes and running away, totally unaware that he had just been robbed. She tried to ignore the tight feeling in her heart as she walked away, the setting sun casting long shadows on her path. Torhen stood, unseen and unheard in the shadows cast by the setting sun as he observed his protégé and his supporter. Roughly 2 weeks ago, Bell had come home much later than normal with a huge haul and raving about the supporter he had hired and how great she was. Torhen was certainly not against Bell having a supporter, but he did wish the boy had said something before hiring one. Torhen would have preferred to vet any potential help before they started working together, but, since he was unable to, he had decided to learn about her quietly. On his own, he had followed the girl to her home for several nights in a row and watched her stash money in several carefully hidden caches around the city. She was definitely skimming a little off the top of each cut, but he had this nagging feeling that there was something else going on here. He'd started teaching Bell in how to spot someone trying to cheat him, but, so far, the kid hadn't caught on. Torhen had already discovered that the girl had some kind of disguise magic that hid her race, which, while suspicious, was not a big enough problem to bust her. Yet, she didn't give off the air of someone who steals just because they enjoy it. Oh, she probably did enjoy stealing from some adventurers, but the look in her I was similar to the one a few of the more reluctant members of the Thieves' Guild had worn. They'd gotten into thievery to survive or out of desperation, and even once they were stable, it was too late to stop. If the way the girl was hoarding money was any indication, she needed a massive amount for something. Torhen had intended to observe her for a few more days, until he had figured out what was causing that nagging feeling. Then he would tell Bell that she was taking more than her fair share, but those plans changed when he saw her swipe the Hestia knife. It was expertly done. Even Delvin would have been impressed. If he was still the guild master, Torhen himself would have thought about recruiting her. Unfortunately, he wasn't still guild master. She had just stolen a weapon that meant a great deal to him, and she had stolen it from his student. He could not allow that to stand. It was fitting that she reminded him of his friends in the Thieves' Guild, since he had chosen to don his nightingale armor tonight. It was his preferred armor for stealthy activities, and had served him well for many years. Torhen glided from his hiding place, easily keeping to the shadows as he followed the girl. He didn't even need to use his powers to stay hidden. After so many decades of practice, he rarely needed to use anything beyond his enchanted armor and the occasional invisibility spell. Torhen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the little thief. She seemed conflicted as she darted through the dark streets. It was possible she regretted stealing Bell's knife, but in the end his speculations did not matter. The girl would tell him her reasons whether she wanted to or not. As a former thief, he could understand a person having quite a few different reasons for stealing, but if her reasoning did not satisfy him, there would be repercussions. Bell obviously cared about her, and this was a definite betrayal. He watched as the girl entered the building where she had slept the night before. She had stopped several times along the way to deposit money in her caches, but had not relinquished the knife yet. Torhen darted forward, easily slipping into the building before the door could shut behind her and padding silently up the stairs, following her to her room. If his senses were telling the truth, there was already someone else in the room. A meeting to hand off than fee, perhaps. The girl opened the door and a massive hand burst out, grabbing the girl by the hair. The hand belonged to an ugly brute with raccoon ears who proceeded to drag the girl into the room. Torhen activated an invisibility spell and slipped through the door before it closed, hiding in a corner of the darkened room. He needed to find out what was going on here. "All right, you little runt," the brute said. "I know you've been hiding money from the Familia. You're gonna hand it over right now." The girl was clearly in pain but tried to stay strong. I don't have any money. The Familia takes everything I earn. The brute pulled on her hair, exposing her neck, and causing the girl to cry out in pain. Don't lie to me, you bitch. Everyone knows you're trying to buy your way out of the Familia. You've probably got cash hidden all over the city and you're gonna hand it all over to me. If you don't, he drew a dagger with a lethal-looking serrated edge. I'm gonna slit your throat and rob your corpse. Lily was scared. Canoe, the ugly raccoon brute, was holding that evil-looking knife to her throat, and she was certain he was telling the truth. She should have seen this coming. Should have known that someone from the Soma Familia would figure her out and take her money. It had happened before, but they had never threatened her with death. They had talked about selling her to Ishtar once, but Chandra, their vice-captain, had talked a few of them out of that. Well, Rat Canoe said, what's it going to be? Lily had only one option. She still had the knife she had taken from Mr. Bell, and it had performed very well in the dungeon. She could only hope that she would be able to get away before Canoe could slit her throat. As fast as she could, she drew the knife and plunged it into Canoe's knee, where it bounced right off. Huh. Canoe laughed and slammed her against the wall, his fist wrapping around her throat. The knife dropped to the floor. Nice try, Rat, but it looks like your little toy is useless. Lily couldn't believe it. It had worked against all those monsters. Why didn't it work against Canoe? Did it only work for Master Bell? Or only against monsters? She didn't have time to think about it, as Canoe's hand started to constrict around her throat. You know what? Canoe said, an ugly grin spreading across his face. Maybe I should have some fun with you first. Maybe that'll loosen your tongue, and if it doesn't, he paused. I can just take you to Zarniz. He'll make you talk. Lily's face contorted into a look of sheer terror, but she wasn't looking at Canoe anymore. Her back was to the wall, pinned there by Canoe, and over his shoulder, she had spotted a figure standing in the back of the room. It wore midnight black armor with a hooded cape and a mask. The only thing that could be seen of the figure were its silver eyes that had begun to glow in the darkness. The figure stepped forward and, without so much as a whisper, raised its hand. A sickly reddish glow bloomed in its hand. That same glow suddenly grew around Canoe's throat, and he dropped his knife. The brute clutched at his throat, gasping for air. He struggled faintly for a few seconds before his eyes rolled back into his head, and his body went still. The figure released the magic, and Canoe's body dropped to the floor in a heap. Lily sunk to the floor, trying desperately to back away from the nightmare figure, clawing for a weapon. Her hands closed over the knife she had stolen. Maybe the knife only worked on monsters, and the figure had to be a monster or a demon or something. She grasped it like a lifeline, holding it out in front of her as she scooted back along the floor. Suddenly the figure spoke. It won't work, it said. The voice was male. That blade was forged with the blood of a goddess. It will only work for those who bear her blessing. Lily's eyes widened and her fingers went slack. The useless knife clattered to the floor. The figure stalked towards her. You'll be coming with me, little thief. You have quite the story to tell, and I know two people who will be very interested in hearing about exactly what you've done. The figure picked Lily up, its iron grip not allowing her any chance at escape. At that point, Lily gave up. It looked like she really was going to die tonight, and all she could do was cry. The figure carried her through the city, never saying a word or straying into the light of the street lamps. She couldn't cry out because the person carrying her had his hand over her mouth the whole time. Soon enough, they approached a half-constructed mansion that looked deserted. Entering the structure, the figure opened a door leading into what had to be the basement. Lily could hear voices from down below. Soon the speakers came into view. One was a beautiful woman, a goddess, who stood about a head taller than Lily. The other was Master Bell. The two were startled by their appearance. What the goddess said. Mr. Torhen. Mr. Bell said. What are you doing? Is that Lily? Mr. Bell sounded alarmed. Did you lose something tonight, Bell? The person holding her asked. She recognized the name. He was Master Bell's teacher. Master Bell looked ashamed. Yes, I dropped my knife. I've tried retracing my steps, but I just can't find it. You didn't drop it, Bell, the man said, depositing Lily onto a worn-out couch. The Figure withdrew the knife and gestured at Lily. This one stole it. What? Lily. Mr. Bell was staring at her, heartbroken. If she wasn't so preoccupied with being terrified, her heart would have clenched painfully at the look of betrayal he was giving her. The figure removed its hood, revealing an older human man with dark hair and tanned skin. When you told me about her, I wanted to make sure she wasn't trying to manipulate you or worse, so I've been keeping tabs on her for the last week or so. The man said, sitting on the low table directly in front of Lily. Imagine my surprise when I saw her pocket your knife as you were leaving the dungeon tonight. He handed the knife back to Mr. Bell. You will never lose it again, he said, seriously. Mr. Bell nodded fervently. Turning back to her, the man said, obviously I could not let her get away with stealing the knife, so I followed her. Once again, I was surprised to see that she was attacked in her home by another member of her familia. Both Mr. Bell and the goddess gave her shocked looks at that. Apparently, she has been trying to buy her way out of her familia. Now, the man leaned forward. You will tell us the full story. Why you stole the knife, who that man was, why you need money, everything. You will tell it all and tell it true. It is the only chance you have of walking out of here safely. Lily stared for a moment before finally giving in. She told them everything. About how her parents had been members of the Soma Familia. How Zani's had taken control, using the euphoria caused by perfected Soma wine to control the Familia. Her parents making her beg on the street and taking what she earned, until they died in the dungeon. How she had tried to be an adventurer but ended up being forced to become a supporter instead. As a supporter she had been cheated, robbed, and used as bait every day for years. How she turned to stealing from the bastard adventurers that abused her. Her one hope was raising the 10 million valis needed to buy her way out of the Familia and get the hell out of the city, but Zani's and the Familia extracted huge tolls and forced them to meet a massive quota every week, making it next to impossible to earn the required money. Lily told them everything, openly weeping as she did so. She was crying partially out of fear, partially out of guilt for betraying the only nice adventurer she had ever met, and partially out of relief at finally being able to tell someone her story, even if they were going to kill her. She missed the change in expression that came over the listeners as she told her story. Finally, she looked up again. The man's face was emotionless as he stared at her. Mr. Bell looked torn between being angry for her and hugging her. The goddess was the one who confused her, though her expression was soft, not pitying, but not condemning her either. The next thing that happened shocked Lily to her core and caused her to freeze in place. The goddess hugged her. You poor child, the goddess said as she rubbed Lily's back. You have faced many hardships and borne a burden you should never have had to bear. Lily could only stare as the goddess pulled back. She is telling the truth then? The man asked. The goddess nodded. There was no hint of deceit or embellishment anywhere in her story. She told the truth. The man sighed. What do you wish to do then? He asked them. Why doesn't Lily join our familia? Mr. Bell asked. What? Lily and the man said at the same time, staring at Mr. Bell. Bell, are you sure about this? She cheated you, stole from you, and betrayed you. Are you sure you could trust her again? The man said. Well, she only stole from me because she was desperate, right? I can't blame her for that. If she joins us, she won't have to do that anymore. Lily and I have worked well together. She's my friend. I want to help her. Lily could barely believe the words coming out of Master Bell's mouth. What was happening? The man sighed. I can't deny that her reasonings are sound, he said, surprising Lily. He gestured to the others. You yourselves know that I was a professional thief in my youth, so I cannot condemn her for that. I have also worked with former enemies and betrayers before, even become friends with them. He rubbed his forehead. Hestia, what is your opinion? The goddess sat on the couch next to Lily. I agree with Bell. Lily was shocked again. This child has never experienced the warmth of a true home, of a real family. I want to give her that. If nothing else, I wish to help get her out from under the influence of this Zani's person. Very well, the man said with finality. Lilarukarad, he addressed her. Both the man you robbed and goddess Hestia have offered to not only forgive you, but have offered help in escaping your familia. They have even extended an offer to join our familia as well. I Have no objection, so the decision is yours. Do you wish to accept? Lily could hardly believe her ears. This was not how she expected things to go at all. Despite the fact that all her experiences were saying that this couldn't be happening, her heart won out. She wanted to hope. Yes, she said with a sob. Please, help me. Torhen. As they approached the gates to the Soma Familia home, Torhen had to admit, Belle had surprised him. The girl, Lily's, story had certainly been a sad one, but he had become desensitized to tragic backstories over the years. He felt for her, of course, but she was hardly the first person with a tragic past he had encountered. After hearing her story, Torhen had expected Belle to forgive her, maybe even offer to help. He really was a kind boy and very fond of her. He had not expected Belle to offer the girl a place in their familia. He didn't have any real objections, though. By Belle's account, she was a good supporter, and she would be able to keep Belle from being manipulated when he wasn't around. At last, they stood before the gates to the Soma Familia compound. Hestia took point, walking up and speaking with the guards. I am the goddess Hestia, she said. I have business with Soma. I request entry so that I may speak with your patron god. Fuck off, little girl, one of the guards said. Excuse me. Hestia's voice was dangerously low. Are you seriously going to interfere in the business of the gods? I did not realize Soma's members were so naive. The guards looked nervous at that. Messing with gods usually ended badly for mortals that didn't have the backing of major familia. The two opened the gate, but, before they could enter, a voice cut through the air. You do not have an appointment, Goddess Hestia, and Lord Soma is not receiving visitors, the voice said. It belonged to a slimy-looking man wearing glasses, who was walking towards them from the entrance to the manor. He reminded Torhen of Nazim. Torhen hated Nazim. I do thank you for returning our errant member, though, he leered at Lily. I will take custody of her now and ensure that she is properly disciplined. Torhen spoke up at that. She stays with us, he said. We have business with your patron. You will let us thorough. The man, who had to be Zani's, got in Torhen's face. I don't think you understood. Me, brute. Leave the little rat here and scurry back to your hole. If you do not, I will order my men to attack. You and the white-haired runt will die, and I'll let my men have their fun with the goddess. Torhen's smile was malicious and gleeful. He would enjoy this. Faster than the slimy fool could react, Torhen's hand came up and delivered an open palm slap across his disgusting face. While there were none here who knew Nord culture, an open palm slap was one of the worst insults you could give a person. It meant you didn't think they could take a punch, questioning their strength, which was a grievous insult to Nordic honor. Zani's couldn't even take a slap since the moment Torhen's hand hit him, the filth was launched into the air, crashed into the wall of the manor. Zani's crumpled into a heap, completely unconscious. Lily and the guards could only stare, jaws scraping the floor. Hestia let out an exasperated sigh, and Belle looked upset that he hadn't gotten to be the one to hit the fool. Torhen turned to the guards again. You will lead us to Soma, he said, dangerously, and they fearfully obeyed. The guards led them through the manor and up to the top floor. They opened the door and let the group into what looked like a cross between a distillery and a laboratory. Torhen could see a lone figure sitting at a workbench, stirring something. An open jug sat next to him, the smell of wine wafting out of it. Torhen had to admit, the wine smelled divine. It reminded him of the truly bizarre night he had spent partying with Sanguine. Hestia stepped forward. Soma, she said. We need to talk. The god ignored her. Soma, she yelled. He just ignored her, muttering to himself as he worked. Lily stepped up. Lord Soma, she asked. She too was ignored. The god absent-mindedly reached for a glass and took a long sip. He's been like this for days, one of the guards said from behind them. Barely even acknowledges Zani's. Even gods aren't completely immune to Soma's perfected wine. Hestia said with a heavy sigh. It's a godly creation. It's less effective on gods, but not even Soma himself is totally immune. He's probably drunk. That combined with his obsession means he's completely oblivious to the world right now. How are we supposed to talk to him if he's like this? Belle asked. Torhen had an idea. Hestia, since the gods are in a mortal form, does mortal magic affect them? She looked confused. Attack magic will certainly do damage, but it is very hard to manipulate the senses of a god. Why? Will my shouts work? Torhen asked. He had one that might help their problem. It wasn't meant for it, but it just might work. Hestia's eyes widened. Yes, I think they would. Their nature would allow them to affect him in a mortal form. Torhen nodded. Leave, he said to the guards, who fearfully backed away and shut the door. Torhen stepped forward and shouted. Haja Feim, the shout rippled across the room, engulfing Soma. The clear mind shout was meant to break mind control, specifically the effects of the bend will shout, but it worked on other forms of mind control. He had never tried it as a cure for drunkenness, but apparently it worked. That might come in handy. Pity. He couldn't use it on himself. Soma wobbled, collapsing back into a chair. He brought his hand up to his head and, in a shaky voice, said who? What? Zani's? What? He finally noticed them. Hestia. He asked, confused. Do you see me now, Soma? Are you awake? She asked. I can't remember the last time I felt like my mind is clearer than I can ever remember it being. He looked at the others. What has happened? And so, Hestia told him. She spoke of the behavior of the Soma Familia across Orario. With Lily's help, she told him both Lily's story and all that had happened within his Familia since Zani's had taken control. It seemed the slime had even been encouraging Soma to continuously drink his own wine, to keep him inebriated, just in case he looked up from his obsession and realized what was happening. Soma stared at Lily. Did I really give you my blessing? He asked. She nodded, tears running down her cheeks. I am truly sorry for the harm that has befallen you because of my obsession, child. He said. I had given up hope, seeing what my wine had done to my Familia, how it controlled them, but I never realized just how far Zani's had gone. What can I do to atone for this, child? Lily took a deep breath and bowed low. Let me leave the Familia. Goddess Hestia has offered to let me join her. Master Bell is my friend. I would like to accept. Soma stood for a moment, observing her. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. I do not begrudge you your wish. He picked up his glass of wine and held it out toward her. Drink this, he said. If, after you have drunk it, you can still tell me you wish to leave, I will let you go. No strings attached. Say what? Belle exclaimed. He looked furious. After everything she's been through, you still want to test her? To set conditions? Please, Soma said in a quiet voice. I have to know. It's all right, Master Bell. Lily said, taking the glass. I can do this. She tiled the glass, downing it in one gulp. Her eyes shot open, a gasp escaping from her mouth. She stood there for a moment, her expression euphoric. Soma turned away, closing his eyes. Please, came the small voice. Lily collapsed onto her knees. Let me join them, she said, in a breathless voice, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please. Soma stared at her in wonder, looking as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders until at last, he nodded. Thank you, Lilarukarad. You will have your wish. Torhen and Bell turned away, as Soma and Hestia performed the transfer. Finally, as they prepared to leave, Lily bowed to Soma once more. Thank you, Lord Soma, she said and turned to leave. Come on, Lilybell said. It's time to go home. Lily's smile was blinding as she followed him out of the door. Soma watched as the Hestia Familia left. Once they were gone, he called the guards, standing outside the door. Send for Chandra, he told them, and throw Zani's in the dungeon. The stunned guards stood for a moment, dumbfounded, before rushing to obey his orders. Soma picked up the jar of his completed, perfected wine that had been sitting on his desk. He stared longingly at it for a moment before taking a deep breath and letting it fall. The jar smashed on the stone floor of his laboratory, wine spilling all over the stones. It's time for a change, he said. Chapter end notes. Aon, Torhen bitch-slapped Zani's. I loved writing that scene. So, I know I've severely shortened the time frame of Lily and Belle working together and her joining the Familia, but I hope you guys can accept it. It's roughly the same amount of time that passes between the meeting and her actually teaming up with him properly. In canon, though, Torhen's presence just expedites the process. Oh, and Canoe is still alive. Torhen just knocked him out using a modified telekinesis spell. Basically, a force choke. I'm not saying nobody is going to die in this though. I do have a couple deaths planned for the semi-near future, but I'm not totally convinced that I should include them. I don't know how you'd feel about that, so let me know. I do have another question for you guys. How much sword oratoria should I include? I want to do a little, but I'm still reading it, so I don't know everything. It would take some extra research. Translations, Hardya Fame, Mind Curse Fade. To answer questions. On FFN. Hestia's eyes widened. Yes, I think they would. Their nature would allow them to affect him in a mortal form. Torhen nodded. Leave, he said to the guards, who fearfully backed away and shut the door. Torhen stepped forward and shouted. Hardya Feim. The shout rippled across the room, engulfing Soma. The clear mind shout was meant to break mind control, specifically the effects of the bend will shout, but it worked on other forms of mind control. He had never tried it as a cure for drunkenness, but apparently it worked. That might come in handy. Pity he couldn't use it on himself. Soma wobbled, collapsing back into a chair. He brought his hand up to his head and, in a shaky voice, said, Who? What? Zanies? What? He finally noticed them. Hestia. He asked, confused. Do you see me now, Soma? Are you awake? She asked. I can't remember the last time I felt like my mind is clearer than I can ever remember it being. He looked at the others. What has happened? And so, Hestia told him. She spoke of the behavior of the Soma Familia across Orario. With Lily's help, she told him both Lily's story and all that had happened within his Familia since Zanies had taken control. It seemed the slime had even been encouraging Soma to continuously drink his own wine, to keep him inebriated, just in case he looked up from his obsession and realized what was happening. Soma stared at Lily. Did I really give you my blessing? He asked. She nodded, tears running down her cheeks. I am truly sorry for the harm that has befallen you because of my obsession, child. He said. I had given up hope, seeing what my wine had done to my Familia, how it controlled them, but I never realized just how far Zanies had gone. What can I do to atone for this, child? Lily took a deep breath and bowed low. Let me leave the Familia. Goddess Hestia has offered to let me join her. Master Bell is my friend. I would like to accept. Soma stood for a moment, observing her. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. I do not begrudge you your wish. He picked up his glass of wine and held it out toward her. Drink this, he said. If, after you have drunk it, you can still tell me you wish to leave, I will let you go. No strings attached. Say what? Belle exclaimed. He looked furious. After everything she's been through, you still want to test her? To set conditions? Please, Soma said in a quiet voice. I have to know. It's all right, Master Bell. Lily said, taking the glass. I can do this. She tiled the glass, downing it in one gulp. Her eyes shot open, a gasp escaping from her mouth. She stood there for a moment, her expression euphoric. Soma turned away, closing his eyes. Please, came the small voice. Lily collapsed onto her knees. Let me join them, she said. In a breathless voice, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please. Soma stared at her in wonder, looking as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders until at last, he nodded. Thank you, Lilarukarad. You will have your wish. Torhen and Bell turned away, as Soma and Hestia performed the transfer. Finally, as they prepared to leave, Lily bowed to Soma once more. Thank you, Lord Soma, she said and turned to leave. Come on, Lilybell said. It's time to go home. Lily's smile was blinding as she followed him out of the door. Soma watched as the Hestia Familia left. Once they were gone, he called the guards, standing outside the door. Send for Chandra, he told them, and throw Zanies in the dungeon. The stunned guards stood for a moment, dumbfounded, before rushing to obey his orders. Soma picked up the jar of his completed, perfected wine that had been sitting on his desk. He stared longingly at it for a moment before taking a deep breath and letting it fall. The jar smashed on the stone floor of his laboratory, wine spilling all over the stones. It's time for a change, he said. Chapter end notes. Aon, Torhen bitch slapped Zanies. I loved writing that scene. So, I know I've severely shortened the time frame of Lily and Belle working together and her joining the Familia, but I hope you guys can accept it. It's roughly the same amount of time that passes between the meeting and her actually teaming up with him properly. In canon, though, Torhen's presence just expedites the process. Oh, and Canoe is still alive. Torhen just knocked him out using a modified telekinesis spell. Basically, a force choke. I'm not saying nobody is going to die in this, though. I do have a couple deaths planned for the semi-near future, but I'm not totally convinced that I should include them. I don't know how you'd feel about that, so let me know. I do have another question for you guys. How much sword oratoria should I include? I want to do a little, but I'm still reading it, so I don't know everything. It would take some extra research. Translations, Hard of Fame, Mind Curse Fade. To answer questions. On FFN. Guest, Torhen has a really long lifespan. He's 132 already, and likely has another century or two in him. Charlie 22 Salazar. The truth is Belle starts with higher stats because I just wanted to give him a head start in the story. The in-story reason is that he starts with higher stats through a combination of living around Zeus and being trained by Torhen. Since Torhen already had his teaching skill, Belle got a boost. Christam, that was a very impressive guess. I liked it. I know I didn't go the route you guessed, but I hope you like what I did. Zelathan, I do not intend on bringing any characters from Tamriel permanently. I have not ruled out visits from Daedric princes or summoning Durnavir. Additionally, Torhen does have access to the Call of Valar, who says that it just has to summon Feldi, Haken, and Gormlaith. He could also summon Lucian. We'll have to see if he will ever need to. On AO3. Night 8, yes. This will be Belle XAIS, but it will not be a major plot device. Blackhorse 8986, yes, I do intend to use them. Skyrim potions will be coming up soon. Enough. Chapter Summary. Chapter 10. Some training. Some advancements. Some magic. More training. Chapter Notes. AON, here's another one. I hope you guys like it. In the first chapter, I said I had the first 10 outlined. I've kind of breezed through that, but I have been expanding the outlines. I am trying to make sure I have at least 2 chapters outlined ahead of the one I'm writing. Also, I've shocked myself with my own pace. I was not expecting to put out 10 chapters in 9 days, but it happened, and I want to keep going. Your reviews have been a huge help to both my thinking process and my motivation, so thank you so much. I'm trying to make sure these chapters are over 4K words to keep them at a good minimum length, although I've hit 5K with the last few. Is this a good length for you? Please leave a review if you have any questions or comments about anything. I've answered a couple questions in the note at the bottom. See the end of the chapter for more. Torhen. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 10. Torhen was quite satisfied as he leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of mead. He had broken out a bottle of his strategic reserve of Blackbriar mead. It wouldn't need to be strategic for much longer, though. Torhen might have swiped a copy of the recipe and the schematics for the still from Maven's distillery years ago, since Maven was long dead, and there were no Blackbriars in this world to get upset about it. He'd set up a private distillery in a building to the back of the Hestia Familia's property near his forge. It certainly wasn't large enough to make any money off of it, but since it was supposed to be for him and his Familia to drink, that wasn't a problem. He could always expand later if he wanted to. Part of the reason for his satisfaction was sparring in the training yard in front of him, where Lily was practicing hit-and-run tactics with her new crossbow while Belle did his best to tag her before she could fire off a shot. A week had already passed since they had secured Lily's freedom from the Soma Familia, and he had to admit, now that he'd had some time to talk to her, he liked the girl. She had a very strategic mind and had become fervently loyal to Belle and Hestia. He got the feeling that she was still intimidated by him, but she was willing to learn, so it was all right. She'd get over it. One of the first things that had happened after Lily had joined them was the whole Familia sitting down to discuss her skills. Her disguise magic was impressive but hampered by her not being able to change her size. Very few races were the same height as a Paolum. Once full-grown, Torhen had taken offense at her saying she had no talent as an adventurer. Though everyone had some kind of talent that could translate to the life of an adventurer, they just needed to find out what it was. After some experimentation, they had concluded that Lily was best suited to be a rearguard. Her talents lay in strategic thinking, archery, and hit-and-run tactics. Since Lily preferred a crossbow, Torhen had gotten out one of his old Dawn Guard crossbows. It was unenchanted and a bit above her level, but not so badly that it would affect her development or fighting ability. After a few lessons and some training in how to best coordinate the crossbow to hit-and-run tactics, Lily had taken to it quite well. Despite beginning to improve her combat ability, though, Lily had insisted on continuing to serve as a supporter, since it was next to impossible to use her new crossbow or her new combat style in conjunction with her old supporter bag. Torhen had broken out his leatherworking equipment to make a few proper enchanted bags. They wouldn't be as expansive as his special one, though. It had taken over a month to make and required several difficult enchantments. No, the ones he was making were the standard expanded bag that wealthier adventurers, mags, and military officials would carry back in Tamriel. They weren't that hard to make and only took a few hours. Lily had been over the moon when she received it because it was small enough to give her a full range of motion in combat, was lighter than her old one, and had a larger carrying capacity than her old one. He had made one for Belle too, so they would be able to carry more than enough supplies with them on any dungeon run. He'd gone ahead and made a few more as well, for potential future members or to give as gifts. Their meeting with Loki would be in about a month and a half, and the bags might make a good gift for a potential ally. Torhen had been very happy to hear about Hestia's conversation with Loki and the idea of a potential alliance. After she had explained her thought process, Torhen had agreed with Hestia's preferred choice in ally wholeheartedly. He'd fought beside several of Loki's members at Monsterphilia, and they were good kids. Well, okay, he'd been having fun. They were fighting. By the time he'd found them, most of the situation around the city had been under control, so he'd had a bit of fun. He'd stepped in because the elf girl had been hurt, but fighting the plant monsters had been partially for the fun of it. Maybe he should gift them a few potions as well. That had been another thing from Tamriel that Torhen had started to introduce to this new world. A few days ago, Mayak had come to Hestia with a request. His captain, Naza, needed Bloodsaurus eggs for a potion project, and Mayak had asked Belle and Lily to obtain them. Since Mayak was Hestia's friend and his shop was one of her investments, Hestia had agreed. Torhen had gone with them out of curiosity, so getting the eggs hadn't been much of a hassle. In talking with Naza afterward, he had learned that she needed eggs to make a new potion with dual effects. Mayak had then sold the recipe to Dien Sect in exchange for erasing the debt Mayak owed him. Torhen's discussion with Naza had prompted him to start showing her some Tamrielic potions and how to make them. After that, the two had started experimenting with ingredients native to Genkai in order to find substitutes for ingredients exclusive to Tamriel. They'd already recreated quite a few recipes, and Naza had been thrilled when Torhen agreed to give her Familia exclusive rights to selling them. Torhen could obviously still make them for himself and his Familia, or could give them as gifts, but the Mayak Familia would have exclusive market rights. He'd even made an alchemy table for Naza and a set of laboratory clothes enchanted with Fortify Alchemy. She'd hugged him when he gave them to her and had begun coming over with Mayak in the evenings to pick his brain about various alchemical formulae that she was experimenting with. It seemed that, without even realizing it, he'd picked up an alchemy student. Not that he minded. Alchemy wasn't something he'd ever gotten to teach before, so he was having fun. There was just one other thing that had contributed to the satisfaction Torhen felt at that moment. While the renovations were still not finished, 2 days earlier, the leader of the Goibnu Familia team had declared the living quarters to be finished, and the Hestia Familia was finally able to move out of the basement. They'd held a private party to celebrate with Mayak, Naza, and Hephaestus joining them. They'd also taken the opportunity to announce the name they had agreed on. They'd been brainstorming for weeks, until finally settling on a name. So, even though the renovations wouldn't be finished for another month, the Hestia Familia had officially moved into Hearthfire Hall. The name had come about when Torhen had been talking about one of the homes he'd lived in during his years as Harbinger. For some reason, Hestia loved the name Helljarken Hall. Before that, the leading contender had been Hearth Mansion, which was fine, if a bit on the nose. After some debate, They had settled on Hearthfire Hall, and everybody seemed happy with it. The hall currently consisted of 2 floors, though they could expand in the future. The second floor was primarily bedrooms and bathrooms, though it did have a few offices. That, once they grew bigger, would be important. There were 4 offices on the top floor that branched off of a central lounge room. Hestia's office would primarily be used when she was looking at investments, meeting with other gods or potential recruits, or updating the status of members. Belle's was officially the captain's office and would eventually be used as a planning room for expeditions or for Belle to use when doing Familia-related paperwork. There was another office that would be the vice-captain's and serve a similar purpose. The vice-captain would also serve as the treasurer, so those documents would be kept in the vice-captain's office. That was Lily's office. Since she was their second active member, had an impressive, strategic mind, and was still very passionate about earning and saving money, she was perfect for the job. It had taken some convincing for her to accept the official title, but she had eventually given in. The last office on the top floor was Torhen's. Even if Torhen eventually came out of retirement, his official title in the Familia would still be trainer, putting him in charge of training for all members. In the future, nobody would enter the dungeon until he had given them the okay to do so. The first floor would house lounges, kitchens, the dining hall, the library, the armory, entertainment rooms, and other various things. The basement, now that they had moved out, was going to be expanded and turned into a series of storage rooms. The last thing that would be completed would be the outer walls and the gatehouse. Turning his attention back to his sparring students, Torhen stood as Belle, rather impressively, flipped over a crossbow bolt and tagged Lily with his training knife. "I think that's enough for the day, you two," he said, draining his tankard. "Well done. I think you guys are ready to head back into the dungeon, let's say the day after tomorrow." The 2 of them looked rather excited at that. As they were packing all the training gear away, Belle came up to Torhen, looking nervous. "Mr. Torhen," he said, "I was hoping to ask you about something." "What about, kid?" Torhen asked. "Well, I was hoping you could tell me why I haven't learned any magic yet. I've been improving really well, but I still haven't developed any spells." Torhen sighed. He should have expected this. Belle loved the idea of magic. To tell the truth, Belle, even though everyone has the potential to develop magical abilities, it can be very hard for some people, he said, leading Belle back toward the house. Lily had already run ahead to put her crossbow away. Those with a lower magical aptitude will find it very difficult to develop magical skills on their own. Unfortunately, I think you are one of those people. Belle looked crestfallen. "So, I probably won't ever be able to use magic?" he asked in a depressed voice. "I didn't say that," Torhen said. Belle's head jerked up. "You will never be a mage or a wizard, Belle, but you can use magic. People with a lower aptitude often need a push to learn a new spell." "A push? What kind of push?" Belle was eager. "A grimoire," Torhen sighed. "What's that?" A grimoire is a very special book that forcibly teaches the reader magic. They can only be used once, so they are extremely valuable. There are 2 different varieties, though. The grimoires of this world are random. There is no way of predicting what kind of magic the reader will learn. Belle was listening attentively. The other kind of grimoire is one from my world. They can still only be used once, but there are different types, each of which is guaranteed to teach a specific spell. If you read a Magelight grimoire, you are guaranteed to learn Magelight and no other spell. Belle was looking excited, and Torhen knew what he wanted to ask. He did have a few spell books lying around. Maybe there was one that would suit the kid. Torhen sighed again. "I think I have a few Tamrielic grimoires," he said. Belle's eyes were shining now. "I'll take a look, and, if there are any that suit a beginner, I will let you use one." He did know how to make them, but he probably shouldn't mention that just yet. Belle hugged Torhen excitedly. "Thank you, Mr. Torhen. You're the best." "Just remember," Belle, Torhen said, as the kid let go. "Just because you have a spell doesn't automatically give you the ability to cast it with ease. You have to develop it, just like any other stat." "I'll remember, Mr. Torhen. I promise," Belle said with a grin, running ahead of him and into the manor. Torhen followed him into the house and made his way up the stairs to his room. The builders had already gone home for the day and the offices weren't ready yet, so most of Torhen's stuff was still stored in his bag. Flipping open the top, Torhen used the magical display to search through the books stored within. He had quite the expansive library which had been further augmented by the books he'd bought after arriving in Orario. They'd all be stored in the downstairs library or in his office. Once construction was finished. He didn't have very many spellbooks though. He should probably look into making more since they'd come in handy after they'd recruited more members. Tabbing though the list, Torhen grimaced at how few beginner-level books he had. He didn't have any novice books, save for a lesser ward, but he did have a couple. Apprentice ones. The ward spell wouldn't work well for Bell, while they worked well on elemental and magical attacks and could be modified to block physical attacks with practice. Bell likely didn't have the aptitude to sustain a ward spell. Better to find him a single shot. Attack magic. Torhen pulled out one of the books. Firebolt, an apprentice-level destruction spell. That was perfect for Bell. The cost wasn't high, it didn't require an aptitude for magic, and it was a single shot, quick cast magic. He did have a lightning bolt spellbook, but it was probably better to start with a fire spell. Lightning spells were ridiculously dangerous, even at lower levels since very few things were resistant to lightning and they always had the possibility of disintegrating a target. Holding the book under his arm, Torhen made his way to the room they were using as a dining room until the proper dining hall was finished. The others had already begun eating when Torhen entered and sat the book down next to Bell. "Don't," he said, as the boy's eyes lit up and he reached for the book. "We don't know if you'll lose consciousness when you open that. Most people pass out the first time. It gets better with the second or third though. You don't lose consciousness after that." Bell nodded before practically inhaling his food. He then sat impatiently, waiting for the other to finish. Finally, after the plates had been cleared away, Torhen gave Bell permission to open the spellbook. Bell sat on the couch and cracked open the book. His eyes glowed briefly before rolling back into his head as Bell sank into the couch, unconscious. Hestia let out a small noise of distress, but Torhen put a hand on her shoulder. "This is normal. He'll come around in a few minutes," he said. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, Bell's eyes opened, and he sat up. "Did it work?" Torhen asked. I think so," Bell replied. "Goddess, will you update my status?" Hestia nodded, and Bell moved to expose his back to the goddess, removing his shirt. It didn't take long for Hestia to give Bell the update. Transferring it to some paper, she laid it on the table for them all to see. Lyra's freeze had been hidden, but the magic was there, plain as day. Bell Cranel. Race, human. Level, 1. STR, B737. VIT, E355. DEX, B719. AGI, A817. MAG, I0. Total equals 2,628. Skills. Magic. Tamrielic Magic. Destruction, 20. Firebolt, a Tamrielic destruction spell. Quick cast. Casts a ball of fire towards opponents. Mind cost, 71. Cost increased because of low destruction level. Use destruction spells to increase destruction level. Bell was shaking with excitement. "Can I go test it now?" he asked, practically, bouncing with anticipation. "Sure, kid." Torhen laughed. "Let's head out to the yard and give it some practice." Woohoo! Bell let out a cheer and dashed for the door, eager to play with his new spell. AIS. AIS wandered into the guild building, absent-mindedly looking around for a glimpse of white hair. The white-haired boy had been on her mind since she'd saved him from that Minotaur on the 5th floor. He'd been doing well, for a level 1, until he was blindsided. Later, she'd seen him leaving the hostess of fertility, just after Beat's drunken rant. She'd been impressed that he hadn't spoken up or run since Beat had been making fun of him. The boy had also been accompanied by an older man who she hadn't recognized. She'd later fought by the man's side during the Monsterphilia disaster, but she hadn't realized it was him until later when Loki mentioned that he was in the same Familia as the white-haired boy. His skill had been very impressive to AIS. According to Loki, his name was Torhen, a retired member of the boys' Familia, and he had to be level 6 at least. Loki thought his level might be higher though. She had also heard that during the same disaster, the white-haired boy had beaten a silverback alone. If that was true, he was progressing at an incredible pace. Silverbacks spawned on the 11th and 12th floors, and the boy had been on the 5th only a few days before. Her curiosity about his development aside, AIS had yet to apologize to the boy for the Minotaur incident or for Beat's drunken rant. She also wanted to personally thank the older man, Torhen, for healing Lefia and helping during the fight with the plant monsters. The part of her that craved progress wanted to spar with the older man. During the fight, he had been impressively fast. It didn't even seem like he was fighting all that seriously. She needed to know how strong he was and if he knew any better methods for AIS herself to get stronger. Judging by the way the boy had apparently improved, she was hoping he knew a few tricks. The childish part of her just wanted to see the bunny boy again. A voice cut off the childish thought. Lady Wallenstein. The voice asked. Yes. AIS turned to see a brown-haired half-elf in a guild uniform looking at her. I'm sorry for bothering you. It's just that I've been meaning to thank you. The half-elf said. AIS tilted her head, confused. My name is Aina Chul. I'm an advisor with the guild. A few weeks ago, you saved one of my adventurers, Bel Cranel, from a minotaur on the 5th floor. Ari's eyes widened. She knows the bunny boy. Ow. I guess his name is Bel. Ari's had to ask the question. He's not afraid of me, is he? Eh? She looked startled. No, of course not. He was very grateful that you saved him. Really? Thank goodness. Since the boy had run away screaming, she was afraid he had been frightened of her. Now was her chance to ask about him. Would it be all right if I talked to him then? She asked. The official looked startled again. Oh, of course. Why do you want to talk to him? Though. I wanted to apologize for the Minotaur incident. AIS said, and I need to thank another member of his Familia for healing my friend during Monsterphilia and for helping during the fighting. That would be Mr. Torhen, Bel's mentor. The official smiled. I would be happy to make the introduction, she said, turning to lead AIS toward one of the booths sitting to the side of the hall. Bel is actually supposed to meet with me in a few minutes. His Familia just got a new member, so they've taken the week off to train together. This meeting is just a little formality to announce that they are going back into the dungeon tomorrow. The two sat down in the booth and, just like Aina had said, the white-haired boy, Bel, walked in a few minutes later. He stopped dead when he saw them. Why was he backing away? Come sit down, Bel, Aina said. The boy turned red but followed her instructions. Lady Wallenstein wanted to speak with you, she said. He looked up, startled. I wanted to apologize, AIS said, for the incident with the Minotaur. He started shaking his head, violently. No, he said. I should be the one thanking you for saving me. AIS shook her head, this time. If the Minotaur hadn't gotten away from my Familia, you wouldn't have been in danger, she said. I guess that's true, he said, looking down at his knees, but I'm still grateful that you saved me. AIS barely resisted the temptation to start rubbing his hair. He was adorable. The guild official spoke up. Lady Wallenstein also mentioned wanting to speak with Mr. Torhen, she said. Do you mind taking her to speak with him after we're done here? Sure, Bel said. The two quickly took care of business, and Bel led AIS out of the building. Our house is this way. He gestured down one of the streets. It's still going through renovations, but we were able to move in recently. They were silent for a few minutes before AIS asked another question. The older member of your Familia, Torhen, is your teacher. She couldn't hold back the curiosity, both about the boy's growth and the man's strength. He is. Bel perked up. We met while I was on my way to Orario and his taught me basically everything I know about how to fight and be an adventurer. Is he a good teacher? You seem to be improving very quickly. He's the best. It's like he knows everything about adventuring and he's super strong. AIS nodded at that. The two quickly made their way through the streets, occasionally getting strange looks from those they passed, who were probably wondering why that sword princesses was with some scrawny kid. It wasn't long before Bel led her up to a small manor that looked to be still under construction. It's not finished yet, he said, but welcome to Hearthfire Hall, home of the Hestia Familia. AIS was no longer looking at the building though. Off to the side in what was clearly a Training yard stood two figures. One was very short, a Paolum girl who was shooting at targets with a crossbow. The other figure was standing behind her, an older human man with dark hair and tan skin. That had to be Torhen. He turned at their approach, eyes widening slightly when he saw her. "Hello there," he called. "Care to introduce your friend, Belle?" The boy went very red. "This is Ms. Ais Wallenstein. She's the one who saved me from the Minotaur. We met at the guild, and she said she wanted to speak to you, Mr. Torhen." Belle said, still blushing. He looked surprised. "Well now," he held out a hand for her to shake. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Wallenstein. I'm Torhen, and this is Lily." He gestured to the Paolum girl, who looked nervous. "Hello," Ais said, taking his hand and nodding at the girl. "Belle and Lily are supposed to be doing some training this afternoon. Do you mind if we talk while they get started?" he asked. This was perfect. "Of course not," Ais said. She'd get to see his training method, maybe even figure out the secret behind the boy's growth. "Just like yesterday, you two," Torhen said. "Lily, I want you to try to hit Belle and get away before he can hit you. Belle, don't get hit and try to tag Lily before she can get a shot off. Go ahead and get started." He walked over to a table and set of chairs that was set up near the training grounds, with AIS following. "So, what did you want to talk about?" he asked. "I wanted to thank you," she said, sitting down with him and watching the spa begin, "for healing Lefia and helping us fight at Monsterphilia." "There is no need. I just happened to be nearby and wanted to help," he said. AIS couldn't take her eyes off of Belle. The way he was moving was completely different to how he had when fighting the Minotaur. He was faster, more fluid. He looked like he was fighting more like a veteran level 1 than a newbie adventurer. Hadn't the guild lady said he had only been adventuring for 2 months? "I take it," Torhen's voice interrupted her thoughts. "That wasn't all you wanted." AIS couldn't help the blush at being caught staring. Still, the man was a teacher. Maybe he would be willing to answer. "I heard about him defeating a silverback," she said, gesturing at Belle. "Only a few days earlier, he was still on the 5th floor. It didn't make sense. And now, it hasn't even been a month, and is moving like an adventurer on the verge of level 2. I don't understand it. How does he improve so fast?" Torhen sighed. "There are many things that can affect the improvement of an adventurer. Skills, talents, different ways of thinking. For Belle, there are several factors in his growth. First is potential. That kid has amazing potential as an adventurer. He just needs some help to bring it out. The second is a goal. There is a person that he is desperate to catch up to and is willing to push through all hardships to do it. Third is me." AIS was confused at that. "When was the last time you had a sparring partner who was so far ahead of you? You couldn't even imagine keeping up." AIS knew the answer to that. "Years ago, when I was level 3 and Finn had just hit level 6. Having someone like that around, someone you are determined to surpass, is a huge boost to motivation and drive. It can help you improve just as much as having a rival who is equally matched to you, sometimes more." That made some sense to AIS. Too bad the only person in the city who was a higher level than her now was Otter, and he wasn't likely to be willing to help her improve. "Teaching others can also help you improve," Torhen said, to her surprise. "It's mostly a mental thing, but teaching someone, helping them grow, can be good for your own development." That was slightly confusing, but she understood. She watched as the Paolum girl dove under one of Belle's swings, rolling and sprinting away, loading her crossbow as she went. "Do you want to join them?" Torhen asked. Ari's eyes snapped to him, thinking about what he had just said about teaching someone weaker than her. If nothing else, it might be interesting, plus it could be fun. She nodded. Torhen stood and called to the others. "Hold up, you two. New exercise." Belle and the girl came to a stop. "Ms. Wallenstein, here," he gestured to her, "has offered to join you. Belle, I want you and Ms. Wallenstein to spar. While you do, Lily is going to be trying to hit both of you with her crossbow, but she must change her position every time she fires. This would not be a difficult exercise for AIS, but it might be fun. She also might get another insight into Belle's improvement." Belle looked nervous as she stood before him, holding a practice sword, waiting for the signal. "Now." AIS bent backward, avoiding a crossbow bolt and dashed toward Belle. He was surprisingly agile, managing to dodge her first strike. Unfortunately, he was not able to stop her second as her leg came around and slammed into his face. Belle crumpled to the dirt, unconscious. AIS was worried. She hadn't meant to knock him out. She leaned over him. "Is he all right?" she asked Torhen as he knelt next to Belle. "He's fine," Torhen said. "It's not the first time he's been knocked out during training." Sure enough, Belle came to in a few minutes and they went at it again. This pattern continued over the course of the next hour, with Belle lasting longer and longer each time. The crossbow girl had also come surprisingly close to hitting AIS a few times. Finally, Torhen called them to a stop. "Belle, Lily, go sit down. I want you to watch this," Torhen said. He moved into the center of the training yard and held Ari's sword, desperate, out to her. At his hip was a beautiful silver and black scabbard holding what looked like a hand and a half broadsword. "He wants to spar," she realized, drawing her sword. Torhen stood there for a moment before slowly drawing his own sword. A sudden, intense pressure hit AIS. It was suffocating. She could barely breathe. It was as though her lungs were being crushed. She hadn't felt like this in years. The feeling of facing an overwhelming foe. Torhen chose that moment to talk. "I spoke earlier both of teaching one far weaker than yourself and of training against an opponent far beyond you. You have done one. I now offer the other. No magic, no skills. Just swords, and our skill in wielding them. Do you agree?" AIS straightened her back. "I do," she said. She watched as Torhen slid into a ready stance, anticipation tingling throughout her body. Without warning, her opponent burst into action. Almost faster than she could react, his sword was blurring towards her neck. She barely got her blade up in time to deflect the crushingly powerful blow, moving to strike back only to be forced onto the defensive again by Torhen's blinding speed. She did not know how long they fought like that, sinking into a rhythm of twirling blades and glancing blows. Never once did she have the upper hand. It was as though he was deliberately moving just a little too fast for her to keep up. All thoughts beyond the duel faded. In that moment, her only goal in life was to defeat the opponent standing before her, to match his speed, to match his strength, to surpass him, to win. Suddenly, with a twirling blow, her opponent's sword slammed into her wrist, and her sword dropped from her hand. The blade was at her neck. Before she could react, AIS stood there, panting, trying to get as much air into her exhausted body as possible. She had not had a fight like that in years. Maybe never. Not even fighting Udius solo had felt like that. It was exhilarating. It was thrilling. I was helping. She could feel herself improving, getting faster and more accurate as the spar continued. She wanted more. She wanted to go again, to try and best the immovable mountain in front of her. Her hopes were dashed when Torhen sheathed his sword. He was barely sweating and didn't even look winded. "I think that is enough for now," he said. She began to protest, but he cut her off. "Our Familia trains every morning at 6 o'clock, before Belle and Lily go into the dungeon. You are more than welcome to join us. Each time you do, once Belle and Lily's training is finished and they head off to the dungeon, I will happily spar with you as I have today. I will be here," AIS said. She couldn't remember the last time she'd felt this resolute. The last time she'd had a goal that seemed impossible. Despite its impossibility, she would do everything in her power to achieve it. She would train with Belle and Lily, teaching them and learning how to restrain herself in their spars. Then, she would face the mountain. She would improve. With Belle and Torhen's help, she would learn and grow stronger. Freya. She stood high in the Babel Tower watching her new interests below. The older was powerful, but she was unsure of the extent of his ability. Otter would serve as a test for him. As for the younger, she would need to send Otter into the dungeon to prepare a suitable test for the boy. Chapter end notes. I covered a lot in this chapter. Lily's training, Naza's training, potions from Tamriel, moving into the new living quarters, Firebolt, training with AIS. Did you like what I did with AIS? Did her personality feel right? What did you think of the name for their home? I've had that one planned since before I started writing. To answer some questions. On FFN, Demigod Ninja 21, I do know that ebony is technically Lorcan's blood, but I wanted to make a distinction between dried, crystallized blood and the blood of a living god. The blood of a living god would be much more powerful in my opinion, so I went with that. Laplace, I suppose, technically, if his level went up, he would probably become a god. His stats already kind of say he's ready to level up. I don't want him to become a god. So I don't think I'll be leveling him up. On AO3. Big time 12, he does know every shout. I'd say his favorites are probably Dragon, Aspect, Fire Breath, and Unrelenting Force. There's just not been a call to use any but Dragon Aspect yet. Chapter Summary. Chapter 11. AIS, Fin, and Potions. Chapter Notes. AON. So, this chapter has my first foray into looking at how things are priced in this world. It's kind of all over the place, but I'm trying. Since adventurers like AIS can be expected to pull in 40 million on their own to pay for repairs, I can only assume that Loki and Freya's Familia have tens of billions of Valis in their accounts. This chapter does have a lot of dialogue, so be prepared for that. Please let me know if you guys have any comments or questions. See the end of the chapter for more. AIS. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 11. AIS was panting heavily, kneeling on the ground, and leaning on her sword. In front of her stood Torhen, the man who had become her newest goal. She was determined to become strong enough to defeat him, but it was clear that it was going to take a while. After their first spa, Torhen had extended an invitation to her to join his Familia for training every morning. At 6, AIS had accepted, of course. She had arrived at Heartfire Hall, the home of the Hestia Familia, at 6 a.m. sharp for the last 2 days. She would assist Torhen in teaching Belle and Lily, the 2 active members of the Hestia Familia, and then, once they had left for the dungeon, AIS and Torhen would spar. Torhen was a blindingly fast swordsman and was strong enough that trying to block his attacks made her arms feel like they were about to break. Even his technique as a swordsman surpassed her own, and after each spar, he had started critiquing her performance, or pointing out small mistakes she had made. It was helpful, and she was grateful for his advice, even though it stung her pride a little to know she was still making mistakes. She'd even learned a few new maneuvers from him, mostly from him using them on her, and her trying to replicate them. AIS had to admit that the last few days had been fun. She enjoyed working with Belle and Lily. Belle was fascinating to her on several levels. He had an impressive drive to improve that rivaled her own, maybe even surpassed it, and his rate of improvement matched his drive. He was almost ready to level up, and he hadn't even been adventuring for 2 months. She might have been jealous if she hadn't started learning from the same teacher as Belle. She could feel herself improving with every spar and wasn't surprised that Belle was improving so fast if he'd been learning from Torhen the whole time. She was even learning new things by working with Belle. Riveria had always stressed that AIS needed to learn restraint, and through working with Belle and Lily, she finally felt like she was learning how to hold back. Aui's more childish side liked Belle because he reminded her of a bunny rabbit. He was just so adorable. There was more to her fascination with him, though. Beyond his resemblance to a cute little bunny and their shared drive to improve, there was something about Belle that she wasn't quite sure of, something about him that she just liked. She enjoyed being around him, she just wasn't sure why. She liked Lily well enough, but she wasn't as captivating as Belle was. I think that's enough for today, Torhen said, sheathing his sword. Like always, he didn't even look winded despite the fact that she had been attacking him for over an hour. AIS could only nod, exhausted. She struggled to her feet, sheathing her sword, and walked towards the chairs set up to the side of the training yard. Collapsing into one, she took a moment to try and catch her breath. The girl from the Mayak Familia, AIS thought her name was Naza, came over to her. She'd shown up during training the day before carrying a box of potions that Belle and Lily had taken into the dungeon. She was apparently working on developing new potions, and the Hestia Familia was testing them for her. She'd shown up again that morning with another box. Belle and Lily had taken most of them, but there were a few left. AIS thanked Naza as she handed her a green potion. Taking it, AIS popped the cork out and downed it. Relief spread throughout her body as her exhaustion faded. She felt as good as she had before the spa. When Naza had shown up the day before, AIS had happily tried one and been shocked at how effective the potions Naza had been working on were. The Mayak. Familia wasn't quite ready to start selling them yet, but once they were, she was going to recommend Finn, the captain of her Familia, buy as many as they could afford. If all the various potions worked the way Naza described them, they would be extremely helpful during their upcoming expedition. Can I have a few of these? She asked Naza. My Familia has an expedition coming up, and I want to show them to my captain. They could be helpful. Naza seemed happy with that. Sure, she said. You can take everything that's left in the box I brought with me. Thank you, AIS said, pulling the box across the table towards her. There were 5 potions left inside. 1 was green, 1 was blue, 1 was red, and 3 were yellow. What do they do? She asked. The green one is a potion of enhanced stamina. Naza explained, pointing to each potion as she spoke. It's basically an energy boost. The blue one is called a potion of magicka, which causes the drinker to rapidly regenerate a medium amount of mind, allowing them to cast more spells. The red one is a potion of healing. It works similarly to a normal healing potion, regenerating the body after an injury, only stronger and cheaper to make. She moved on to the yellow ones. These each do something different, though the effects are temporary. This one boosts the effectiveness one-handed weapon skills, this one gives a boost to archery skills, and this one increases the effects of attack magic. AIS had never even heard of potions that affected skills like that. If they worked, they would be a massive help in the dungeon. Thank you, she said to Naza. Are they labeled anywhere? Naza nodded. They have labels on the bottom. When we start selling them, we'll have a proper description wrapped around the neck of the bottle. AIS thanked her again and, after a brief conversation with Torhen, she picked up the box of potions and made her way home. As she neared her home, she couldn't help but compare it to the home of the Hestia. Familia. Despite being unfinished, Heartfire Hall felt like a very welcoming place. On the other hand, the Twilight Manor, the home of Ari's Loki Familia, looked like a very imposing structure. It was Ari's home though, and she loved it. Entering the manor, she made her way up to Finn's office. It wasn't quite lunchtime, so he was likely there with Reveria and Gareth, planning for their expedition. Knocking, she waited for the muffled enter before opening the door. Excuse me, she said as she stepped into the room. Good morning, AIS. Finn said, smiling. What can I do for you? He was sitting at his desk with Reveria and Gareth seated on the couches in front of it, going over a series of papers. I wanted to show you this, AIS said, placing the box on the desk. Potions? Finn asked, pulling out one of the yellow ones. I've never seen a potion this color before. They are new, AIS said. I got them from the captain of the Mayak Familia a little while ago. Her Familia is working on developing them. The description is on the bottom. If they work as intended, they could help with the next expedition. Finn's eyebrows raised as he read the description on the bottle. Skill boost potions. I've never heard of these. He handed the bottle to Gareth. Reveria was examining the magicka potion. How did you meet the captain of the Mayak Familia? I met her through a new training partner. AIS said. I've been training with them every morning for the last few days. So that's where you've been disappearing to. Reveria said. Who is this new training partner? It's the man who helped me and the twins at Montsefilia. His name is Torhen. AIS said. He's in the same Familia as the boy from the Minotaur incident. Their goddess, Hestia, is friends with Lord Mayak. According to Naza, Mayak as captain, Torhen has been helping her develop the potions. The other members of the Hestia Familia, Belle and Lily, are testing them in the dungeon. Finn's eyebrows had disappeared. The one who healed Lefia. Loki has mentioned him. She's convinced he's at least at level 6. She's supposed to meet with Goddess Hestia in about a month to talk about it. You've been training with him. AIS nodded. He invited me to join his Familia for training each morning. I've been helping Lily and Belle, the boy from the Minotaur incident, train. Once they leave, Torhen and I have been sparring. Finn leaned forward, interested. And is Loki right? He's level 6. AIS shook her head. He's definitely stronger than that. We've sparred 3 times and I haven't been able to hit him once. I haven't seen Otter in action since he hit level 7, but it wouldn't surprise me if Torhen is stronger. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all had comical looks of shock on their faces. The silence seemed to stretch for an eternity before Gareth finally cut in. Think he'd be willing to spar with me? He asked. Gareth, Riveria exclaimed. What? Don't stand there and tell me you don't want to spar with him too. Riveria opened her mouth to protest, but the words didn't come out. After a moment, she turned up her nose to Gareth and said, So what if I do? I wouldn't walk up to a total stranger and ask for a spar out of the blue. I think we'd all like to spar with a man who could be level 8, Finn said. But Riveria is right. We should meet him first. Do you think he'd object to meeting us, AIS? AIS wasn't sure. I don't think so, she said. He didn't say I couldn't bring anyone, but the training is primarily for the members of his Familia. Well, we don't want to ambush him, and Loki is already planning a proper meeting with his goddess, Finn said. Do you mind if just I accompany you tomorrow to meet him? That might be better than all three of us showing up and challenging him to a spar. I don't mind, AIS said. Gareth grumbled about not getting to go but seemed to accept Finn's proposal. Fantastic, Finn said. In the meantime, I think we should put these potions to the test. If they really work, they could be a big help on our expedition. The stamina potions definitely work, AIS said. I've drunk them right after my last 2 spars with Torhen. I was exhausted before I drank them and felt better than if I'd just gotten out of bed once it took effect. Finn's eyebrows had disappeared again, and Riveria would absolutely deny her jaw having dropped to the floor. Gareth just looked excited. Torhen stood in the training yard, basking in the pale morning light as he waited for his students to join him. They had made excellent progress over the last few days, with Belle and Lily performing very well in training, and even better in the dungeon. They were averaging 40 to 50,000 Valis per run at this point, and Torhen was very proud. His spars with AIS had also been fun. It was nice to be working on more advanced things for a change. Since the Minotaur incident, catching up to AIS had been Belle's primary motivation. So having her around as a training partner had been doing him a world of good. The kid was even more determined than ever before, and it showed in his performance. Lily had been making very good progress as well. She was taking a more active combat role now that she had found a style that worked for her, and it was showing. Her shots with her crossbow were getting faster and faster, and she rarely missed a target that was moving at speeds under that of a level 3 adventurer. Torhen had contemplated giving her a grimoire like the Summon Familia one, but he wanted to consult a mage of this world before handing out any more grimoires. Wasn't there a mage in Ari's Familia? Perhaps he'd ask her to introduce him after Hestia's meeting with Loki. Soon enough, Torhen spotted AIS walking towards him. Unlike the last few days, though, she was not alone. Walking next to her was a short blonde figure, a Pal-Lum, which meant he was probably the captain of the Loki Familia. Good morning, he called to them. Good morning, AIS said in her usual near-monotone voice. Sorry for the intrusion, the Pal-Lum said. AIS was talking about you yesterday, so I was hoping to meet you. I'm Finn Daimner, captain of the Loki Familia. He held his hand out for Torhen to shake. Taking his hand, Torhen said, The pleasure is mine, Finn. I'm Torhen, and I'm the mentor of the Hestia Familia. What did you wish to speak to me about? Well, Finn said, AIS mentioned the fact that you've been sparring with her, and I must admit, I was intrigued by her descriptions of your strength. I was hoping you might consent to a spar, but I was also hoping to talk about the potions AIS brought home yesterday. She said you were helping to develop them. That I am, Torhen said. The Mayak Familia has full market rights, but I'm able to make them all. Naza and I are developing the recipes together. As for the spar, I'd be happy to spar with you after my Familia's usual training is over. Naza should be here soon if you want to talk to her about getting some potions for your expedition there. Well, if you don't mind me sticking around, I'll gladly speak to her while you train, Finn said with a nod. Soon enough, Belle and Lily joined them, with Naza following not too far behind with a small box of potions. Everybody, this is Finn Daimner, captain of the Loki Familia. Torhen said, He's here to speak with you, Naza, about buying some potions for their upcoming expedition. Finn, this is Belle, Lily, and Naza. Torhen pointed to each of them as he spoke. I must say, it's a pleasure to meet two fellow captains, Finn said, nodding at them, before turning to Lily, and I have to admit to being thrilled to see a fellow Palum succeeding. As an adventurer. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Bell replied, with Naza also saying hello. I'm still more of a supporter than an adventurer, Lily said, but Torhen cut her off. You're doing extremely well, Lily. Your new magic bag lets you serve as a supporter, while still fully participating in dungeon combat, and you're doing phenomenally, he said, causing Lily to blush. Magic bag? Finn asked. I'll tell you about it later, Torhen said. After we finish. Fair enough, Finn said. Captain Naza, perhaps we should step aside to talk while they begin. Of course, Naza said, following Finn. Naza. She could admit to herself that the prospect of selling potions to the Loki Familia was exciting. While Naza usually came across to people as always being sleepy, she was very passionate about four things. Lord Myak, making potions, reviving her familia, and earning money. If she could manage to get the Loki Familia as clients and keep them, it would go a long way to helping revive her familia and make them a boatload of money. The last few weeks had been life-changing for Naza and Myak. First, Goddess Hestia had invested in their business, which had allowed them to pay off more of their debt than expected and sped up Naza's research into her dual potion recipe. Then, once again, with the help of the Hestia Familia, she had completed her potion and completely cleared their debt to Dien sect. The cherry on top was the fact that thanks to a member of the Hestia Familia, again, her familia had full market rights to unique and extremely powerful potions that might catapult her familia back to where it was before she was injured, maybe even past that. She lived for the day they surpassed the Dien sect familia in power and prestige. Naza despised Dien sect for his contemptuous attitude towards Lord Myak and for so gleefully heaping so much debt on them while simultaneously poaching their members. While Lord Myak's generosity did not help, it was Dien sect and the traitors who abandoned them that Naza truly blamed for the sad state of her familia. If the members of her familia hadn't betrayed and abandoned them, they could have paid back the debt years ago. Still, things were finally looking up for the Myak familia with their new potions. Naza had been working tirelessly with Master Torhen to edit or build new recipes and create new potions that would only ever be sold by her familia if she had any say in it. She was especially grateful to Belle and Lily for testing them in the dungeon each day. They had several potions that were ready for sale and even a few poisons that Master Torhen had taught her about. She just needed to land this deal with the captain of the Loki Familia. She may not be overly fond of high-class adventurers, but she certainly had no problem with selling to them. Sitting down in the chairs that bordered the Hestia Familia's training yard, Naza addressed Finn. So, you were hoping to buy some of our new potions, Captain Finn? She said. Yes, he said, sitting opposite her after placing his spear on an empty weapon rack. The ones you gave AIS yesterday were very impressive. I've never even heard of potions that boost skills, and the health, stamina, and magicka potions were better than anything but elixirs. Those were still medium grade compared to some of the ones we are working on, Naza said, trying to get Finn interested. There are varying grades of effectiveness to almost all of the potions we are developing. The more effective ones are more expensive, of course, but they are likely better for high-class adventurers. Really? Finn said. Do you have a catalog of some kind? I'd like to peruse what options you have. I do have a catalog that I have been working on, Naza said, pulling it from her bag. There are a few recipes that we have been working on that aren't ready yet, but this is what we have so far. She handed the catalog to Finn. It essentially broke down the various potions into categories and then by type and potency and listed their prices. Their current categories included resistance, recovery, enhancement, skill boost, and poison. Poison? Finn asked, looking surprised as he read that. Naza nodded. While they would work on adventurers and are therefore going to be a controlled substance, poisons can be extremely effective against monsters inside the dungeon. The best way to use them is to coat arrows and shoot them at your target or coat a blade and cut them. We have poisons that kill monsters, reduce their resistances to certain types of elemental attacks, paralyze them, and a few that attack their minds. Attacking a monster's mind? Finn asked. You mean like these fear poisons? He pointed to a section of the catalogue. Yes, Naza said. Those will make a monster flee from you. Helpful if you need to. Get away. What do frenzy poisons do? Finn asked. Ah, those were delicate. Those are probably one of the most helpful and most dangerous poisons we can make, Naza said. Frenzy poisons will drive the target mad with rage for a short period of time. They start attacking everything in sight the second it takes effect. When used on a monster, it will go mad and start attacking all the other monsters in the area. Very helpful if you're trying to cause a distraction and slip away from a group of monsters or want to thin the herd before you get too close. Unfortunately, they also work on adventurers. Naza sighed. The most potent of them are extremely dangerous. Mr. Torhen says that even he is affected, though he can fight off the effect with enough resolve. They cause an all-encompassing rage in people that causes them to lash out at whoever they can. If they catch sight of someone they are angry with when under its effects, nothing short of death will stop them from killing the person. That is extremely dangerous. Finn said. Adventurers could be made to commit murder or go on rampages with them. I know, Naza said. We have already informed the guild of all these new potions, and gotten them to review everything we have. It hasn't been released yet, but they have declared all of our poisons to be controlled substances. You'll need special guild clearance to purchase them. Frenzy poisons have been declared to be highly restricted substances. You'll need even higher clearance and the presence of a guild employee to purchase them. The most powerful cannot be sold at all, so they aren't in the catalogue. We only made a few to see if the recipe worked, and they are being kept in a secure vault at the guild. Master Torhen and I suggested that they be destroyed, but the guild thought it better to lock them up until they degrade on their own or they find a use for them. That seems rather irresponsible, but I suppose there is no arguing with the guild. They can be a bit strange sometimes. Finn said. I don't think I'll be purchasing any poisons, but I'd like to get quite a few potions from all the other categories. Do you have an idea of your budget for this purchase? Naza asked. She was so close to closing the sale. We have allocated 50 million valis to potions and healing items, Finn said. Naza's heart rose into her throat. That was so much. We were going to buy from Dien's sect, but you have quite a bit more to offer than they do. Thankfully, we hadn't approached them yet. Score. She was stealing a major customer from Dien's sect. She just needed to get a list and close the deal. I can personally guarantee the effectiveness of our potions, she said, her voice actually sounding awake for once. If you wish to compile a list of the potions you want and their grades, I can begin production today. She pulled a pen from her bag and handed it to him. She could barely contain her excitement as he started marking off a list. He had even set down purchases for a few ultimate potions. She would need to work all night for the next few days to get everything done, but she would not fail. Her first big contract for the new potions, and not only was it with one of the top familiars in Orario, but she was also pulling business away from Dien's sect. Naza couldn't be happier if she tried. She just needed to make sure a contract was drawn up and signed before Lord Mayak tried to give any potions away or make up a discount. Finn. It was rather amusing to see Captain Naza trying to restrain her happiness as he signed the contract the two had drawn up. These new potions would make a world of difference on their next expedition, so he did not mind paying so much money for them. It was worth it to get them deeper into the dungeon and get them back out alive again. Since the deal was finally closed, he turned his attention back to the training yard to find that it was just AIS and Torhen standing there. He must have missed Belle and Lily leaving while they were working on the contract. That was disappointing. There were so few Palams working as adventurers. He was hoping to see Lily in action. Still, if Torhen agreed to spar Reverio or Gareth too, he might get to come to their training again and see her in action. Do you wish to go first, Finn, or let AIS do it? Torhen called over. It seemed he had the perfect timing to watch their spar. I'll go second, if you don't mind. He called back to them. It would give him a chance to get a feeling for Torhen's fighting style and gauge his strength. AIS claimed he was stronger than Otter, and Finn was eager to see if she was right. He watched with anticipation as the two drew their swords. Suddenly, in a burst of movement, AIS darted forward with a jab. Torhen easily deflected it, moving on to the offensive. It was glorious to watch. Torhen's movements were effortless as he consistently stayed one step ahead of AIS. As he watched, Finn realized that Torhen was deliberately moving just a little bit too fast for AIS. Did that mean he was holding back against her? Even Otter wouldn't be able to hold back like that, so perhaps AIS was right about his strength. Finn watched eagerly as the dance of blades continued. AIS was trying everything she had ever learned, even a few tricks he'd never seen her do, seemingly praying that one would work only to be stymied every time. Torhen's technique was flawless. It was as though he could not be hit, and Finn could feel his anticipation grow. He was certain now that he could not win against Torhen. AIS was right. He had to be at least level 8, but that only made him more excited. He had a chance to spar with someone more powerful than Otter. What's more, he might be able to befriend him. If their Familia could form an alliance with the Hestia Familia, then they would have the most powerful adventurer in Orario on their side. Finn knew that Torhen was semi-retired, but that just meant he would be a secret weapon. More than just his strength, though, Torhen genuinely seemed like a nice guy. He clearly did not judge the Paolum race as being weak, which was his big bonus in Finn's book. He had been polite and courteous and very generous, considering he was indulging Ari's obsession with getting stronger. Actually, he seemed to be helping her. AIS was moving even better than he'd ever seen her move. She was a fresh level 6, so she should still be getting used to the boost in power, but she was moving more like someone who'd been level 6 for a few years, like she'd already adapted. If that's what sparring with him for a few days had done for her, he could hardly wait for his turn. Finally, with a very impressive maneuver, Torhen sent Ari's sword clattering to the ground. AIS stood there, panting heavily, but grinning like a loon. She was loving it, and Finn couldn't blame her. Torhen didn't even look winded as he picked up Ari's sword and handed it to her. Go grab a potion out of the box, AIS. Torhen said. AIS obeyed, shuffling over to the table and flopping into one of the seats. She pulled out one of the green potions. The label said it was a potion of plentiful stamina. That would make it the 4th best grade if he remembered the catalogue rightly. Ari's condition visibly improved as she drank the potion. Her breathing eased, she sat up, and she no longer looked like she was about to collapse. The potion clearly worked. That was good. It meant he had spent the Familia's money well when buying them. Looks like it's my turn, he said as he stood, grabbing his spear from the weapon rack he'd leaned it on and striding to the center of the yard. Looks like it, Torhen said, readying his sword. Shall we? He asked with a smirk. Let's, Finn said, dropping into his ready stance. A sudden weight settled on him. Intense pressure coming from the human in front of him. He could not remember the last time he felt like this, and he loved it. He loved the challenge. He darted forward with an opening strike that Torhen easily blocked. Unlike his duel with AIS, Torhen was moving at the same speed as Finn, making them evenly matched. This would be a test of pure skill. Finn wasn't sure how long the fight went on. It became a series of maneuvers that blended together. Block, thrust, retreat, swipe, jab, dive, spin. At one point, Torhen grabbed the shaft of his spear, so Finn used that opportunity to use Torhen's grip to lift himself off the ground and aim a kick at his opponent's head. He came so close, but Torhen managed to avoid it and Finn barely ducked under the sweeping slash that followed it. The fight continued on until, in a confusing sequence of blade work, Torhen sent Finn's spear flying to the side and rested his sword against Finn's neck. Just like AIS earlier, Finn was utterly exhausted and thrilled beyond belief. That had been one of the best spars he'd ever had. You're incredible, he said, panting. You're not exactly bad yourself. Torhen said, still not winded. That's the best fight I've had since I moved to the city. AIS is good, but you're definitely more experienced. Finn nodded, trying to catch his breath. Here, Torhen said, walking to the table and grabbing one of the stamina potions. Have a little preview of what you bought from Naza. Finn accepted the potion gratefully and, popping the cork, downed it in one go. Instant relief spread through his body. He didn't feel 100%, but he did feel like he could fight again. These are really effective, he said, looking at the bottle. Yeah, Torhen said. Naza is pretty damn good at what she does. Money well spent then, Finn said, picking up his spear. Thank you for the spa, Torhen. It was a lot of fun. Anytime, Torhen said. I love teaching the kids, but it's nice to have a few sparring partners who really know what they are doing. In that case, Finn eyed him. Do you mind if I bring Reveria or Gareth? They were both interested in a match, but we didn't think it polite for us to all show up at once. I don't mind at all, Torhen said. Your familiar seem like good people, and I would never say no to seeing the skills of new opponents. If you don't mind me asking, how strong are you? Finn probed, not really expecting an answer. Ah, Torhen smiled. I'm sorry, my new friend, but that information will have to wait until after Loki and Hestia meet. Finn had expected him to say that. I do have a bit of a consolation for you, Torhen said, much to Finn's interest. A gift that might help with your expedition. What is it? Finn asked, intrigued. Just wait here for a minute, Torhen said, walking towards a building at the back of the property. Finn moved to sit at the same table as AIS. You weren't exaggerating about his strength. His level 8 at least. He told her. AIS nodded. I just wish he would tell me how he got so strong, she said. I'm afraid that asking that question will probably have to wait, Finn said. Torhen was walking back to them now, carrying 3 leather backpacks. I mentioned Lily has a new magic bag earlier, he said as he walked up, placing the packs on the table. These are just like it, and they are my gift to you, to help with your expedition. Finn picked one up, curiously. What do they do? In enchanting parlance, they are imbued with the effects expand storage and lessen carry weight. Basically, they hold nearly 30 times their actual size, but never weigh more than they do right now. Finn's eyebrows disappeared in his shock. They also have a magical display that shows everything stored withing and allows for easy removal. Give it a try, just open the top. Finn flipped the top of the bag open, his jaw dropping in amazement as the display popped up. The bag was currently empty. Grabbing the box of potions, he placed it at the lip of the bag, and, to his amazement, the box disappeared. The display now read, Potion of Plentiful Stamina, 3, Potion of Plentiful Magicka, 2, Potion of True Shot, 1, Wooden Box. 1. Tapping on the display, Finn was amazed to see that the potion he had tapped on was now in his hand. This is incredible, he said, turning to Torhen. Are you certain you want to give them to us? You're bringing a lot of business to a good friend. AIS has been helping me train the kids and save Belle's life. I like you, and I'm hoping we can be friends, so, yeah, I'm sure. Torhen smiled. Put them to good use. Finn could only stare in wonder at the bags. Finally, he turned to Torhen. I know, you're semi-retired, but do you want to go on the expedition with us? At least until we reach the 18th floor. Chapter end notes. AON, bit of a cliffhanger. Torhen's not quite ready to come out of retirement, but he could easily join them for a bit of a stroll. Okay, so, talking potions. I tried. I did everything I could to research potions in Danmachi, but I came up with almost nothing. What I got said that everything below high potions and elixirs is basically garbage. They are the only things that can regrow skin or heal bones and clot blood. Since even the basic potions in Skyrim can do that, I'm basically saying that Skyrim potions are 100% better. Here's how I chose to break down the potions for health, magic, and stamina in order of effectiveness and list their prices. I know the prices kind of bounce around, but I'm trying to keep it consistent to what I know of canon. Low Stamina Mind Potion, Basic Stamina Mind Recovery, 100 Valis. Potion of Minor Stamina Magicka Potion, Medium Stamina Mind Recovery, 500 Valis. Potion of Minor Healing. A potion immediately begins clotting blood. Will completely heal minor wounds, i.e. cuts and scrapes. 500 Valis. Potion of Healing Magicka. A stamina. Decent Stamina Mind Recovery. Will mend fractured or cracked bones and most non-lethal wounds. 5,000 Valis. Dual Potion, Dual Healing and Mind Recovery. Decent Mind Recovery. Will mend fractured or cracked bones and most non-lethal wounds. 10,000 Valis. Potion of Plentiful Healing. A high potion. Healing is efficient enough to make lethal wounds survivable with help. 50,000. Potion of Plentiful Stamina. Magicka. Good Stamina Mind Recovery. 30,000 Valis. High Stamina Mind Potions. Good Stamina Mind Recovery. 30,000 Valis. Potion of Vigorous Stamina Magicka. Great Stamina Mind Recovery. 100,000 Valis. Potion of Vigorous Healing Elixirs. Will regenerate skin and heal bones. Can be used to survive most fatal wounds but not completely recover unless used to excess. 500,000 Valis. Potion of Extreme Stamina Magicka. Excellent Stamina Mind Recovery. 800,000 Valis. Potion of Extreme Healing. Turns fatal wounds into minor ones. Will leave scars. 1 million Valis. Potion of Ultimate Stamina Magicka. Complete Stamina Mind Recovery regardless of amount. 1 million Valis. Potion of Ultimate Healing. Complete physical regeneration to pre-injury condition. Heals all physical wounds. No scars left. 5 million Valis. Chapter Summary. Chapter 12. Important Talks. Chapter Notes. AON, thank you so much for the comments and reviews, everybody. I really appreciate it. I do have a couple topics to discuss with you as well. So, I've mentioned Torhen's battle armor a couple times but haven't described it yet. I do have some ideas, but I'm curious what you think. Should it be a combination of vanilla armors, a mod armor, something from ESO or another Elder Scrolls game? Let me know what you think his battle armor might look like. Regarding Torhen's retirement and when his level will come out, I already know when and how I want that to happen, but my plan is to have most of the core members of the Hestia Familia established first. I don't want to spoil things, so let's just say I'm not opposed to adding more than the ones in canon. For now, any I do add will be canon. Dammature characters, but if you have any guesses or suggestions on who they should or should not be, please let me know. I haven't shown Ryu yet, but I was thinking about how to get her name cleared so she could potentially join the Hestia Familia. If that's something you want to see, let me know. If you have any guesses or suggestions for how to have that happen, please leave a review. This chapter has some magic talk that I hope is satisfying. I tried to keep the magic explanation simple, to avoid it being too confusing or too restrictive. One of my goals is to elevate the magic of the Dammature world, so I need to make Tamrielic magic accessible to the mags already in the story. See the end of the chapter for more. Torhen. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 12. Finn turned towards Torhen. I know you're semi-retired, but do you want to go on the expedition with us? At least until we reach the 18th floor. He asked. That made Torhen pause. It would be an interesting experience and an educational one. He would get a chance to see how larger Familia handled expeditions and speak with the members of the Loki Familia. That could be very helpful for the future, and it would give him a chance to see how their potential new allies worked. Going with them wouldn't jeopardize his retirement either. According to the official guild rules, expeditions could only be completed by Familia that had at least 5 active members, with at least 1 member at level 4. Further, the Familia had to have reached the 18th floor before they could be issued an expedition quest. Because of this rule, the guild did not consider an expedition to have begun until the Familia set foot on the 19th floor. Thanks to that loophole, he could join the Loki Familia until they reached the 18th floor without compromising his retirement status. Why not? He said, smiling at Finn. It could be fun. Excellent. Finn exclaimed. We will be partnering with the Hephaestus Familia for this, so they'll be coming with us. Torhen nodded. Belle and Lily aren't ready to go below the 10th floor just yet, so I don't think they'll be joining. Most likely, they will try to complete their dungeon run before the expedition sets off and wipes out most of the monsters on the upper floors. Finn shook his head at that. No problem, he said. We usually don't bring level 1s with us anyway. He sat back in his chair. AIS was sitting at the table next to him, playing with one of the magic bags Torhen had just given them. Do you mind if I bring Gareth and Reveria here tomorrow after your training finishes? They both want to meet you, and I know Gareth will request a spa. Torhen shook his head, not minding at all. Go ahead. I was hoping to speak with Reveria anyway. I have a few questions that a mage of her caliber might be able to answer. He'd need to speak with Hestia before that, though. The Falna, apparently, limited mags to just 3 spells, but those spells were extremely powerful, on the level of expert or master spells. From Tamriel, if some of what he'd read was accurate, first-class mags could cast spells on par with shouts used by Nondova. However, on both his and Belle's Falna, The magic of his home was listed as Tamrielic magic, with the school of the spell and its progression shown. He was unsure if that meant Bel could learn as many Tamrielic spells as he wanted, or if he was limited. Torhen had already asked Hestia look at the spell list on his Falna, and it showed every spell he knew, under their proper schools. She just kept it hidden because if she didn't, his Falna report would be stupidly long. They would need to look again to see if that was unique to him, or if those native to this world could do it too. Finn nodded. No problem. She was curious about the magic you used to heal Lefia, so she will likely want to ask about it. Perfect, Torhen said. Finn thanked him once again before he and AIS said their goodbyes, making their way back towards the Loki Familia home with their new magic bags and the contract Finn had drawn up with Naza. Speaking of Naza, she was still sitting at the table, going over the list of potions Finn had ordered and by the looks of things, figuring out if she had the ingredients. Will you need help with the order he placed? He asked her. Naza shook her head. I will have to pull some all-nighters, and it will use up pretty much all of our ingredients, but I can handle it. It's our first big contract since I lost my arm, so I want to do it all myself. I understand, Torhen said. He wished he could repair her arm, but after so long, even the best of healing spells and potions couldn't regrow it. She would have to make do with the prosthetic. Speaking of healing spells, if his conversations with Hestia and Reveria turned out the way he hoped, he should offer to teach Naza about the School of Restoration. Familia was an alchemy and healing one, so knowing the restoration spells he could teach her would be a huge boon. Soon enough, Naza too made her exit and Torhen headed back into the house to find Hestia. She was sitting at the table in their temporary dining room, going over some paperwork when he found her. Do you have a few minutes? He asked. Sure. She set the paperwork aside. What do you need? I was hoping you could take a look at my Falna again. We need to figure out how it treats Tamrielic magic. I'll be speaking with Reveria, the top mage of the Loki Familia tomorrow, but you're the only one who can properly examine my Falna. Hestia nodded. That's probably something we should figure out. It could be helpful in the future if we can teach our magically inclined members a decent number of spells. Torhen quickly removed his tunic and sat in front of the goddess. Within moments, he could feel her unlocking his Falna and examining it. Silence reigned for several minutes before Hestia spoke up once again. It's difficult to tell, she said. It seems as though the Falna is registering Tamrielic magic under the spell category but treating it like a skill. I've gotten good look our normal spells, thanks to Lily, and it's definitely different. The glow from his Falna was casting strange shadows around the room as she worked. I think the best way to describe it is by calling it a magic skill. It's not a specific spell, so it doesn't seem to be taking up one of your spell slots, but it's not a normal skill either. So, you're saying that someone with filled spell slots might be able to learn Tamrielic spells, that it's more like giving them a skill. I'm no magic expert, but I think so. We'd have to test it. She said, the only way to know for sure would be to have someone with max spell slots read one of your spell books. If Tamrielic magic uses a spell slot, then nothing will happen. If it doesn't, then they should gain access to Tamrielic magic, if only for that school and only through your spell books. Hestia pricked her finger and locked his status once again. Reveria, the level 6 mage of the Loki Familia, will be here tomorrow. Torhen said, do we have a copy of Bel's status? We could hide everything but his level and magic to show her and get her opinion. I do still have a copy, but are you sure we should trust her? Plus, it would tip Loki off that you're not from this world. Hestia sounded uncertain. It's a risk, I agree, but I have met quite a few of the Loki Familia members as well as Loki herself. Torhen moved to sit at the table as he put his tunic back on. We are hoping for an alliance with them, and I've never gotten a bad feeling from any of the members I've met. I will make a final judgment tomorrow after I meet Reveria, but I think we should trust her. As for Loki, we are planning on telling her about me anyway, so I don't mind her finding out I'm from Tamriel a little early. If you say so. Still, the only way to test it is to give a mage with full slots one of your spell books. Are you willing to do that? Torhen nodded. I have a lesser ward book that I'm willing to fight with, and I can make more if necessary. Lesser ward is not an overly powerful spell. While it will block all or most Damage from an elemental or magical attack. It requires training to make it block physical attacks at all. Further, it is a very weak ward, easily blown away after catching a single attack. Of decent power, so if our relationship sours, we won't have handed them a powerful weapon. Just from that. All right, Hestia sighed. I'll trust your judgment on this, but I want to meet her before we do the test. That sounds perfectly reasonable, Torhen said with a smile. Finn's mind was whirring as he walked up to his office carrying the magic bags. Torhen had given him and his copy of the contract he'd signed with the captain of the Mayak. Familia. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, and it had already been a productive and fascinating day. If the potions he'd bought from Captain Naza worked as advertised, they would be a massive boon to their upcoming expedition. Judging by the way the stamina potion he'd drank had worked, he was sure they would prove invaluable. Not as invaluable, however, as the incredible enchanted packs Torhen had given him. They would change everything about how they would act in the deeper floors. No more leaving drop items behind after a fight. No more leaving crucial equipment behind to save. Wait, they could make a real attempt at going deeper and actually make some money off of it for a change. They'd been forced to turn back on their last expedition because of the acidic monsters they'd encountered. More than one of their best fighters had lost their weapons to the monster's acid blood, and they'd used most of their elixirs healing the wounded. After returning to the surface, they'd had to spend a ridiculous amount of money on repairs and getting indestructible weapons made, which meant they desperately needed to earn a lot of money during the coming expedition. These magic bags and the new potions would be a game changer, and Finn was now totally convinced that they needed to make allies of the Hestia and Mayak familiars, no matter the cost. As he approached his office, he spotted Tyon standing outside his door. "Hi, Captain," she said in the usual sweet tone she used to talk to him. "Do you need anything?" While her crush on him was both endearing and occasionally annoying, having her around to help him when he needed it was something he really was grateful for. "Yes, actually," he said, causing Tyon's eyes to light up. "I need you to go get Riveria, Gareth, and Loki. I need to talk to them, and it's pretty important. Make sure they come as soon as they can." "You got it," she said before sprinting off down the hall. Finn entered his office and set the bags on the coffee table that sat between the couches. He placed the contract down on his desk and sat behind it, waiting for the others to arrive. As he waited, his mind drifted back to his spar with Torhen. The man's speed and strength were incredible, and Finn was certain he was level 8. Over the last few years, Finn had started to worry that he might have peaked, but now, with the opportunity to regularly train and spar with someone so much stronger than him, maybe level 7 wasn't out of his reach. Maybe he could still make it. "Yo, Finn," came Loki's voice as the door flew open. Loki strode in, followed quickly by Riveria and Gareth, with Tyon standing outside the door. "Thank you," Tyon, Finn called to her. "We're going to be here a while, so make sure nobody disturbs us." "Will do, Captain," she said, closing the door. "So, what's this important thing you wanted to talk to us about?" Loki asked, kicking back onto the couch with her feet up on the coffee table. "Did something happen when you went to speak with the man AIS has been training with?" Riveria asked. "Yes, indeed," Finn said. "First, Loki, have you been brought up to speed on who AIS has been training with?" "Yep," Loki nodded. "I gotta admit, I'm eager to hear your assessment of his strength." "Well, before we get to that," Finn held up the contract. "We should talk about this." "What is it?" Gareth asked. "It's a contract. The captain of the Mayak Familia, the one who made the potions we're testing yesterday, was at the Hestia Familia's training grounds this morning. I approached her about procuring more of those potions for our expedition from her familia." He handed the contract over to Riveria. "Turns out, what we got to test is just the tip of the iceberg. I got to look at their catalog and decided that we need a lot of what they have available. The Mayak Familia will be providing all of our potions for this expedition, and despite how unique and effective their potions are, we are still paying less than we would if we had to buy from Dien Sect." "Well, I'm certainly all for paying less for a better product, but are you sure the Mayak Familia can deliver?" Riveria asked, passing the contract on to Loki. "I'm certain they can," Finn said. Captain Naza did not strike him as the kind of person to renege on a deal. Those potions certainly were impressive yesterday, so you'll get no argument from me, Gareth said. I'm more interested in whether or not you got to spar with this Torhen person. I did, Finn admitted. The others leaned forward, very interested. He sparred with me after he finished wiping the floor with AIS. And how did it go? Loki asked. Is he as strong as AIS says? Gareth's eyes were shining as he considered the idea. Stronger, Finn replied. Gareth's eyes got even brighter, and Loki sat upright. I didn't stand a chance. He's got to be level 8, I'm sure of it. Torhen was holding back during both his fight with me and with AIS, and he didn't look winded after either bout. Loki whistled, and Gareth looked even more excited. Did you ask if he would spar with me? Gareth asked. I did, Finn nodded. He said that we can come by after his Familia finished training. Tomorrow. He agreed to spar with you, Gareth, and had a few questions about magic for you. Reveria. Oh, fascinating, Reveria said. Gah! Loki yelled. I wish I hadn't made that deal with Lil Bit. The curiosity is killing me. It's only another month, Loki. You can wait, Finn said. In any case, I believe that allying ourselves with the Hestia and Mayak familiars is in our best interest. Aside from making a deal with Captain Naza and sparring with Torhen, I got one more thing out of my trip today. Something that I am certain will be a massive game changer. Well, don't keep us in suspense. What is it? Gareth said, impatiently. Those, Finn pointed to the leather backpacks on the coffee table. Backpacks? Loki asked. What's so special about them? Open them, Finn said. He couldn't wait to see their reactions. The others each pulled a bag towards themselves and flipped open the top. Loki's eyes opened wide as she let out an amusing little A. Gareth's grunt of surprise and Reveria's eyebrows disappearing made Finn chuckle. Torhen made those and gave them to me, Finn explained. They are enchanted. According to Torhen, they can hold 30 times their actual size but will never weigh more than they do right now. The magical display allows for easy storage, sorting, and removal of anything placed within. You're right, Finn. This is a total game changer, Reveria said. No more leaving stones, drop items, or equipment behind. Gareth cut in, still examining the bag in his hand. They are also small enough to wear while still having a full range of motion in combat, Finn added. Both of the active members of the Hestia Familia wear them, essentially acting as their own supporters. I suppose I should avoid teasing Hestia too much before or at our meeting, Loki said, seriously. We need her Familia on our side. We do indeed, Reveria said. This, Torhen, was able to cast multiple powerful spells without chanting, and he is an accomplished warrior, possibly at level 8. Not only that, but according to AIS, the active members of the Hestia Familia are progressing faster than any adventurer she's ever heard of. The boy looks like he could level up at any time and has only been adventuring for 2 months. Torhen loves to teach, Finn added. AIS told us that if we could make an alliance and have him train with us and the other executives, it could go a long way to improving our overall strength. More than that, I want to befriend him. To that end, I invited him to join our expedition just until we reach the 18th floor. That way, he can stay retired, and we get a good chance to talk with him and introduce him to our other members. That sounds like a good plan, Reveria said with Loki and Gareth agreeing. Torhen and AIS had just finished for the day when he spotted Finn walking towards them, accompanied by a green-haired elf and a dwarf. He knew that the dwarf, Gareth, preferred heavy weapons, so he'd prepared something a little different for their spar that day. As for his talk with Reveria, Hestia would be coming out soon so that they could get her opinion on Tamrielic magic. Good morning, Finn called out to him. Morning, he called back before addressing the newcomers. Welcome to the Hestia Familia's training ground. I'm Torhen. It's a pleasure to meet you, the elf said. I'm Reveria Ijos Alf, of the Loki Familia. Nice ta meetcha, the dwarf yelled. The name's Gareth Landrock. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Torhen nodded to them. Thank you again for the magic packs, and for agreeing to this, Finn said. My pleasure, Torhen smiled. He turned to the dwarf, who was wearing armor and carrying a large axe. Am I right in guessing that you wish to start as soon as possible? You got that right, friend, Gareth exclaimed. I've been looking forward to this. Then, if the others will excuse us, Finn and Reveria nodded. We can begin. I just need to grab my gear. Torhen walked over to the weapon racks. AIS told me about your preferred choice of weapon, so I thought I'd change things up for this spa. Make it interesting. He picked up the weapon he'd chosen to fight Gareth with. While he had not forged it himself, the long hammer was one of his favorite weapons. When he wanted to go two-handed, it still held its awesomer design, but he had modified it extensively over the years to make it perfect for him and enjoyed breaking it out of storage every once in a while. Well now, Gareth whistled. That is one lethal-looking warhammer. I acquired it years ago. Do you mind if I use it against you? Torhen asked. Not at all. Gareth exclaimed. It just makes me more excited. Then, let us begin. Torhen said, hefting the long hammer. Torhen and Gareth circled each other, weapons ready. Unlike his bouts with AIS or Finn, this was not a contest of speed or skill. This was a test of strength. With a cry, Gareth sprang into action, bringing his axe over his head in a mighty blow. Torhen sidestepped and thrust the long hammer towards the axe. The hammer smashed into his flat blade, sending it off to the side and Gareth stumbling. Wasn't expecting that. Gareth yelled as he scrambled away. They began to circle. Again, Torhen could easily end the fight, but that wasn't the point. He knew he would win. But just like with Finn, he wanted to see how good Gareth was. They clashed again, Torhen blocking Gareth's swing with the shaft of the hammer and catching Gareth's shoulder with the butt of his weapon. They continued in that fashion for some time, engaging and retreating. Gareth constantly trying to outdo Torhen's strength and failing, while Torhen assessed Gareth's skill. Finally, Torhen had had enough, so, on Gareth's next big swing, Torhen used the clawed opening on the head of his hammer to catch the handle of Gareth's axe. With a heave, he pushed the axe away from him, the back of the head slamming into Gareth's helm. Dazed, Gareth stumbled, unable to even try to stop Torhen from tripping him into the dirt and placing the head of the long hammer on his chest. It visibly took Gareth a moment to register what had happened. When it finally clicked, he started to laugh uncontrollably. That was fantastic, he exclaimed when he finally stood. I haven't had a bout like that in forever. You're quite skilled with that hammer. You're no slouch yourself, Gareth, Torhen said with a smile. Anytime you feel the need for a bout, just ask. Just, not every day, all right. Gareth grinned. Not to worry. I will be taking you up on that offer there. Satisfied? Reveria asked as they walked back to the tables where Hestia was now sitting with Finn, Reveria, and AIS. Very. Gareth laughed. Then perhaps it is time for us to begin our discussion, Reveria said. Indeed. Torhen nodded. But perhaps we should head inside my workshop. He gestured over to the nearby building. There are builders all over our home today, and this is a conversation that's best held with a bit of privacy. Torhen led them into the workshop, everyone taking seats in a small lounge area he'd set up a while ago. Please understand, Hestia began, addressing their guests. The only reason we are doing this is because we need the opinion of a skilled mage, and Torhen thinks we can trust you. I need to know you won't betray that trust. None of us will betray your confidence, Goddess Hestia, Reveria said, with the others adding in their agreement. What we have to ask will leave you with a great many questions that cannot be answered until after I have spoken with Loki, Hestia added. Can you accept that? I can, Reveria nodded. In that case, please take a look at this. Hestia handed over Belle's modified status sheet. Torhen cut in as Reveria examined the sheet. I cannot tell you where I learned it or how, but the magic I and now Belle use is very different to what is most commonly known. Initially, I began learning through the use of spell books. Through a grimoire? Reveria asked. Yes and no, Torhen said. These spell books are different because there are specific versions tied to different spells. Each one teaches the reader the same spell every time. I gave Belle a Firebolt spell book, and he learned Firebolt. We knew what he would learn before he ever read the book. Reveria's eyes had gone very wide. That's incredible, she said. Until now, grimoires have always been random. Torhen nodded. The problem is that the fauna seems to treat what these books teach as a different type of magic. Is that why this sheet says Tamrielic magic? Reveria asked. Yes, Hestia said. From what I can tell, it is registering as magic, but the Falna is. Treating it like a skill. What we want to know is, in your opinion as a mage, is it possible that this is actually a magic skill, not bound by the spell slot limitations of the Falna? Riveria paused for a moment. I have never heard of a skill being registered under the magic section, but there are spells and skills that allow for the use of multiple spells. Lefia's own elf ring, for example. It is very possible that this Tamrielic magic allows the user to bypass the spell restrictions. How many spells does it allow you to use, Mr. Torhen? Dozens, Torhen said. Riveria's eyes widened and Finn's eyebrows had disappeared. If that's the case, then I have to assume that your guess is correct. The only way to know for certain is to test it, Riveria said. Hestia and Torhen looked at each other. They'd discussed this already, but it was still a huge show of trust. Finally, Torhen spoke up. There are no members of our familia with filled spell slots, he said, seriously. We have another spell book that we are willing to give you for this test. It is not a very powerful spell, but it is a Tamrielic spell. Riveria's jaw had dropped. Are you sure of this? She asked. We are, Hestia said. Then may I ask what the spell is? The curiosity in Riveria's eyes was burning. Torhen extended a hand, the fist glowing with magic, and a small shield erupted into life. Riveria stared at it in wonder. This is the Lesser Ward spell, Torhen said. It will nullify nearly all damage from elemental or magical attacks. With training, it can be used to block some physical attacks. If one can concentrate properly, it can even be cast alongside other spells. Riveria reached out, her fingers brushing against the magical barrier. There are some downsides, though. It can, at most, absorb a single attack before breaking and needing to be recast. On top of that, it is a constant drain on the caster's magical reserves, making sustained use impractical. Even with those drawbacks, this is a very valuable spell, Riveria said. She paused for a moment. If you do not mind, I think there is another member of the Loki Familia who could put this spell to better use. Oh, who do you mean? Hestia asked. Lefia, Riveria answered. The girl Torhen healed at Mosentophilia. She has been having trouble in the dungeon. She is still learning concurrent chanting, and is stuck in one place while she casts her spells. Just knowing that she has a shield spell that can be cast quickly would boost her confidence and combat ability greatly. Torhen considered that for a moment. He did not have any real objections. Looking to Hestia, he could see that she would follow his lead on this. Very well, he said. I will send the book with you today, but I want your word that you will give it to Lefia the moment you return to Twilight Manor. We need to know if this will work. Agreed, Riveria said. Finn was nodding as well. We will have Lefia read the book and have Loki update her status as soon as we can. If it works, do you mind if we bring her here tomorrow to test the spell? I think I would insist on it, Torhen said. I am the only person who can teach her to use it properly. Riveria nodded. Thank you, she said, for trusting me with this. I promise, I will not betray the trust you've shown me. You have done a great deal for our familia in just a few days, Finn added. We are truly grateful. Hestia smiled and Torhen nodded his head, respectfully. It was not much longer before their discussion had concluded and the members of the Loki Familia headed home, with Riveria clutching the spell book to herself as if it was the most precious thing she had ever seen. Welf Crozo stood in his forge, glaring at the sword in front of him. He was faced with a dilemma that was more agonizing than any he'd ever encountered. A couple weeks ago, his goddess, Hephaestus, had come into his forge holding this sword, and it had changed the way he saw the world. It was also the source of his dilemma. Flashback. What is this? He asked, staring at the sword Hephaestus had brought him, which was laying on his workbench. Said goddess was leaning against the wall next to the table. He'd spent the last hour testing the sword, waiting for it to break. Finally, the magic had just stopped working, but the blade hadn't broken. It was still a perfectly effective sword. Hephaestus had then used the blade to destroy a magic stone, and suddenly the magic was working again. It's an enchanted sword, she said. I can see that. Welf exclaimed, frustrated. How does it work? Magic swords break. It's a fact of life. How does this thing even exist? You'll have to ask the man who forged it, she smiled. Hephaestus was being unusually coy right now. And who is that? Welf asked. The curiosity was eating him alive. He's probably the best mortal smith I've ever met, Hephaestus said. The only one. Whose skill rivals my own. Without arcanum, of course. Shock tore through Welf's body. Someone out there had achieved his goal. A mortal had actually matched the skill of the goddess of the forge. Who is he? What familiar is he part of? Welf had to know. I won't tell you his name, she said. Not yet. She hesitated. You see, I've already asked him to teach you. Welf's heart soared. The idea of learning from such a master was almost too good to pass up. There is a catch though, Hephaestus added. Welf's heart sank into his stomach. Catches were never good. What's the catch? He asked, hesitantly. Hephaestus sighed. He agreed to teach you, but it is a complicated and time-consuming art to teach. The only way to teach you properly is to take you on as an apprentice. You would have to leave my familia and join his. Welf's heart was in his stomach now. Leave the Hephaestus familia. That was the last thing he wanted to do. I don't want to leave, he said. And I don't want you to go, Hephaestus said. But this opportunity is one I don't think you should pass up. Besides, she smiled, once you have learned everything he has to teach, no matter how many years it takes, neither he nor I will stop you from rejoining my familia. That made things better. Still, to leave the familia of the woman he loved for an unknown count of years. It was a hard call to make. I have a lot to think about, don't I? He said, his voice quiet. Yes, Hephaestus said, just as quiet. You do. Flashback end. Welf sighed as he draped a cloth over the sword. Leaving the Hephaestus familia was a big downside, but the idea of learning from a master that Hephaestus herself had acknowledged, that was not something he could pass up. He still wasn't quite sure what to do, but the more he thought about it, the more tempting the offer was. Welf sighed again. I need a drink, he muttered to himself. Unknown eastern region. Alduin soared over the strange new land. It appeared to be a large island of some kind that was north of the region where he'd reawakened. Peering at the ground below, he could see a Joa village of some kind. That was good. He had yet to encounter any mortals since his awakening and was itching for a little chaos. He was Alduin, the destroyer. Killing and enslaving mortals was something he relished in. Tucking his wings, he dove through the air over the unsuspecting Joa and unleashed a devastating shout. Yol Torshul. The torrent of flame engulfed the buildings below. Alduin could see several mortals scurrying about below him like the pathetic beings they were. He wheeled around for another pass. Conquering could wait. For now, he would have his fun. Orario. On most nights, even denizens of the labyrinth city weren't all that concerned with what happened outside the walls. Even the guards who patrolled the wall were only ever focused on the ground below it. It was no wonder then that nobody was looking at the eastern sky when, just for a moment, so far in the distance that it was almost unnoticeable, a golden shaft of light could be seen rising into the heavens. All those outside the city who caught a glimpse knew what it meant. Those closest were scrambling in a panic or running for their lives, but those within Orario and its surrounding territories remained blissfully unaware that a god had been forcibly sent back to heaven. Chapter end notes. AON, I did some digging into expeditions and didn't find much about the guild's policy, so I just made something up that would work. It does make sense to me that Familia need a certain number of members before an expedition can happen, and Bell never even got a proper quest from the guild until he hit level 4, so that made sense too. Answers to a few questions. On FFN. The Killer 40513. I'm not against adding things from ESO, but to tell the truth I haven't played it much. I'll probably stick mostly with Skyrim's magic to keep things simpler. But if it's something really useful, I might bring it in. Christam. First, I love reading your predictions and ideas. They are really creative and help my though process. To answer your most recent question though, I do have a rough plan for the Apollo War. Not everything is set in stone yet, but it's a ways off. I like the suggestion about a war between Mayak and Dien's sect. I might not go with an all-out war game though. I feel like there will definitely be some conflict though. As for the Xenos, I'm still working on how I want to handle them. Chapter Summary. Chapter 13. Final Preparations. Chapter Notes. AON. This past week has been exhausting. It took me days to write this because I barely had any time to write. On top of a bunch of chaos at home, I went back to work this week, so my time has been limited. I still can't make any promises about an upload schedule, but I'll try not to let more than a week pass between updates. This chapter is a little shorter than the previous ones and is the last of the prep chapters before the expedition begins, so you can probably guess what's going to happen in the next chapter. Thank you so much for the comments and reviews. They are very much appreciated. If you would like to comment on this chapter, please do. I welcome it. I've answered a few questions at the bottom. See the end of the chapter for more. Loki. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 13. Loki thumped the back of her head against the wall repeatedly, lost in thought. In front of her sat Reveria, Finn, Gareth, AIS, and Lefia, who were all looking at Lefia's status. AIS and her 3 oldest members had returned not too long ago with Reveria clutching a book tightly to her chest. Her fierce protection of the book had been explained when Loki learned that it was a special grimoire that Torhen of the Hestia Familia had given them, with the promise that Lefia, the girl Reveria had suggested read the book, would do so as soon as they returned. After a quick explanation about magic skills, bypassing the spell slot restrictions, and a possible new branch of magic, the 6 of them had holed up in Loki's office. Sure enough, when Lefia cracked the book open, she'd fallen unconscious just like with a normal grimoire. That should not have happened, but it was a good sign. Normally, when a person with maxed spell slots like Lefia opened a grimoire, nothing happened. They wouldn't fall asleep or learn new magic. Lefia falling asleep after opening the book was a good sign. Once she'd come to, Reveria had kicked the boys out of the room so Loki could update Lefia's status. Now, they were all gathered around the status sheet. Lefia and Reveria were chatting excitedly about what had appeared there. Just as Reveria, Hestia, and Torhen had speculated, something new had been added to Lefia's fauna. Under the magic section, beneath Lefia's other spells, it now showed Tamrielic magic. Restoration, 20. Lesser ward, a Tamrielic shield spell. Sustained cast. Casts a round shield that will protect the user against magical or elemental damage. Physical damage can be blocked with training. Will continuously block damage until the damage threshold is reached. Spell will then shatter. Mind cost, 34 per second. Mind cost will decrease as restoration level increases. Use restoration spells to increase restoration level. It was an interesting spell, and it made Loki feel much better about sending Lefia into the dungeon. They'd have to test it to see just what it could block, but it would definitely be helpful for the girl. There was just one thing that was bothering Loki. Tamrielic. She knew that word. She was certain of it. She just couldn't remember where she'd heard it before. It had been a long time, but she was certain it was something she'd heard about before she'd come down to the lower world. Loki continued to thump her head against the wall, trying to dislodge the memory. With a sigh, she reached for her glass of wine. Wine. She remembered now. She'd heard the word Tamriel from Sanguine and Shiagarath the last time they'd gone out. Partying, pranking, same thing. Shio had shown up wearing a hat made of cheese, ranting about wanting to feed it to his servant, Hazkill, when he wasn't looking. She couldn't remember if they'd managed it. She'd drunk too much of Sanguine's best wine and couldn't remember anything else. Something about an hourglass, 3 goats, wiggly fingers, and a boat. Had she played the trumpet at one point? Loki wasn't sure, but she remembered Tamriel. It was one of the regions of Nirn, the world created by Lorcan, Akatosh, and the others. The only question now was how they'd gotten their hands on a grimoire from Nirn. Torhen, he'd given it to them, and Reveria said that he used that magic almost exclusively. That pretty much confirmed that he was from Nirn, which explained a great deal. The only question was, which god sent him here and why he felt like he had divine energy. That triggered another memory of Shiagarath. He'd mentioned that he and Jigalag had finally separated when some mortal hero on Nirn had mantled Shio. Before that, the mortal had been caught up in a conflict of some kind with Dagon over a demigod connected to Akatosh. She couldn't remember what it was called. Dragonkin. She thought. No, it was Dragonborn. Torhen had to be Dragonborn. That was why he had divine energy. She'd never Heard of any other demigod-like being from Nirn that had divine energy like that? If she was right, then what was a demigod from another world doing here? Weren't the Dragonborn supposed to be mortal champions? Now she knew the source of Torhen's strength but still had a ton of questions. Should I take a look at the guild files? Loki thought. She shook her head. No, I promised Hestia I would wait 2 months. I don't break promises. If she takes any longer though, I'm gonna start digging. Are you alright, Loki? Finn's voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her. Loki looked around for a moment, then answered him. I'm fine, Finn. Just trying to remember where I've heard Tamriel before. You've heard of this, Loki? Reveria asked. Loki nodded. It's a very long story, and I don't think I should share until I've spoken with Hestia. I'm sorry about that, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. Torhen and Hestia refused to share more until they'd spoken with you as well, Reveria said. With a nod. We will simply have to trust your judgment. In any case, this spell will prove very useful in the dungeon. You said that Mr. Torhen will be teaching me how to use it tomorrow, right? Lefia cut in. He insisted that he be the one to teach you, Reveria replied. The cover of the book called it a novice spell. It is likely a weaker version of the spell he used to protect you during Monsterphilia. All we can do for now is wait until he teaches you how to use it, Finn added. Don't try to use any magic until he does, Lefia. She nodded. Until then, we still have quite a lot of preparation to get done if we are to start our expedition on time. If you'll excuse us, AIS. Lefia, we should probably get started on that. The two girls made their exit while the heads of the Loki Familia made their way to Finn's office to discuss the finer points of their coming expedition. Lefia resisted the urge to grunt from the strain of keeping the lesser ward spell active, walking slowly around the training yard. It was not an especially hard spell to cast, with her only difficulty being getting used to the activation method and the odd sensation of feeling her mind constantly being drained. Magicka, as Mr. Torhen put it. She had to admit, she preferred that word to using mind. Mr. Torhen and Lady Reveria stood nearby, watching as she kept the spell active. This was the 10th time she'd cast it, trying to keep it up for several minutes each time, and was only just starting to feel any strain. Once she'd gotten the hang of the activation method, Mr. Torhen had helped her work on keeping it up for longer periods. It required constant concentration and had a steady magicka drain, but she had gotten used to it by now. The only real problem was holding her concentration while moving. That's enough, Lefia, Mr. Torhen said. Lefia let the shield drop with a sigh of relief. She could actually feel herself getting closer to going mind down and was relieved that he wouldn't make her hit her limit. You've done very well, Lefia, Lady Reveria said, walking over. Here, she held out a blue bottle. It was one of the new types of potions, like the ones the captain had ordered for their coming expedition. Thank you, Lefia said, gratefully. She popped the cork and quickly drank the potion. Once again, she experienced an odd sensation as she quite literally felt her magicka rapidly refill itself. Once it was done, she turned to Mr. Torhen. You're doing very well, Lefia, he said. Mr. Torhen was a very nice man and so far had been a very good teacher. Now that you've gotten the hang of sustaining the spell, it's time we moved on to blocking attacks with it. Now Lefia was nervous. He'd mentioned that earlier. How are we going to do that? She asked, timidly. Simple, Mr. Torhen said. I'm going to throw some spells at you. She'd been afraid of that. We'll start with a simple flame spell. It produces a continuous stream of fire, but it is a novice spell, just like your lesser ward. Eventually, using them against each other will become a battle of attrition, but it is very useful for learning to block using a magic shield. What about impact attacks? Lady Reveria asked. Many monsters that use elements in the dungeon use short burst attacks instead of continuous ones. We'll move on to impact attacks once Lefia gets used to the blocking sensation, Mr. Torhen said. He moved to the center of the field, opposite her. Now cast the ward spell, and keep it up. A sudden flame appeared in his hand. Lefia brought up the ward, bracing herself. Mr. Torhen let the spell go, a small stream of fire flowing from his hand and impacting the shield. She could feel the spell blocking the flames. It was similar to blocking with a normal shield, but the strain was on her mind rather than her muscles. Mr. Torhen let the fire spell drop. Well done, Lefia, he said. We'll do this a few more times, and then move on to impact spells. She nodded. It was perhaps 10 minutes later that Mr. Torhen called them to a stop. Have you gotten used to the feeling now? He asked. I think so, Lefia said. It was a strange feeling, but it wasn't overly uncomfortable or distracting. I'm ready to try an impact spell. Mr. Torhen nodded. This is the firebolt spell, he said. His hand was suddenly alight with flame, but it was concentrated into a ball as opposed to the stream the last spell had been. It's the same spell I gave Belle, the captain of my Familia, as an apprentice level spell. It won't be powerful enough to shatter your shield with one hit, so it should be a good test. I'm ready, Lefia nodded, determined. She brought her shield up, bracing for the impact. The ball of flame shot from Mr. Torhen's hand, crashing into the shield. Lefia let out a grunt, feeling the force of the spell trying to knock her off her feet, and could tell that the ward wouldn't stand up to much more. Well done, Mr. Torhen said. Don't let it fall. You need to see what it's like when it shatters before it happens in live combat. He raised the firebolt spell again and fired. This time, Lefia felt the impact overwhelm her ward and, with a sound like breaking glass, the magical shield shattered. The force of it breaking caused her to take a step back, trying to keep her footing. I didn't expect it to shatter with that much force, she said. What happens if it gets hit with something wildly more powerful? The ward will protect you from the damage to some extent, even if it shatters, but it won't be able to block everything. You'll likely take some damage, but it will be far less than if you took it head-on. Higher-level ward spells will block more, but at the price of an increased magicka cost. Why not just start with the more powerful shield spells? Lefia asked. Because of your proficiency with the School of Magic, Mr. Torhen said. What do you mean? Lady Reveria cut in. Did you notice that once Lefia learned the spell, under Tamrielic magic it said, Restoration, followed by a number? He replied. Yes, Lefia said. It said 20. Tamrielic magic is divided into schools. There's Restoration, Destruction, Illusion, Conjuration, and Alteration. Mr. Torhen explained. Ward spells are part of the School of Restoration. The number indicates your proficiency with that school. Similar to your status levels, using restoration spells will increase that number. The higher your level in Restoration, the more powerful spells from that school you'll be able to learn. Starting with the strongest spells is possible, but the magicka cost of casting powerful spells at a low level is astronomical compared to casing them once you've reached the right level of proficiency. That certainly made sense to Lefia. So, I just need to practice with the spell and eventually I will become proficient enough to move on to stronger ward spells. Yes, Mr. Torhen nodded. Once your level with them has gotten high enough, we'll talk about you learning the stronger spells. Weaker ones still have their uses though, even after progressing that far. They do? She asked. Once your level is high enough, Mr. Torhen explained, the magicka cost goes down significantly for lower level spells. When going through the dungeon, it is more efficient to cast the lower level ward spells while on the upper floors than it would to use a high level spell to block an attack from a simple hellhound. Lefia nodded, but Lady Reveria cut in before she could say anything else. What other spells are contained within the School of Restoration? She asked. Restoration primarily deals with protection and healing spells, Mr. Torhen replied. I can't do anything about it now, but perhaps we can look into teaching one or two of your members a few healing spells after you return from the expedition. You're coming with us, right, Mr. Torhen? Lefia asked. She'd heard the captain and Lady Reveria talking about it yesterday. Only until the 18th floor, he said. I'm semi-retired, so that's as deep as I can go. Lefia nodded. Now, we should move on to blocking different elements. His hand was suddenly filled with a crackling, electrical energy. It can feel a little different to block different elements, so you should get used to it now while you have the chance. Lefia gulped. Naza stood in her laboratory, her hair pulled back from her face by a simple headband. She'd learned the hard way that the new potion formulae did not react well when unintended substances were introduced. Even just a single strand hair falling into the potion could change its effects. As the last of the liquid dripped from her alembic into the bottle, Naza doused the burner. Putting a stopper in the bottle, she moved over to put it in the crate that was sitting on a table nearby. This was the last of the drafts of vigor that Captain Finn of the Loki, Familia, had asked for. She was nearly finished with the entire order, with only a few of the higher-level potions still on their brewing stands. They would be done in a few hours, and it was good that she was so close to finishing. Tomorrow was the last day before the Loki. Familia set off, and by the terms of her contract, she needed to deliver the potions by midday. If she could get everything finished and labeled in the next couple hours, she might just be able to get some sleep tonight. Naza and her god, Mayak, had been working night and day to get the order filled. Mayak had been thrilled when he heard that she'd landed such a big contract and had enthusiastically offered his help. Naza did have to make sure he didn't try to sneak anything extra in or try to give anything away for free, but his help was appreciated. She loved his generosity, but sometimes it got in the way of earning money and getting things done. The two had traded off sleep times so that there was always someone working in the lab 24 hours a day. That had been the only way to get things done on time, but Naza hoped that it would be worth it. Not only would they get a massive amount of money from this contract, but they might just gain a new reputation, maybe even a few new members. Naza's new mentor and research partner, Mr. Torhen, had given her one of his special adventurer packs to store the finished products in. Once Captain Finn had taken delivery, she would be using it to bring their payment straight to the bank. Walking around, carrying that much money, even in a magic bag, was not a good idea. Naza sighed, exhaustedly, as she started labeling a bottle. One of the ultimate healing potions was almost finished, and she needed to have the bottle ready before it was done. She had barely been getting any sleep at all over the last week. She'd barely been averaging 3 hours a night, but once the order was delivered and their money was in the bank, she would sleep like a baby. Finn, I have something to show you, but you need to swear to keep it a secret and give it back once we return from the expedition, he said. Finn was sitting in the forge of Tsubaki, captain of the Hephaestus Familia. The dark-haired half-dwarf was sitting at her forge, hammering away. She was still working on the order of indestructible weapons he had commissioned, so it made more sense for him to come to her rather than trying to get her to come to him. Oh. Tsubaki looked up from her work with a cheeky grin. You gonna let me in on some secret of the Loki Familia? Not exactly, Finn said. We were recently given something extremely valuable by a potential ally. Since you will be coming with us as a smith, we agreed that it would be a good idea for you to have one. Well now, you've gotten me all curious. She set down her hammer and turned towards him. What is this valuable thing? This, Finn said, placing one of the magic adventurer packs Torhen had given him on the floor in front of her. A bag? Tsubaki asked in a deadpan. Open it, Finn said, smugly. With a sigh, Tsubaki flipped the top of the bag open and froze. Finn could not see the display since it only appeared to the one who opened the bag, but he had experimented with the packs enough to know what she was seeing. He deliberately placed his own weapon in the bag to showcase its features. He watched as Tsubaki tapped the air, obviously interacting with the display. Her jaw dropped as the shaft of his 4-tier spear suddenly appeared out of the bag. She grabbed it and pulled the spear, obviously far too long to be held in the bag, out with no resistance. What the hell is this? She asked, her single remaining eye going wide. A magic bag, Finn said, taking his spear from her. We were given 3 by a new friend. They are enchanted to hold 30 times their size and will never weigh more than they do. Now, the display you saw is intended to make storing and removing things easier. This is nuts, Tsubaki said, staring at the bag. I've never heard of objects being enchanted like this. She turned to look at him. You've got to introduce me to the person who made this. Finn shook his head. He's coming with us for part of the expedition, so you'll meet him then. Really? Tsubaki grinned widely. That's perfect. I can ask about how he did the enchantments. What are you using the other 2 for? We'll be using them to store the normal things a supporter carries, as well as a bevy of potions we have ordered. Finn said. The potions are new and very powerful, but you'll get to see them in action during the expedition. We thought you should have this pack, since it will let you carry your smithing gear and pick up any drop items you want on the way. Down, instead of having to try and grab them on the way back up. Huh. Tsubaki's grin got even wider. You're gonna spoil me, Finn. I won't want to. Give this baby back. I guess I'll need to convince this new friend of yours to make one for me. Finn shook his head. You can certainly try, he said. If nothing else, I'm sure you can get him to talk about his process. Finn stood. I'll let you get back to it. Will you be finished in time? She gave him a thumbs up. Not to worry, Finn. Your new weapons will be ready on time. Finn smiled and nodded as he walked out the door. Now that he was done with Tsubaki, he needed to get back to his office. He wasn't finished going over the final reports on the current status of his Familia members. He was still trying to work out the party divisions they would use once they passed the 18th floor. On the upper floors, they would typically split into two parties, with the executives making the initial charge to clear anything too dangerous on the upper floors and deal with Goliath. The rear group would follow after, with most of the supplies. The lower-level members of the Familia would handle any monsters the executives missed and bring most of their gear down. Once they passed the 18th floor, they would have their level 3 and 4 members divide into teams with an executive nearby to assist as needed. They would make their way down to the 50th floor this way, with the stronger members taking a more active role the deeper they went. Finn fully intended to have Torhen join the executive group for their run through the upper floors. Expedition Day. Finn walked through the crowd towards the podium. Essentially, the entire Loki Familia was standing in the plaza in front of the dungeon entrance. The last 24 hours had been a chaotic mess of packing, preparation, checks, rechecks, panicked moments of forgetfulness, and occasionally being distracted by Loki's screams of frustration as she tried to update the status as many members as possible. Captain Naza of the Mayak Familia had come by just after breakfast the day before, looking haggard but happy, with a pack slung over her shoulders. It had taken them the better part of an hour to go through all of the potions and make sure that everything was correct and accounted for. She'd left with her payment, grinning but exhausted. Finn had delegated the task of distributing the potions to Riveria, and she'd done a good job. Raoul, a brown-haired human that was level 4, would be acting as one of the supporters for the executive group and had most of the potions in his magic pack. Only a few had already been handed out to the ones who would do most of the fighting. Several healing potions had been given to Lefia, who had the other pack and would be accompanying Gareth and the second unit as they moved through the upper floors. He could see Tsubaki speaking with AIS off to his left. The smiths of the Hephaestus Familia that were accompanying them were mostly congregated near to them. While the majority of the smiths would be heading in with the second unit, Tsubaki would be joining the first unit so that she could speak to Torhen. Speaking of Torhen, Finn finally spotted him. He was standing by the podium, speaking with Riveria and Lefia. Finn had gotten the chance to see the new spell he'd given Lefia in action yesterday and had been very happy with it. For a seemingly low-level spell, it was strong enough to firmly block almost any elemental or magical attack that monsters on the upper floors could throw. It was a different story as they went lower down, but it would still be a huge boon. He didn't think there were many monsters that could easily shatter it. Above the 35th floor, Finn observed Torhen as he walked towards the group. The man was wearing the same sword that he had wielded during the spars with himself, AIS, and Gareth, but this was the first time he'd gotten to see Torhen's armor. He already knew that Torhen wasn't wearing his battle armor, as the man had called it. Just going to the 18th floor didn't warrant it, and Finn had to agree. At his level, going to the 18th floor was not exactly dangerous. It was little more than a long walk, and Torhen was even stronger than Finn. Torhen's travel armor was made of blackened leathers and had quite a few pouches, with a bandolier wrapped around his chest and a knee-length duster. The chest plate seemed to be made of interlocking metal plates that were covered in a black leather. On his back was Torhen's personal adventurer pack and his bow. There was a wicked-looking dark-colored dagger strapped to his right side and another, this one with a golden or brass handle, strapped to his thigh in a holster. "Good morning," Finn called as he walked over to them. "Morning," Torhen said with a nod. "Is it time?" he asked. Finn nodded. "So long as everyone is ready, then yes, it's time." "Everyone is ready, and everything is accounted for," Riveria said as Gareth came over to join them. "All set to go," he said. You just need to do your speech and we can set off. Then let us begin, Finn said with a grin and stepped up onto the raised platform, Reveria and Gareth behind him. With a shrill whistle, he got the attention of everyone who was waiting in the plaza. Everyone, the time has come to set off on our expedition into the deep levels. We will be splitting into 2 teams to avoid causing any chaos on the upper levels. I will be leading the advanced team, while Gareth will lead the larger second group. He looked around at the crowd. Even the people nearby who were not members of the expedition were watching and listening attentively. The Smiths of the Hephaestus Familia will be with us the whole way, and a friend from the Hestia Familia will be joining the advanced team for the first leg. We'll regroup on level 18 and then make a straight run for level 50. He paused again, watching as the determination in the eyes of the crowd grew. Our destination is the uncharted ground of level 59. Expedition forces, let's march. The crowd let out a thunderous cheer, weapons and clenched fists thrusting into the air. Chapter end notes. Aon, Loki figures things out, Lefia learns a spell, and the expedition begins. Hopefully, this chapter isn't too short. Let me know what you think, and if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, don't be afraid to leave a review. Answers to questions. On FFN. Mateus009 Carlos, I don't think I'll be giving Bell or anybody else dragon shouts. For a normal person they take years to learn, so even if I did it would be ages into the story, before it could be a thing. Virus said YX, I would say that Torhen's voice is actually stronger than any normal human, even the Greybirds. He's had over a century to perfect it and has a dragon's soul. Unlike the Greybeards though, he can still talk. In my head, it's because he is part dragon and therefore has fewer repercussions for using the Thuum. Chapter Summary. Chapter 14. Minotaur Incident. Chapter Notes. Aon, warning, graphic violence in this chapter. Torhen gets pissed. I really hope you enjoy this one. It's the next major event, so I hope I did it well. This chapter does have a bit more graphic violence than I usually have, you can guess where. But I did include a warning in the chapter. I do have a couple questions for you. First, what should Bell's alias be? I'm not a big fan of Little Rookie, but if that's the best we can use, I'll go with that. If you have any suggestions for a better one though, I'd love to hear them. Second, any other suggestions for Torhen's battle armor? It's still not gonna be used for a while, so I'd love more feedback on what it should be. I hope you enjoy the chapter. I've left question answers at the bottom. Please leave comments, questions, or reviews if you have anything you'd like to say. See the end of the chapter for more. Bell. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 14. Bell dashed forward, his knife easily slicing through the neck of a needle rabbit. He heard a cry to his left and looked to see the last of the needle rabbit pack explode into dust. One of Lily's bolts sticking out of its neck. He and Lily were on the 9th floor and had been doing very well even though they were rushing more than they probably should. The Loki Familia were leaving on their expedition soon, so he and Lily wanted to get their dive finished before the large group went through. Looks like that's all of them, he said as he sheathed his knife and stood straight. It's been getting much easier to handle monsters from the first 10 floors, Lily commented as she began picking up the drop items and stones. Maybe we should speak to Aina about heading down to the 11th floor. Aina had taken over as Lily's advisor now that she was becoming more of an adventurer than a supporter. Bell shook his head at that. She won't let us, he grimaced. Aina says that no matter how skilled you are, 2 level 1s can't handle the lead up to the middle floors. She wants us to recruit another party member before we head below the 10th floor. He was very appreciative of Aina, and her advice had kept him alive more times than he could count, but it was starting to get frustrating that they couldn't head to the 11th floor. Still, he had promised to follow her advice, so he would stick to the first 10 floors until she gave him the okay to move below them. I suppose she's right about that, Lily said as she stood and adjusted her pack, but I don't have a clue about how or where we should start recruiting. Bell sighed. They'd had that conversation several times, trying to figure out the best way to find a new party member that they could trust. In a perfect world I'd love to ask Naza, but I completely get why she flat out refuses to go into the dungeon at all. Given what happened to her, I can't really blame her for not wanting to even think about it, Lily said, grimly. Bell nodded. Naza's arm had been eaten by a monster right in front of her, so he couldn't blame her for now wanting to go anywhere near the dungeon. We should probably get moving, he said. The Loki Familia has probably started their descent, and I'd like to be on the way back up before they reach us. Agreed, Lily nodded. The two set off down the passageway, searching for their next encounter when a loud, terrified scream rent the air. Belle and Lily froze, staring down the hall, and straining to see or hear anything more. A bellowing roar echoed down the passage, causing Lily to cover her ears. The hairs on the back of Belle's neck suddenly stood up. He knew that roar. There was no mistaking it. A minotaur, he said, faintly. The sound of heavy footsteps reached them as a hulking figure emerged from the other end of the passageway. Torhen. My enchanting method is, in principle, very simple to teach, but it can take many long months, sometimes even years of practice and work to become even reasonably proficient, let alone to become a master, he said to Tsubaki. Torhen was on the 5th floor, with the advance party of the Loki Familia, headed for the 18th floor. So far, it had been smooth sailing. He'd only had to dispatch 3 monsters personally, with the Amazon twins, AIS, and the lightweight werewolf handling most of their encounters with ease. He'd quite enjoyed himself so far. After being introduced, he'd been approached by the Amazon twins, who seemed quite eager to speak with him, especially the one with shorter hair. Flashback. Hey, aren't you the guy who helped us at Monsterphilia? The shorter-haired Amazon asked, staring up at him. They hadn't actually entered the dungeon yet, their group still moving towards the entrance. Torhen, right? The longer-haired one asked. That's right, he chuckled. I don't think I got your names last time, he prompted. Tinoa. The short-haired one said with a blinding smile. She pointed to her sister. This is my sister Tyon, and that's Beat. She gestured to the werewolf he recognized as being the one who'd gone on a drunken rant at the tavern the night before Monsterphilia. The werewolf scoffed as he moved away from them, towards the head of the group. Not exactly friendly, is he? Torhen asked in a deadpan. Beats an ass, Tiona said, but he's all right. He's a soft little puppy deep down. What did you say, shitty Amazon? Beat yelled from the head of the column. Quiet down, Beat. Reveria interrupted him. What's your language? Sorry about him, Tyon said. He really isn't a bad guy, but he's very confident in himself and has pretty much zero people skills. Torhen chuckled. Not to worry, I've met quite a few people like him in my life. AIS says she's been sparring with you. Is that true? Tiona asked. She says you've beaten her every time. I have, Torhen nodded. AIS is extremely skilled with a sword, but even the best have room for improvement. I am simply helping her with that. He's got a point. Finn cut in from behind them before addressing Torhen. I didn't even realize how many mistakes I was making until after you wiped the floor with me. No way. Tiona's eyes went wide. Tyon's jaw had dropped to the floor. He beat you, Captain. Finn nodded. Gareth too. It wouldn't surprise me if Torhen here was the strongest adventurer in Orario. Torhen couldn't help but let out a small laugh at that. He was definitely the strongest. Perhaps I am, he said with a chuckle, but one must never become complacent. Being too assured of your own strength is the best way to make a mistake and get yourself killed. Wise words, Finn said with a nod. By the way, I meant to introduce you. He gestured to the black-haired half-dwarf girl with the eye patch. This is Tsubaki, captain of the Hestia Familia. She's borrowing one of the packs you gave us for this expedition. So, you're the one who made these things? She asked, gesturing over her shoulder to the bag fastened to her back. I've been hoping to ask about your enchanting process. They are unlike anything I've seen before. I did make them, Torhen said, extending a hand for her to shake. It's a pleasure to meet you. When last we talked, your goddess, Hephaestus, spoke of you quite fondly. Tsubaki's eyes widened as she shook his hand. You've met Hephaestus? She asked. Torhen nodded. She visited my forge not too long ago, hoping I'd teach my enchanting skills to one of your members. Welf, I believe his name was. Tsubaki nodded at that. Yeah, of all our members he's the one who would benefit most from learning to enchant like this. Can I ask what your process is? I've examined this pack, but I can't figure out how you did it. Flashback end. That question had prompted a discussion that had lasted quite a while as they descended the first few floors. I wish I had the time to work with you and learn it all, Sabaki said, sadly. Still, I hope Welf accepts the offer to be your apprentice. He would really benefit from it. I hope he does as well, Torhen said. As for yourself, if you wish to come by and observe or talk shop, feel free. I am always happy to compare notes with another craftsman. And who knows, you might pick up a few things. Sabaki grinned. I might just take you up on your offer, she said. Beyond all that, how much would it cost me to get you to make one of these expanded adventurer packs for me? This thing is ridiculously useful. Torhen smiled. I wouldn't say that it would cost you too much, he said. Perhaps we can work out a trade deal. I am still in need of quite a few materials that my Familia cannot currently get access to. What do you say to trading those materials for a pack or two? Sabaki grinned. I can certainly agree to that. She said, I'll come by your forge after this expedition is over and we'll work out a trade. Bell, aim for its eyes. Bell shouted, ducking under a swing from the Minotaur's sword. He and Lily had tried to run from the Minotaur, but it was just too fast for them. Not only was it way faster than the one Bell had encountered on the 5th floor, but it was much stronger and carrying a huge sword. Bell had never heard of a Minotaur using a sword before, but it certainly made fighting it tricky. Since they couldn't outrun it, their only option was to fight and hope for the best. He and Lily were running circles around it, trying to divide its attention. It may have been faster than them in a straight line, but the two of them were far more agile. Bell was getting in close, trying to score hits on the Minotaur's thick hide, while Lily would take potshots with her crossbow to distract it. This method had allowed them to score several good hits, and there were 3 bolts sticking out of the Minotaur at various points on its body. Still, the Minotaur seemed undeterred by the bolts and shallow cuts. If anything, they just made it angrier. It let out a bellow and Bell was forced to roll backwards, just narrowly, avoiding being split in half by the Minotaur's massive sword as it came crashing into the ground. Lily tried to dart past the Minotaur to get to him, but in the narrow corridor, she misjudged the distance and got too close the monster. The Minotaur's meaty fist lashed out and caught Lily in the side, sending her careening into the wall. She let out a cry of pain as she slumped to the floor. Lily! Bell shouted, dashing forward. His approach was halted by the Minotaur, swinging its sword at him in a wide arc. Master Bell! Lily cried out. Blood had flowed quickly from a head wound of some kind and blinded one of her eyes. Run, Lily! Bell hollered, flipping over the massive sword. Go for help. I'll hold it. Off as best I can. I'm not leaving you. She shouted as she struggled to her feet. Go! Bell replied as he slashed at the Minotaur's leg. It's our only choice. They had used up all of the potions they had prepared for emergency use, and although both had a few potions left in their packs, the Minotaur was just too strong and too fast. They didn't have the time to get the potions out, and they wouldn't be of much use anyway. Lily tried to hold back tears as she ran as fast as her legs would carry her. Now was not the time to break down. She had to get help, just like Master Bell had said. It was their only chance at surviving against a monster like that. It was clearly an abnormal mutation, and there was no telling how long Master Bell would last against it without help. She just hoped. She found help and got back to him in time. Torhen smiled as he dispatched a simple needle rabbit. They had just entered the 9th floor and he was having fun. There was no challenge to be found here, but he was getting along very well with his current companions. He had already gotten to know AIS well and found her to be slightly airheaded and childlike, but very kind and with a determination that honestly impressed him. He had a feeling that Finn and Reveria could turn out to be very good friends. They were both older, Reveria especially, and he had started to feel a sense of camaraderie with them as he had gotten to know them. As for Tsubaki, her passion for smithing and innate curiosity reminded him of a girl he'd known back in Skyrim. Dorth had only been a child when he'd first met her, but she'd gone on to become one of the best smiths in Skyrim's history. Her father, Alva, had been the blacksmith of Riverwood, and once she'd completed her training under him, she'd set out to adventure and hopefully learn more about smithing. After a few years of traveling, she'd ended up in Whiterun and had become Torhen's apprentice, learning from both him and an aging Eland. She had wound up marrying one of Eland's grandsons, and the two had taken over running the Skyforge together while Torhen had been serving as Harbinger. Torhen had also very quickly grown fond of the Amazon twins. Tyon, the older, mostly had a calmer and more serious demeanor, while the younger, Tiona, was upbeat and constantly smiling. He'd admit that part of why he liked them so much was that they reminded him of his daughters when they had been teenagers. Sophie had been calm and serious, while Lucia had been rambunctious and carefree. Not only that, but both the Amazon twins and his daughters had truly impressive tempers. As for their supporter Raoul and the werewolf, Beat, Torhen hadn't interacted with them much. Raoul had been pretty quiet for most of the trip, and Beat clearly didn't want to talk to anybody. Torhen was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of frantic running, coming from one of the side tunnels. To Torhen's shock, sprinting out of the tunnel with her head covered in blood, was Lily. "Lily!" he cried, dashing to her, followed by Reveria and AIS. "Master Torhen," she let out in relief, slumping against the wall. "You have to help. A Minotaur. Back there. Please, Master Bell is fighting it alone and he needs help." "Reveria," Torhen snapped. "Please take care of Lily." "Of course," she said, kneeling next to the injured girl. Torhen dashed down the corridor, AIS hot on his heels. "Wait for us." He heard Tiona shout from behind him. Graphic violence warning. Torhen did not slow down though. He continued to race through the dungeon, hoping to make it in time to save his student. Torhen and AIS barreled through the halls of the dungeon until Torhen's danger sense prompted him to skid to a halt and bend backwards in order to avoid a massive sword that had come out of an adjacent corridor and was swinging for his neck. Out of the shadows stepped a large Boaz man, one sword in his hand and the other strapped to his back. Torhen had seen depictions of this man on the notice board. This was Otter, captain of the Freya Familia and the strongest active adventurer in Orario. "Out of the way," Torhen said. The blood trail he was following led down the corridor Otter now guarded. "I've no quarrel with you, and I must reach my student. You have caught my lady's eye," Otter said, bluntly. "Your worthiness must be tested." Torhen was starting to get impatient. "If you wish to spar, we can do so another time. Stand aside or I will remove you. My student is in danger and I must aid him. The boy's test does not matter. His life is inconsequential. I will fight you here and now." Otter glared at Torhen. "Test?" Torhen asked. "You mean this is your doing?" When Otter nodded, Torhen could feel the old fury of his dragon soul rising. "You would dare to stand between me and my student. You would endanger him for your own twisted ends." An enraged Dover was a very dangerous thing, and Torhen had worked long and hard to keep his rage in his dark side under lock and key, only to be unleashed upon those that threatened the people he cared for. "You have caught my lady's eye," Otter said again. "I must see if you are worthy of her attention." "AIS," Torhen said, his voice low and dangerous. "Continue on and assist Bell. I must teach this fool a very painful lesson." "Are you certain?" AIS asked. Torhen nodded. "Go," he said as he drew his sword, Stormcaller. AIS dashed forward, aiming to move around Otter, who swung his sword to stop her. The blade came to a sudden halt as Torhen seized the fool's wrist in an iron grip and AIS flew down the corridor. He was angry now. There was no restraint to be found. He was no longer teaching a student, or observing the strength of a possible friend. An ant has no quarrel with a boot, but still should not anger it. This ant had angered a Dover. With a lazy heave, Torhen swung the Boaz into the air and sent him crashing into the wall of the dungeon. He withdrew a stone from one of the pouches on his belt. He had deliberately left his sword uncharged for quite some time, since using a charged enchanted weapon to train was a bad idea. This was one of the few grand soul gems he had left, but it was well worth its use to teach this fool the folly of endangering his loved ones. "I do not care if you are acting of your own volition or on your goddess orders," Torhen said, his voice still low. He ran the soul gem along the length of the blade, carving a crack into the stone with the edge. The magic flowed from the stone as it shattered and into the sword, bringing the chaos and vampiric drain enchantments back to full power. It was a special enchantment that he had spent years tweaking. It was guaranteed to cause lightning damage and drain vitality, with a 50% chance to cause additional frost and or fire damage. "You have dared to endanger my student. You dare to stand in my way." Torhen continued. Otter had risen, shakily, and drawn his other sword, staring at Torhen. A small spark of fear could be seen in his eyes. "You have attacked my family and you will pay." For the first time in decades, Torhen moved at full power and full speed. He was on Otter before the fool could react, his sword carving through the Boaz's left-hand sword, leaving only a useless hilt shard behind. Torhen's sword cut through Otter's armor and into his shoulder before the broken blade could hit the ground. Probability was on Torhen's side, as all 4 damage types were triggered. Otter screamed in pain as the skin, muscle, and bone of his shoulder was frozen, seared, and electrocuted all at once. Torhen could feel some of the fool's vitality flowing through the blade and into his hand. He quickly spun his sword and destroyed Otter's remaining blade. Kicking the Boaz in the stomach, Torhen sent him crashing into the wall. Walking up to him, Torhen plunged his sword through Otter's leg and into the dungeon floor below as lightning, thrust, and drain activated. The man let out a bellow of pain and clutched at his leg. He looked up at Torhen, terror in his eyes. "Oh, don't worry," Torhen said, calmly. "You may be an enemy, but I won't kill you. I won't even cripple you. You won't show a single mark once I'm done." He knelt down in front of Otter. "That would cause problems for my family that they aren't ready to deal with. I am going to hurt you, though. You will never forget the fear or the pain. You will never dare to challenge me or my family again because what you experienced today," Torhen paused, "is me treating an enemy with mercy." Torhen stood, his sword still embedded in Otter's leg. He had spent decades learning to cast master-level spells without that silly wind-up dance. He now called one into his hands. To ensure his lesson held maximum effect, he allowed the dual-casted master illusion spell Hysteria to wash over Otter. Next he called upon the Wall of Storms and let it splash into the ground. The lightning surrounded Otter and the man began to scream. Hysteria had taken hold and the man stared in utter and complete terror as he screamed in pain. Under the sound of his pained screams, Torhen could hear hurried footsteps coming down the passage. "It would seem I must cut our lesson short," he thought and pulled his sword from Otter's leg. "Torhen," he heard from behind him as the others rounded a corner. Is that Otter?" Tionis said, dumbfounded. "He tried to stop us," Torhen replied. "Bel's predicament is his doing. I sent AIS on ahead." "You can't kill him," Torhen Finn said, warily. Torhen smiled, wryly. "Don't worry, Finn. I have no intention of killing or crippling him." He knelt down. In fact, he pulled a potion out of his belt. "I intend to heal him. Learned his lesson about attacking my family. Haven't you, Otter?" The man could only nod, staring at Torhen in terror. Torhen popped the cork out and handed the ultimate healing potion to Otter. The Boaz was too scared to do anything but comply as he raised the potion to his lips and drank. It would heal his physical injuries, but Torhen knew the fool would never forget the lesson he had learned. Torhen moved away from the downed member of the Freya Familia. "Come on," he said to the others. "We should catch up to AIS." Finn just nodded in understanding. They were watching him with a mix of wariness and awe, but he could understand that he had just thoroughly trounced the supposed strongest in the city after all and didn't even feel winded. AIS could only stand and watch as Bel fought the massive Minotaur. It was clearly abnormal and she had intended to intervene as soon as she had arrived when Bel, who had noticed her, had called for her to stop. "I don't want to be saved again," he cried. "This is my fight. I have to finish this." Bel sounded more determined than she could ever remember hearing him be. His armor was in tatters, his second knife was lying shattered on the floor some distance away, and he was covered in blood, cuts, and bruises. Still, Bel stood and faced his enemy determined to end this fight, one way or another. AIS wasn't sure how long she stood there watching. She wanted to help the boy who had become both an inspiration and a friend over the short time she'd known him. At the same time, she wanted to respect his wishes and admired his determination. "Bel!" Torhen's voice shouted as he entered the corridor with Lily and the other members of Ares's Familia hot on his heels. "Don't!" AIS called to them. "He has asked to finish this fight alone." "What?" Torhen exclaimed. "He does not want to be saved again," AIS said, gravely. "This is his adventure." Torhen sighed and turned to observe the fight. "If that is his wish, I cannot interfere. Still, if he lives, he is in for a lecture the likes of which he will never forget." They turned to watch as Bel used his impressive agility to dodge and weave around the Minotaur. After a moment, he ducked under the Minotaur's attack, winding up directly underneath its arms. TCH, Idiot Beat commented. He's fine, AIS said. Sure enough, Bell leapt up, his knife plunging into the Minotaur's wrist and twisted. The severed hand dropped to the ground as the monster howled. Bell picked up the dropped sword and charged, getting in 4 powerful blows before the blade shattered on the Minotaur's horn. A piece of shrapnel lodged in the Minotaur's eye, and Bell capitalized on that moment of distraction. He ducked under the Minotaur's guard, the hilt shard of the broken sword, plunging into the Minotaur's foot while Bell stabbed his knife just under the monster's ribcage. Firebolt! Bell cried. AIS could see flames swirling in Bell's hand, traveling up the knife and into the Minotaur. The monster let out a howl of pain. Firebolt! Bell cried again. And again the monster howled, unable to move. Firebolt! Again and again, Bell let the spell loose, until eventually the Minotaur exploded into dust. The magic stone and one of the monster's horns clattered to the ground as Bell stood there, silent. Mind down, Reveria said. Torhen and Lily dashed forward, catching him before he could fall. Torhen's hand lit up with a golden light which slowly covered Bell's wounds. You once called that boy a wimpy little newbie, didn't you, Beat? Finn asked. What do you think now? What the hell happened to him? The werewolf said, dumbfounded. That was so cool. Tiona said, jumping for joy. He looked like a real hero there. What are his stats? Beat demanded. Elf, you can read them. What does it say? He is a member of a friendly familia. It is locked and I will not spy on him without permission. Reveria exclaimed, offended. All S. Torhen's voice cut in, quietly as he healed Bell. His stats are all S. Otter. He had managed to get out of the dungeon mostly unseen and was now sequestered in an abandoned building, trying to stop the shaking. Never in all his life had he experienced such terror. That man was terrifying and Otter could not best him. Not as he was. The man was right. Otter would not mess with his familia. Not even on his lady's orders. At least, not until he was strong enough to exact his revenge on the man who had bested him. Otter tried and failed to repress a shudder. Training and revenge would have to wait. He needed to stop the shaking, and hopefully the feeling of terror would eventually go away. While it would eventually fade, even the very sight of that man would terrify Otter for quite some time following the events of that day. Chapter End Notes. AON, that's that. The Minotaur incident and Otter gets curb stomped. I hope I did this justice and what I wrote works. Hopefully the violence wasn't too bad, but if you think I should up the rating because of this chapter, please let me know. Oh, and Bell doesn't have to say Firebolt. He just likes to. Translations. Dova, Dragon. Answers to questions or comments. On FFN. Christam, I don't think Detect Life or Aura Whisper would let Torhen see auras the way Freya and Hestia, in my version anyway, do. It's more of a life force thing than actually seeing their souls. On AO3. Big Time 12. Sorry I forgot to answer this before, but in Torhen's version of the Skyam timeline, Serana was cured and eventually died a natural but happy death. Chapter Summary. Chapter 15. Donatus and Wealth. Chapter Notes. AON, here's a new chapter. Sorry about the delay. Before we get into things, I do have some stuff to discuss with you. I've been thinking about Torhen's battle armor, and I have a few options I like. So far, the ones I'm thinking about are the Nordic Wanderer armor. I'm already using the sword for him, the dragon-carved armor, no pauldrons, and the spell knight armor, either silver and red or gold and blue. If you have any other suggestions or prefer one of these, please tell me what you think. Do you want me to announce the pairings I've decided on or just let them happen? They won't be major points, but they will be there. Thank you all for your questions and comments. They really do help my motivation. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to say something or ask in the reviews. See the end of the chapter for more. Aina. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 15. What is with all the adventurers around here today? Aina's pink-haired friend. Misha complained as the two stood behind their counters. There are like 3 times as many here as there are on a normal day. Misha wasn't wrong. There were a massive number of adventurers in and around the guild building that day. The 2 girls and their co-workers had been absolutely swamped with work since they arrived, trying to take care of them all. Maybe it's about the Donatus. Aina wondered to her friend. It's being held tomorrow, so maybe this has something to do with that. Maybe, but what do they expect to do? Only people who've reported a level up will get new aliases tomorrow. Misha said, slumping slightly against her counter. Maybe it's got something to do with that incident on the 9th floor a couple days ago. Aina nodded. That's possible. There are a whole bunch of rumors going around about what happened, but nobody seems to know the details. Not even us. Aina sighed and turned her attention back to the paperwork in front of her, but before she could pick up a sheet, she was interrupted by a familiar voice. Ms. Aina. Bell yelled over the crowd as he made his way to her counter. Bell. Aina replied, waving him over. She hadn't seen him in a few days, and had been worried about the possibility of him being caught up in whatever had happened on the 9th floor. You look excited, she said. Any particular reason? Bell was grinning like a loon as he leaned in to whisper in her ear. Aina's eyes bugged out as she registered what he was saying. She could not stop herself from screaming. You hit level 2. In a month. The entire guild hall went silent. Everyone was staring over at the two of them, most trying to figure out if what they heard was accurate. Misha's jaw was on the floor. As she stared at them, Bell could only laugh and rub the back of his head. Maybe, he said. Aina sighed, her head drooping. Come with me, she said, leading Bell to one of the interview rooms by the collar of his shirt. We need to talk. Bell. Despite the fact that his ears were still ringing from the lecture Ms. Aina had given him, Bell was still in a great mood. Ms. Aina had forced him to tell her everything that had happened during his encounter with the abnormal Minotaur before she would even think about helping him choose his development abilities. Development abilities were like extra skills that an adventurer could choose to gain. When leveling up, Bell had been given a few to choose from, so he'd gone to the guild to ask Aina for advice. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized that Ms. Aina didn't know about the Minotaur incident. Once he had finished his explanation, Ms. Aina had proceeded to lecture him on being a reckless idiot. Sadly, it wasn't nearly as effective as it could have been since he'd received similar lectures from Mr. Torhen, Goddess Hestia, and Lily. Bell was fully aware that what he'd done was stupid and almost certainly should have killed him, and he really did feel bad about worrying everybody, but it was still worth it. He had leveled up. It was all Bell could do to keep from humming happily to himself as he waited patiently for Goddess Hestia to finish updating his status. Ms. Aina had looked over his options and had been astonished to see that he had one choice that she'd never heard of. Apparently the luck development ability was so rare that the guild members didn't know it existed. Naturally, this had made Bell very excited to choose it, and Ms. Aina had agreed since, in her words, hopefully the extra luck will keep you from running into any more insane situations. Bell didn't think it worked like that, but he was excited, nevertheless. Once they were finished, he'd rushed back to Hearthfire Hall to finalize his rank up. Looks like that's it, Bell Goddess Hestia said as she pulled her hand back. The goddess handed his status sheet to him over his shoulder. Oh, and congratulations, she smiled. You've gotten your first skill. Bell's eyes went wide, his face splitting into an even bigger smile as he read his new status. Bell Cranel, level 2. Race, human. Level 2. STR, I0. VIT, I10. DEX, I0. AGI, I0. MAG, I0. Total equals 0. Skills. Argonaut, allows the user to charge a devastating attack, regardless of how much energy the user has remaining. Once charged, the user is able to use a hero shot that does extreme amounts of damage. Skill does produce recoil. Longer charge times increase the damage done, and the recoil received. Magic. Tamrielic magic. Destruction, 35. Firebolt, a Tamrielic destruction spell. Quick cast. Casts a ball of fire towards opponents. Mind cost, 41. Mind cost will decrease as destruction level increases. Use destruction. Spells to increase destruction level. Development abilities. Luck, improves the bearer's luck. It was all Bell could do to keep himself from giggling and laughing with joy. A rank. Up, a super rare development ability, and his first real skill. Bell was beside himself. Not bad, Kid Mr. Torhen said as he read the sheet over Bell's shoulder. You did. Well, but remember what I said. Mr. Torhen's face was really serious. Just because it worked once doesn't mean doing something that's stupid will ever work again. If you get killed because you did something stupid, I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you for being an idiot. He gestured at Goddess Hestia and Lily, who were both glaring at Bell. Then, I'll bring you back a few more times so these two and Aina can kill you for being an idiot. 2. Bell gulped and nodded. He didn't think Mr. Torhen could actually do that, but he should probably play it on the safe side and not do something that reckless again. If he ever got into another situation like the one he'd been in with the Minotaur, he'd just accept the help. He'd already gotten 4 ear-splitting lectures on not being an idiot. He didn't want to go through it again or risk Mr. Torhen finding a way to resurrect him just to wind up getting punished. Now that you're officially leveled up, I have to do my job, Goddess Hestia said. What do you mean? Bell asked, confused. Goddess Hestia smiled. You're level 2, Bell, and Donatus is tomorrow. I have to make sure you get a proper alias. Bell's eyes went wide once again. His alias. I wonder what it'll be. He thought. Bell could hardly wait. He hoped it would be something awesome like Speed Demon or Fireball. Don't get your hopes up, Bell. Mr. Torhen's voice killed his imagination. First, aliases are usually pretty lame. Wait, really? Bell asked, astonished. Hestia sighed. Sadly, yes. The really good ones are normally given to the high-class adventurers. The gods like to have fun with the names of lower-level adventurers. Screw awesome. Bell thought. Just give me something normal. Hestia. Hestia walked through the halls of Babel towards the Donatus chamber, determined. She needed to make sure that Bell got a decently normal nickname. Their familia depended on it. Having a captain with an embarrassing name could seriously hurt their ability to recruit, so it was imperative that she get one that was somewhat normal. Hestia was pulled from her determined thoughts by a hand touching her shoulder. Hello, Hestia. Hestia turned and smiled. Hello, Take, she said. Take Mikazuchi, similar to Mayak. And Hephaestus was one of Hestia's best friends in Orario. He was a straightforward and simple man, and Hestia felt at ease around him. You're looking very determined, Take said. Does it have anything to do with your child ranking up? Hestia nodded. Of course. I have to make sure he gets a decent alias. Didn't one of yours level up as well? Yes, Take answered her with a smile. Her name is Yamato Mikoto. Then it seems we both have a mission to complete, Hestia said with a determined smile as they reached the doors. That we do, Take said, equally determined as he opened the doors. Later, inside the Donatus chamber, Hestia sighed, waiting until the reason she was here actually came up. There had been quite a few rank-ups since the last Donatus, so it had taken a while to get through them. Aliases were decided in order of rank-up rather than alphabetical order or anything like that. Since Bell had only officially hit level 2 the day before, he was dead last. Hestia had cringed internally at some of the names, but others were all right. She felt for Set, who was a few seats to her left and crying softly into his hands. One of his members, Seti Selti, had wound up being called the Burning Fighting Fighter. Take had gotten off fairly well in her opinion. His child, Mikoto, had been given the alias, Absolute Shadow, which Hestia didn't think was too bad. It was fairly innocuous, and it was better than Burning Fighting Fighter. All right. Ganesha, the god who typically led Donatus meetings, yelled through his MIC. Our last adventurer is a record breaker, having made it to level 2 in just 1 month. We have Bell Cranel of the Hestia Familia. I am Ganesha. Hestia sat up, listening intently to the chatter of the gods around her. Sadly, the gods who oversaw the adventurers discussed at Donatus weren't allowed to put forward suggestions. Hestia could not suggest names for members of her own familia. They had to come from other gods. Pardon. A thoroughly annoying voice cut through the chatter. I would like to know just how he managed this. The previous record is 1 year. It shouldn't be possible to do it in so short a time. Hestia sighed as she observed the speaker. With his annoying voice, bright red hair, pointless toga, and lecherous expression, it could only be one person. Apollo. He was so annoying. Hestia had always preferred his sister, Artemis. One might even suggest that foul play is involved, Apollo continued, staring at Hestia. Excuse me, Hestia exclaimed, jumping from her seat. What are you implying? Apollo. I am implying that you must have cheated or helped him somehow, trying to get a little piece of the spotlight and not willing to work for it. Apollo said, leering at Hestia. Maybe. Shut up, Apollo. To everyone's surprise, including Hestia's, It wasn't Hestia herself who interrupted him. It was Loki. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the kid, but most of my best have, and they all agree on one thing. Loki leaned forward as she continued. Bel Cranel has more potential than half of the adventurers in this city put together, and the drive to match it. AIS herself was impressed by both his drive and his growth rate. The little rabbit has earned his rank up. Speaking as the goddess of the previous record holder, I will not dispute Cranel's achievement. Potential and determination is not all he has. Freya suddenly cut in as Apollo sat down, pouting. If what I've heard is true, he also has quite the impressive teacher. That is most certainly a factor in his growth. I've heard a great deal about them both, and I must admit to being impressed by the young Bel's abilities. Excited chatter broke out among the crowd. Loki and Freya agreeing on something like this? That was unheard of. Hestia nodded her thanks to both Loki and Freya, but was unsettled by Freya's addition. She was aware of the altercation between Torhen and Otter and was very worried that Freya would continue to interfere with her familia. Her mentioning Torhen in a setting like this was almost certainly a message. The debate concerning Bel's second name continued for quite some time, with several truly ridiculous suggestions being put forward. Bun Bun, Hopping Hopper, and Speed Bunny were all considered. Nearly all of the suggestions involved a play on Bel's resemblance to a rabbit, but eventually they decided on a name. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad. Hestia actually kind of liked it. As the chamber emptied, Hephaestus came over to her, looking apprehensive. Can we talk? She asked. Sure, Hestia said. What's wrong? Well, do you remember the child I mentioned before? The one I wanted to apprentice under Torhen? Hestia nodded. They'd spoken about it at length shortly after Hephaestus had met Torhen. He's finally made his decision. If you don't mind, he'd like to join your familiar and learn from Torhen. Hestia smiled. No problem, she said happily. When do you want to do the transfer? Well, I actually told him to go to your house and speak with Torhen before I got here. If we go now, he should already be there. Then we should probably hurry, Hestia said, making her way out of the door. Hephaestus following. Aina stood apprehensively outside the guild building, waiting for the announcements to be posted. Donatus had broken up about half an hour before, so the new aliases would be posted on the notice board any minute now. I hope he gets a good one, Aina thought, worriedly. Bel was still so new to adventuring, and he looked so adorable. She was terrified that the gods would choose an embarrassing or mocking name and that it would crush Bel's spirit or ruin his career. Finally, she caught sight of the official who was supposed to post the new names on the notice board. It was all the poor man could do to actually get to the notice board. Considering the crowd of adventurers who were hoping to get a look at who had leveled up and gotten a second name, it took Aina several minutes to force her way through the pack to get a good look at the sheets that had been put up. Is this for real? She heard one of the adventurers nearby say. He totally smashed the Sword Princess's record. Just 1 month. That's ridiculous. It's got to be a joke, right? Aina pushed her way through the last of the group, catching a glimpse of Bel's posted status mixed in with those of all the other rank-up announcements. She let out a sigh of relief as she read his new alias. It wasn't too bad. A little childish perhaps, but perfectly normal. Rabbit Foot. Welf. Welf Crozzo fidgeted nervously as he observed the half-constructed manor in front of him. There was a low half-built wall around the structure, with what looked like a gatehouse. Right at the front. There was no gate yet, but since the wall wasn't even finished, that made some sense. He really should have gone in by now, but he was still too nervous. A few weeks ago, Hephaestus had brought him an enchanted weapon made by a true master and an offer of apprenticeship that sadly came with a major catch. It had taken weeks of agonizing thought, an inner turmoil, but he had finally made a decision. The offer to apprentice under the only mortal smith that goddess Hephaestus had actually acknowledged as an equal was too good to pass up. Even though it meant he had to leave her familia, Welf knew that Hephaestus would welcome him back once his training was finished. Welf could only imagine what this mysterious man could teach him. After he'd told Hephaestus that he would be accepting the offer, she'd finally revealed the identity of the man who had forged the enchanted blade she had brought him. Apparently, his name was Torhen, and he was a retired but extremely skilled adventurer belonging to the Hestia Familia. After a brief explanation of who Hestia was, how many members her familia had, and where to find them. Hephaestus had told him to start packing his things. Shortly before she'd left for Donatus, Hephaestus had come by and told him that he should go ahead and meet with Torhen before the actual conversion. It made sense to Welf that he should meet the person he'd be learning from before making the actual switch. After Donatus ended, Hephaestus was intending to join goddess Hestia in returning to Heartfire Hall and completing Welf's transfer. Now Welf stood in front of the half-finished manor house trying to psych himself up to go inside and introduce himself. He was still in awe of the fact that this man had actually matched the skill of a goddess of the forge, but that just made Welf more excited to learn from him. "Can I help you?" a voice said. Welf jumped, startled out of his thoughts. He let out a low wah of surprise and turned to see the man who had spoken, standing on the other side of the unfinished gate and, dressed in what were clearly soot-stained blacksmithing clothes, was a tall and powerful human man. He had dark hair and a close-cropped beard that was graying in places. His silver eyes seemed to shine out of the man's tanned face. I'm sorry," Welf said, trying to calm down. "I'm here to meet someone named Torhen." The man smiled. "You must be Welf," he said. "Why, yeah, that's me." The man extended a hand to Welf. "Torhen," he said, "it's a pleasure to meet you." "Welf Krozo," Welf replied as he shook the man's hand. So, this was the master he would be learning from. He certainly looked like a master smith and, according to Hephaestus, he was also an extremely powerful warrior. "Hephaestus has told me a lot about you," Torhen said. "I take it that you've decided to accept my offer." Welf nodded. "I have, if it's still open." "Why don't you come inside?" Torhen smiled. "It's just me right now, but Hestia and the others will be back soon enough. For now, I can show you around the forge and where you'll be working." Welf excitedly followed the man into the manor grounds. Torhen led him around the manor house towards a set of buildings near the back of the property. There was a rather large training field nearby that had several weapon racks and sets of tables and chairs around it. "That's our training ground," Torhen said, giving Welf a brief tour of the area. "If you're planning on going into the dungeon, you'll need to be joining us for training at least, until I'm sure of your skill level. I'm in charge of training all members, so nobody goes into the dungeon without my say-so." Welf nodded in understanding as Torhen led him away from the training grounds and back towards the buildings. If Torhen was going to be training him in combat, maybe he'd be able to seriously increase his strength on top of his smithing skills. "The manor isn't finished yet, but the living quarters are habitable, so you'll be able to move right in. These buildings at the back are where you'll likely spend most of your time, though." There were 3 buildings at the rear of the property. The one in the center was much larger than the others and seemed to be split into multiple sections. The one on the left appeared to be a fairly large storage shed, but Welf wasn't sure what the purpose of the building on the right was. "Starting from the left, we have the material storage building," Torhen said, still giving Welf a tour of the area. "It holds most of the ore, materials, and ingredients I use in my work. You're free to use whatever is in there except for anything I've labeled for experimentation. If there's a material we don't have that you want to work with and you can't get it for yourself in the dungeon, you'll need to pay for it with your own money. If we're running low on something, I expect you to check with me before using it, or at least let me know that we're out so I can get more." Welf peered through the door as Torhen held it open. He could see rows of neatly organized shelves lining the walls. The shelves were covered in boxes, each labeled to clearly show what the box contained. The shelves were divided into sections with large signs over them naming what kinds of materials were stored on them. There was ores, woods, monster drops, alchemy, enchanting, leathers, and several others. The extent and organization of the storage building was impressive, and Welf was excited to start working with some of the materials he could see on the shelves. Before he could look any further, Torhen closed the door and continued the tour. "The building on the right is a distillery, so I doubt you'll be going in there often. I make a special mead in small quantities, but most of the finished product will be stored in the hall. So if you want a drink, you're better off looking in the cellar of the house or keeping a stash in your room." Welf wasn't an avid drinker, so he didn't think he'd need much of what came out of the distillery. He'd never really had mead before, though, so maybe he'd give it a try. The last building is the actual forge complex. It's divided into 4 sections. Torhen opened the door and let Welf into the large central building. On our right, isolated from the rest of the complex, is the alchemy laboratory. You're not likely to need to go in there unless you want to learn to make potions. You might see Naza, the captain of the Mayak Familia, in there on occasion, since she and I are developing a few recipes together, and my lab is more extensive than her current one. Next to the alchemy lab is the enchanting laboratory. It holds the enchanting table and most of the materials needed to perform enchantments. I'm guessing you'll want to spend a lot of time in there. Welf peered through the entrance. He didn't recognize any of the equipment or materials in the room, but it was probably going to be extremely important for him to learn as quickly as possible. This was the room where he'd learn to make magic, weapons that wouldn't shatter after a few uses. The next room is my forge, Torhen said, moving on again. You're free to come in, but I ask that you don't mess with any works in progress. Torren's forge was an impressive setup. The forge was nice and large, and there were several anvils, workbenches, vices, and other tools organized neatly around the room. One wall looked like its top portion could be folded away, letting sunlight in, and there was a door in the back that clearly led out to the back of the building. Another wall was covered in weapon and armor racks that sported several beautifully made weapons and armor sets. The last room will be your forge. Torhen pointed to the last opening. Inside was a forge and tool setup similar to Torhen's. I had the builders make 2 forges, just in case I took on a student. This forge will be yours, so you can organize and rearrange things as you see fit. Welf's eyes beamed as he examined the forge room. It was twice as big as his current one and had more tools than he knew what to do with. He couldn't wait to get started. Let's go back to the enchanting lab. I can give you a quick rundown of what everything does, Torhen said, moving back towards the lab. Welf followed eagerly. Walking through the door, Torhen gestured to 3 strange tables set up in the center of the far wall. Those are enchanting tables, he said. They are the primary tool needed to make enchantments like the one on the sword Hephaestus showed you. I've tried examining it, but I can't figure out how you got the magic to bind to the sword in that way. You're saying you used these tables to do it? Yes, Torhen said, moving to one of the tables. These tables are made of rare ingredients and are covered in magic runes. They allow a skilled enchanter to imbue magical power onto an object. The biggest difference between this method and the one you know is that the object must be finished before it's enchanted. So, you're giving a finished weapon magic power rather than forging the magic into the weapon. Welf asked, intrigued. I suppose that would help make sure the weapon remains viable even after the magic is gone. Essentially, yes, Torhen said. There are some methods I use for forging with magic that produce similar results, but they are extremely advanced. Using an enchanting table is the best way to make an enchanted weapon that is still usable once the magic is depleted. One of the primary issues with the magic weapons you know is that the magic is literally binding the weapon together. Once that magic is depleted, there is nothing to hold the materials in place and the weapon breaks. By applying magic to a finished product, you are simply adding something to a completed weapon, leaving its structural integrity intact. They'd only just started and Welf was already excited. Everything Torhen was saying made sense, and Welf was eager to start learning how to enchant like him. Unfortunately, they couldn't continue because they were interrupted by people entering the forge. Mr. Torhen, we're back, one of them said. The speaker was a young, white-haired boy with red eyes who looked a little depressed. The other person was a Paolum girl with chestnut hair. Welcome back, kiddo, Torhen said. Did you find what you wanted? No, the kid said, hanging his head. We went to like 9 different shops and none of them had any Welf Crozo armor. Wait, Welf's brain short-circuited briefly. What? The kid kept talking. Mr. Crozo made my last armor set, and I really liked it. I was hoping to find something else he'd made, but they just don't seem to be carrying it. Welf couldn't help himself. He started laughing uncontrollably. Through his mirth, he saw Torhen smirking. What's so funny? The Paolum girl asked. Torhen chuckled. Allow me to introduce Welf Crozo, he said, gesturing to Welf, who was still trying to get control of himself. He'll be joining our Familia to become my smithing apprentice. Wait, really? The white-haired kid asked, excited. Really? Kid Welf said, still chuckling. He held his hand out to the kid. Welf. Crozo, he smiled. It's nice to meet someone who likes my work. Don't worry about looking for it in a shop. We'll be part of the same Familia, so I'll make anything you want. Directly. That's amazing. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Crozo. The kid said, shaking his hand. My name is Bel Cranel, and this is Lilaruka Ard. He gestured to the Powlum girl. Just Welf, he said. Welf hated formality. Mr. Welf. Bel asked. Still Mr., heh? Oh well. Welf smiled. Welf's not all that fond of formality, a familiar voice said from the doorway. Standing there, looking absolutely stunning, was Hephaestus. Beside her stood a short goddess with black hair done up in twin ponytails that had to be Hestia. Looks like everybody is here, the short goddess said. It's nice to meet you, Welf. I'm Hestia, Olympian goddess of hearth and home. It's an honor to meet you, Goddess Hestia, Welf said with a slight bow. Hephaestus had told him a lot about her, so he felt pretty good about joining her. Just to get everyone on the same page, Torhen said, Welf here will be joining the Hestia Familia as my apprentice in the smithing and enchanting arts. If there are no objections, he will also be joining you in the dungeon as well. He addressed Bel and Lily. Then he turned to Welf. I'm semi-retired, so Bel here is our captain. Lily serves as our vice captain and as treasurer. Since Bel already likes your armor, I was hoping you'd be willing to be his primary smith. Lily's as well, if she wants that. I'd be happy to. Welf grinned. He'd never had an exclusive client before. A new party to dungeon dive with an exclusive client, maybe two, and an apprenticeship under a master blacksmith or enchanter. This was turning out to be even better than he'd expected. If everybody is on the same page, I suppose we should go ahead and start the transfer, Hestia said with a smile. Why don't we head into the hall for that? Torhen asked. We can give Welf the tour of the house once we're done. The group of 6 made their way back across the mostly empty lot and into the half-constructed building, heading up to a series of offices Welf, Hestia, and Hephaestus shut themselves inside Hestia's office to perform the conversion. Welf was feeling very conflicted the whole time. On the one hand, he loved Hephaestus and didn't want to leave her Familia. On the other hand, being a member of Hestia's Familia would let him expand and learn in ways he never could in Hephaestus' Familia. Hephaestus' smile just reaffirmed his determination. Welf would live and grow with the Hestia Familia, and then, when he was ready, he would rejoin Hephaestus and be acknowledged as her equal. Maybe then he could tell her how much he loved her. Freya. Freya stared at the sheet in her hands, trembling. She'd taken a copy of this information the day after her little test for her new interests and had desperately wished she'd looked at it beforehand. Despite the euphoria the information caused in her, she realized that she had made a colossal mistake. Her poor Otter was traumatized by what had happened. She'd been so focused on playing with the children who had caught her interest that she hadn't stopped to wonder if there might be consequences. There, staring up at her from the page, was the guild's information on Torhen of the Hestia Familia. She was well aware that he was Dragonborn, but had not even considered that he was level 10. That was far too strong for her to deal with at the moment. She would need to avoid antagonizing them openly until she was strong enough to either eliminate Torhen or convert him. Perhaps she should leave them alone for a while. She'd defended young Belat Donatus already, subtly letting Hestia know that she was aware of who Torhen really was, but perhaps she should avoid them for a while. Yes, that was the best course of action. She'd continue to observe but would refrain from taking any obvious action against Hestia until she was certain she could either convert or eliminate Torhen. She would continue to watch with fascination, but perhaps she should switch her primary focus to something different. There was a goddess who had become a major thorn in Freya's side recently. Perhaps she should focus on dealing with her first. She could even work as a new test or distraction for Torhen and Bel if she could find a way to bring them into conflict. She looked over to her desk, observing the bottles sitting there. It had been ridiculously easy to charm the guild officials into giving them to her. Nobody even knew they were gone. They'd make wonderful tools in dealing with that particular thorn. Perhaps they'd work to deal with Torhen too. She'd rather convert him, but if that was unlikely, better to deal with that annoying goddess first. If there were any left, she'd find another use for them. Chapter End Notes. AON, Welf has joined the Hestia Familia. I know I didn't include Belle's reaction to his new name, but I'll put that in the next chapter. Speaking of next chapter, I have it fully outlined and some of it already written, so I'm hoping there won't be a delay for it. Next chapter will introduce Ryu, and we'll get to see a bit of what's going on with the Loki Familia's expedition. For Belle's alias, I decided to go with Rabbit Foot, since that's one of Belle's later alias. And it's better than Little Rookie. Argonaut was a good suggestion, but I feel like that is something to come later since Belle's alias will change a couple times. To answer questions and comments. On FFN, Razak, Mirak will not be making an appearance. He's very dead. I might include Hermias Mora, or at the very least mention him in passing, but Mirak is very dead. The traitor I mentioned is actually supposed to be Parthernax. Leafy Eyes 417, magic stones dropped by monsters in the dungeon will work as soul gems. I think I mentioned that in an earlier chapter, but the ones on the upper floors are equal to petty soul gems, so getting one's equivalent to a grand soul gem will still be a bit rare for Belle and Lily. On AO3, Land of Chaos, Belle doesn't need to scream Firebolt. He just likes to, and it helps him visualize what he's doing. He doesn't need to do it. Hulk 9970, Alduin and Torhen won't cross paths for quite a while. Torhen will have returned to active status well before that happens, but Alduin and Torhen will be a conflict that happens. Belle is the hero of Danmachi though, so Alduin will be a bit of a side story. Chapter Summary. Chapter 16. Loki Expedition and Enchanting. Chapter Notes. AON, I am so sorry for missing last week. Real-life events caused major difficulties that I'd rather not discuss, and I wasn't able to do much writing. This is only a new hobby, so it had to take a back seat. Thankfully, I was able to do a lot of writing this week, and this is actually the longest chapter so far. Not by a ton, but longer. I want to remind everyone that this is a story with two main characters, Torhen and Belle. Will each occasionally take a back seat so that I can focus on the other one or other characters, like Welf or the members of the Loki Familia. I saw a comment about some events being too close to canon. Honestly, they weren't wrong and I don't really like it. But I wanted to keep kind of close to canon in the beginning so that I could get into this, while still being mostly comfortable with what I am writing. I am still very new at this. That being said, there are a few major canon events that will happen, but they are going to be happening differently. I am keeping them because, in my opinion, they are extremely important events for the Hestia Familia or Orario as a whole. I really hope what I have planned will be different enough from canon and that they will be entertaining. The canon events I will be having happen and messing with are the Pass Parade, which, if you read to the end of this chapter, you can see might happen quite a bit differently. The 18th floor, Haraheim, I might show some the Kali stuff, and the Apollo War. Thank you all for the comments and reviews. I really appreciate it. Please leave a note if you have any questions or something you'd like to say. See the end of the chapter for more. Torhen. Notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 16. Torhen smiled as he entered the hostess with his Familia. With Belle ranking up and Welf joining the Familia, a celebration was in order, so the group had decided to go out for a party. Torhen hadn't been back to the hostess since the incident with the drunken beat of the Loki Familia, but Belle and Lily had both been there a few times since Belle was friends with one of the waitresses, SYR, and liked to keep in touch. Speaking of SYR, she came to greet them as the group walked through the door. "Welcome," she said, smiling. "Hi, SYR." Belle grinned at her. "I saw the notice board," SYR exclaimed. "Are you here to celebrate?" "We are indeed," Torhen replied. "We're celebrating Belle's rank up as well as a new member joining our Familia." He gestured at Welf, who waved and introduced himself. SYR led them through the tavern to a fairly large table on the left wall before disappearing into the back. It wasn't long before she came back out, followed by a blonde elf that Torhen had never met before. "Do you mind if we join you to celebrate?" SYR asked. "I asked Mama MIA, and she said it was all right so long as you eat and drink a lot." "I don't think that'll be a problem," Hestia smiled. "Please, join us. Although, I think a few introductions are in order." "Oh." Belle sat up straight. "Right, SYR, this is Goddess Hestia, our patron, and Mr. Welf, the new member of our Familia. You've already met Lily and my teacher, Mr. Torhen." "Goddess, Mr. Welf, this is SYR, a waitress who works here." It's nice to meet you, Syr said. This is my friend, Ryu. She gestured to the elf. Girl, she's heard me talk about you a few times, so I asked her to join us. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Ryu. Belle smiled. Please, join us. Thank you, Ryu said as she and Syr sat down. Torhen observed the elf girl as she exchanged pleasantries with the members of his familia and another member of the staff. Brought over drinks. She was not like the average waitress you'd see in a tavern, even one like this. From the way she moved and the way her eyes tracked the people in the room, he was certain that she was an ex-adventurer, although why she had retired wasn't clear. She didn't seem to have any debilitating injuries or scars, and she looked pretty young, so it likely wasn't because of age or an incident like what happened to Naza. Are you a former adventurer, Ms. Ryu? Torhen asked. He knew the answer, of course, but it was polite to ask. Just Ryu is fine, Mr. Torhen, she said. To answer your question though, yes, I am a retired adventurer. From what Syr tells me, you're also retired. Torhen nodded. I spend my days teaching and helping my familia, although I may still come out of retirement eventually. You must be quite the teacher, given Mr. Cranell's rapid improvement. His record, breaking rank up, is most impressive. I have had more than my fair share of teaching experience, but it's Belle's own drive and potential that are the real cause of his growth. He's one of the most driven students I've ever had the privilege to teach, and I have been genuinely impressed by how dedicated Belle is to his training. Out of the corner of his eye, Torhen could see Belle turning red in embarrassment. Having a good drive is important for improving, but being cautious is important for staying alive long enough to improve. From what Syr told me, Mr. Cranell's adventure was quite reckless. It was. Torhen glared at Belle now, who had the sense to look abashed. He'd already given the boy quite the lecture about his stupidity. It seemed that the story of what had happened with Belle and the Minotaur had spread through the gossip vine, but thankfully there had been no word of Torhen's confrontation with Otter. Despite his most recent bout of stupidity, Belle has been impressively cautious inside the dungeon, as has Lily. Torhen nodded to the girl, who smiled. Good, Ryu said, addressing the two of them. The dungeon is ruthless and unforgiving. It will swallow you up if you aren't careful. Torhen nodded at her words. Although the dungeon was different from anything he'd encountered in Tamriel, in principle it was not dissimilar to delving into Dwemer ruins, Nordic tombs, or farmer caves. It was just a whole lot bigger with a few weird rules that made sense once you'd spent some time inside. From the way Ryu was speaking, Torhen was certain that something bad had happened to her inside the dungeon. Since had only just met her though, he would not pry into her past unless she proved to be untrustworthy. He did not feel like she would be a problem though. Not like Lily had when he'd first observed her. Just looking at her face as she spoke, Torhen was reminded of a few members of the Dawn Guard after their victory at Castle Volkihar. Something bad had happened in her past, likely the death of someone she cared about, and she was angry. After their victory, many of the Dawn Guard had looked lost, trying to find a way to live in a world where they had taken their vengeance. Many of them had looked like this girl, still angry at an enemy they could no longer see, or were at least much harder to find, and just trying to live with it. Torhen was unsure if his estimation was correct, but would not pry unless it became a problem for his familia. Don't worry, Ms. Ryu, I'll be careful from now on, Belle said, still abashed. We won't be going into the dungeon for a few days anyway, so that we can train with Welf. Indeed. Torhen nodded. Your next goal is the middle floors, and I need to make sure you can work together properly before I let you go down that far. No matter how good your teamwork is, I'm likely to accompany you for your first descent to the 11th floor. I need to make you new armor before we head down anyway, Welf added. What's left of your last set is little more than scrap at this point. Belle smiled at them both and nodded as he took a sip from his flagon. I wonder how Finn and the Loki familiar are doing, Torhen wondered to himself. He'd been quite disappointed at not being able to continue on with them after the Minotaur incident, but he'd wanted to be on the surface to help make sure there would be no problems stemming from the incident or his having taught Otter a lesson. Finn, out of the way beat, I don't want to cut you up. Tiona Yell carried up to him as she dashed towards one of the flame rocks the group was fighting, her massive double-bladed sword, Urga, spinning wildly. As if that oversized toothpick could even lay a scratch on me. Beat yelled as he jumped over her head, crushing one of the monsters with his heel as he came back down. The Loki Familia was on the 44th floor of the dungeon and making excellent time. After their encounter with the Minotaur and the injured members of the Hestia Familia, Torhen had, understandably, left the group to look after his charges. Finn and his group had then continued on to the 18th floor. The younger members of the advanced team, AIS, Tiona, and Tyon especially, had been rather inspired both by Torhen's swift defeat of Otter, which had been so fast that they hadn't even been able to see any of it despite moving as quickly as they could. Only AIS had seen even part of it. On top of that, seeing young Belcranel face off against the Minotaur and win had only doubled their excitement. It seemed the two members of the Hestia Familia had lit a fire in several of the younger members of Finn's Familia. The encounter had even lit a fire under Beat, though he would never admit it. After they had regrouped with the rest of the expedition team, Tyon and Tiona had thoroughly enjoyed relaying what had happened, although Finn had made them swear not to mention anything about Otter's defeat. If word got out that someone had defeated Otter that quickly, it would cause chaos, and there was no telling what Freya would do if that happened. Thankfully, everyone had understood and was keeping their mouths shut about Otter's involvement. Finn was certain there would be rumors, but that was better than a confirmed story getting out. The story of young Bel fighting the Minotaur, however, that was not something that needed to be kept secret, and the girls had been spreading the tale all across the expedition team. Tiona, it appeared, was especially inspired by it. The young Amazon girl must have retold the story a dozen times by now to various different members of the expedition. After regrouping on the 18th floor, the expedition had really begun. Finn had divided the level 3 and 4 members into separate combat parties, with each having an executive nearby to assist if things got hairy. As they descended, the executives were taking more and more of the combat duty since the strength of the monsters was too much for the weaker members. On normal expeditions, after reaching the safety point on the 39th floor, the level 3 and 4 members of the Familia would take on a fully supportive role. They would handle weaker monsters or strays that got past the executive team, who would take the lead once they'd left the safety point. Thanks to the new skill boost potions, though, the level 4 members had been able to mostly keep pace with the level 5 executives on the journey between the 39th and 44th floors. Not only had the potions been a blessing, both allowing the weaker members to keep up and taking care of every injury they'd suffered, but the magic bags had proven just as invaluable. As Finn had expected, normally, the expedition team would be forced to leave any larger monster drops or stones behind and hopefully pick them up on the way back. Not this time, though. One of the bags was being used to store the potions and some supporter equipment. What was left of the space in that bag, as well as the entirety of the other bag and the one Tsubaki carried, were being used to store crystals and monster drops. At last count, taken on the 39th floor, they'd already gotten enough stones and drops to mostly recover the expenses they'd been forced to pay when preparing for this expedition. Finn was confident that just in the last few floors, they had already recovered the small amount left over and were now making a profit with each stone and monster drop they picked up. They are certainly a lively bunch today, Gareth said from where he stood to Finn's right. It would seem they are still inspired by what they saw on the 11th floor, Rivera commented. From his left, the three of them were standing on a ridge overlooking the volcanic valley of the 44th floor. Below them, the various combat teams of the Loki Familia were battling against a large grouping of flame rocks and other smaller monsters. I wish I could have been there to see both fights, Gareth grumbled. You sure you didn't see any of Torhen's fight with Otter? Finn shook his head. Sadly, I did not. It doesn't surprise me that Torhen won, but I would never have expected him to win so quickly. Makes you wonder if he's really level 8 like you thought. Gareth added. For all we know, he could be level 9 or 10. I could believe 9, Rivera said, but not 10. Level 9 is the highest anyone has ever been recorded as having reached. Supposedly being level 10 would make one practically a demigod, and should be next to impossible to achieve. Torhen seems to love doing unexpected things, though, Finn cut in. I would not be surprised if he really is level 10 at this point. Anakitti's group appears to be having some trouble, Riveria suddenly said. Sure enough, down below them Finn could see the girls' team being pushed back. They could use a hand. Riveria continued. Should we signal one of the others? Nah, Gareth said, hefting his axe. I'll go. I need to hit something. Finn just shook his head in exasperation as Gareth jumped down the cliff. It would seem he was inspired too, and he hadn't even seen what happened. Torhen grinned as he watched Bell work in the training yard. He was adapting nicely to the power of his new level, and they had finally figured out the trigger for his new ability. Welf was currently breaking in his new forge to make Bell's armor, so Torhen had brought the boy out to work on triggering his Argonaut skill. The skill required a charge time, and it had taken them most of the morning to figure out how to trigger it and how long it took to charge. Once they had figured it out, it was just a simple matter of practice to make sure Bell could do it whenever he needed to. The skill could prove invaluable for Bell, so Torhen wanted to make sure he could use it on command, rather than relying on luck. They'd been at it for most of the day, and the sound of hammering coming from the forge had stopped about an hour ago, so Torhen wasn't surprised to see Welf coming out and waving at them. It's finished, he called as they walked towards him. I just need Bell to try it on. My new armor is really done, Bell asked, bouncing with excitement. Yep, Welf grinned as he led them into his forge. Since you liked your last set so much, I decided to make your new armor the next in that series. I call it the Pionkichi MK3. Welf gestured to the armor he had placed on a stand. It wasn't all that visually different from Bell's last set, but even at just a glance Torhen could tell it was of better quality. He examined it with a critical eye as Bell fawned over the set, beginning to pull it off the stand, so that he could try it on. Although the design and coloring were pretty similar, Welf had incorporated some of Torhen's suggestions for improving the protective capabilities of the armor. The chest plate was slightly larger and was attached to a blackened leather tunic that would go over Bell's bodysuit. The hardened leather extended below the metal chest plate to cover Bell's stomach, allowing the armor to better protect his torso without sacrificing flexibility. The braces now wrapped fully around Bell's forearm instead of just covering the top, and Welf had fashioned a set of rear braces that covered his upper arms, with a gap below the pauldrons on his shoulders to allow for full mobility. In addition to these, Welf had added a set of greaves that could attach to Bell's boots, resting below the knee guards. The last change was a set of armored holsters on the upper legs that would both offer protection and serve to hold Bell's daggers. Speaking of daggers, Bell's new one was sitting on the table next to the armor stand. In addition to making his new armor, Welf had expressed interest in forging a second dagger for Bell. After the fight with the Minotaur, all that had survived of Bell's equipment was the Hestia knife that Torhen had forged to be unbreakable, since Bell liked to use two daggers. At the same time, Torhen had no problem with Welf making the second blade. It wouldn't be anywhere near as good as the Hestia knife, but Bell didn't need two growth weapons at the same time. With Torhen having given his consent, Bell had happily handed over the Minotaur horn that he'd gotten as spoils after the fight, and Welf had used it to fashion a brand new dagger for the boy. Forged using a similar design to the Hestia knife, the vibrant red blade was slightly longer with a narrower tip and slenderer handle. The handle and back of the blade were a deep red while the cutting edge was almost orange. What do you think? Welf asked as Bell strapped the last of the greaves to his shins. I love it, he replied, beaming. It doesn't feel too heavy. Bell started to twist and turn, getting a feel for the armor. I don't think so. It doesn't really feel any heavier than the last set. That's because you leveled up, Torhen cut in. Ranking up increases your strength, which allows you to wear the Hiva armor and not really feel the difference. If you were wearing your last set, it would probably feel like you weren't wearing armor at all. Really? Bell grinned. I can't wait to test this out. Can we go back out to the yard and do some sparring? Hold up, Welf said. I have one more thing for you. He picked up the dagger that Torhen had been examining. This is the new dagger I promised you, forged using the horn of the Minotaur you beat. This is so cool, Bell said as he took the dagger, holding it up to the light to examine it. I call it Ushiwa Kamaru, Welf grinned. Come on, Torhen said, moving towards the door. We should give your new gear a good test in the yard before you use any of it in the dungeon. Bell easily caught the swipe of the imp's claws on his bracer, using his other hand to plunge the Hestia knife into its skull. His new armor held up beautifully, not even showing a scratch where the monster's attack had landed. Huh. Mr. Welf cried out to Bell's right as his greatsword cleaved thorough another. Imp, I still can't believe we made it down to level 11 so quickly. He grinned, leaning on his sword as Lily took out the last of the pack with her crossbow. Lily and I have spent most of our time together running the first 10 floors, so we know how to move through them pretty quickly, Bell said. It doesn't hurt that Master Torhen is with us, Lily added. I'm only here to observe, Lily. Mr. Torhen said from the rock he was sitting on. What he'd said was true. Although he had accompanied them into the dungeon, Mr. Torhen hadn't actually fought anything yet. He hadn't had to. Bell and his team had been able to handle everything that the dungeon had thrown at them so far, including a few hard armored and a silverback not long after they'd arrived on the 11th floor. You're doing very well so far, Mr. Torhen continued. I thought you might have some trouble working together in the dungeon, but it looks like the training we did has paid off. He was right. Mr. Torhen had refused to let them go into the dungeon until they'd gotten used to working as a 3-person team and had led them through several exercises to help them learn to work together best. I gotta admit, it's nice to have a team to work with, Mr. Welf said. I've been diving into the dungeon on my own pretty much since I started. You didn't work with any of the other members of the Hephaestus Familia? Bell asked. He knew that Welf didn't really get along with the other members of his old familia. But not why. Nah, Mr. Welf looked sheepish. We don't exactly get along. Why not? Lily asked. Bell wasn't sure, but he got the feeling that she already knew the answer. They think I'm an idiot for not using my family gifts, Mr. Welf said. The Crozzo family were well known for making magic swords, right? Bell asked. He'd come across them during his reading. Mr. Torhen wanted him to be familiar with the cultures and histories of the nations around Orario. Yeah, Mr. Welf looked down. I'm the first in centuries to be able to make a true Crozzo magic sword. The problem is, I despise magic swords. No matter what you do, they always break. A weapon should never break in its owner's hands. Not only that, but Rakia used the magic swords my family made to do truly horrific things in the old elven forests centuries ago. To this day, most elves refuse to even touch a magic weapon even if it wasn't made by a Crozzo. Bell had come across that in his reading too. What the kingdom of Rakia had done to the elven villages during those wars was truly horrific. Bell couldn't really blame them for not wanting anything to do with the Crozzo magic swords. Mr. Torhen hadn't been surprised by it either. He said that no matter what world you were in, elves were very good at holding a grudge, especially if it was justified. That's why I'm excited to work with Torhen, Mr. Welf continued, nodding to Mr. Torhen. He can help me learn to make magic weapons that won't break. With his help, maybe I can be known for being a true blacksmith, not just for making unreliable magic weapons. Speaking of which, Mr. Torhen commented, we can begin your lessons in enchanting tomorrow, after you get back from the dungeon. Mr. Welf grinned. The group continued on through the dungeon, facing off against more packs of imps, orcs, and hard-armored. The 11th floor was different from the long corridors that made up the first 10 floors. The different rooms were far larger and the hallways between them far shorter. A thin mist covered the entire area, making it difficult to spot potential ambushes. It was perhaps 2 hours later, shortly after decimating a pack of orcs, that their attempt at a break was interrupted by a loud rumbling and the ground shifting beneath their feet. With a loud crack, the ground split open and a huge infant dragon burst out. Shit! Mr. Welf yelled, drawing his sword. Distract it! Bell shouted, sheathing his daggers and dashing backwards. Aim for its eyes. Mr. Welf called to Lily. Got it! She replied, jumping up onto a rock and loosing a bolt towards the infant dragon. She missed, the bolt carving a bloody trench just above its right eye. The infant dragon roared in pain and charged. Mr. Welf rushed forward to halt its advance. Bell stood behind the others, a firebolt charged in his hands. Slowly, white sparkles began to appear around the charged spell. Bell's hand began to glow softly. A soft ringing noise sounded in his ears as the glow began to get brighter. This was the Argonaut skill, Bell's hero shot. After their testing, Mr. Torhen had concluded that using a fully charged Argonaut would cause the firebolt spell to grow in power until it was equal to an expert destruction spell. Supposedly it could get even stronger as Bell's skill with Argonaut grew. With his friends buying him time, Bell's skill was soon fully charged. With a mighty yell, he unleashed the supercharged spell towards the infant dragon. The overpowered firebolt struck the monster in the face, a massive explosion rocking the area. When the smoke cleared, Bell was able to see that his spell had completely destroyed the dragon monster's head, leaving only a bloody neck stump behind. The body soon burst into dust, the infant dragon's large magic stone crashing to the ground. "Maybe we should call it a day," Mr. Welf said, panting and leaning on his sword. "Agreed." Bell nodded. He was exhausted. "Welf, the process for enchanting is fairly simple to explain," Torhen said as he gestured to the enchanting tables. Welf was sitting on a stool in the enchanting labs, eagerly receiving his first lesson in what Torhen called Tamrielic enchanting. The arcane enchanter has 6 symbols, 1 in the center and 5 around it in a ring. The 5 outer symbols represent the 5 schools of magic and are crucial in determining what kind of magic can be imbued into an object. Torhen was standing at one of the tables, gesturing as he spoke. The object you wish to enchant is placed onto the center symbol. Once that is done and you have determined what kind of enchantment you wish to give it, a soul gem or magic stone is placed on the symbol, corresponding to the school of magic the enchantment belongs to. If this is done correctly, the table will activate. He pointed to the 6 candles at the top of the arcane enchantment. If the table is active, these candles will light themselves. You must then place your hands on either side of the table and gaze into the orb. He pointed to the swirling green orb that rested over a strange, 3-eyed skull at the head of the table. This is where things start to get complicated. If you know how to weave an enchantment, then gazing into the orb will allow you to graft the enchantment onto an object. "How do I learn to weave the enchantments?" Welf asked. He was following along so far, taking notes in a journal so that he wouldn't forget. This was probably the most important lesson he'd ever had, and he didn't want to miss a single thing. "It is possible to figure out enchantments using trial and error," Torhen said. "A failed enchantment won't damage the object, but it will waste a soul gem. The easiest method for learning how to weave an enchantment is to disenchant an object." "Disenchant? You mean strip it of magic?" Welf didn't know that was even possible. "Yes. Unfortunately, it requires a real mastery of enchanting to disenchant objects, without destroying them in the process. You are not likely to do so for quite some time. So, it's possible to drain an enchantment through use and leave the object intact, but stripping the enchantment usually breaks the object. Until one has achieved an extreme level of proficiency, yes, gazing into the orb, while disenchanting will allow you to see the structure of the enchantment and remember it for later use. It is similar to figuring out the blueprints for a house by tearing it down. I suppose that makes sense." Welf nodded. He was fascinated by everything he was learning, but he was even more eager to begin. "So, how do I start?" "With this," Torhen said, pulling out a simple iron dagger. It was extremely well made, but simple. "I made and enchanted this with you in mind. It uses no special materials or items. It is just an iron dagger with a low fire enchantment. It made this specifically for you to disenchant it." Welf took the dagger in his hands, feeling the magic within. It wasn't very strong, but he could feel the enchantment within the metal. "How do you determine the strength of the enchantment?" he asked as he examined the dagger. "The strength of the enchantment is determined by your skill as an enchanter and the strength of the soul gem used to fuel it. Soul gems don't exist in this world though, right?" Torhen had told Welf of his origin shortly after he joined the Hestia Familia. It was quite astonishing, but it did explain how he knew this new method of enchanting objects. Correct. However, this world does have something that seems to work as a substitute. Torhen opened a bag that was set on a workbench nearby and pulled out a magic stone. The magic stones dropped by monsters in the dungeon seemed to work well in place of soul gems. Ones from monsters on the upper floors are roughly equal to petty soul gems, the weakest quality of soul gem. That dagger was enchanted using the stone of a goblin. Welf eyed the stones, critically. "So, how do I disenchant?" he asked. "Place the dagger on the center symbol and set a gem into the top eye socket of the skull," Torhen said with Welf following his orders. After he set the magic stone in place, the other 2 eyes on the skull began to glow an eerie purple. The gem will not be consumed. When disenchanting, it is simply used as a method of activating the table's disenchantment. Functions. Place your hands on either side and watch the orb. Welf did so and gazed into the swirling energy within the orb. Slowly he began to see shapes within the energy. He could see the dagger, but it was different. It was translucent and there was a strange, almost crystalline structure to it. He could see lines of energy moving through the structure. Do you see the structure? Torhen asked. Yes, Welf replied, faintly. Good. Now pull it apart and watch closely. Welf obeyed, his own mind somehow, allowing him to manipulate the energy within the orb. Slowly, he pulled the crystalline structure apart, watching carefully as he examined how it had been put together. The strands of energy he pulled from the structure hung in empty space for a moment before disappearing. He continued to pull until he had separated the last strands of the crystal structure. A strange tinkling noise distracted him, and the eyes of the skull suddenly stopped glowing. Looking down, Welf saw the dagger disintegrating before his eyes. Very good, Torhen said. You've disenchanted your first object. Now it's time to enchant your first. He handed Welf another iron dagger and a small magic stone. Fire. Enchantments are part of the destruction school, so place it on the symbol of destruction, the one that looks like a hand. Welf did so, setting the dagger on the center symbol and the stone on the glowing hand symbol. He placed his own hands back on either side of the table and gazed into the orb, once more as the candles sprung to life. As the energy swirled, he could see the dagger and the stone appear. Within the stone were strands of crystalline energy similar to the ones he had pulled off of the other dagger. Taking the strands from the stone, he carefully began to layer them on the new dagger in the same way they had been on the one he had destroyed. It was not an easy task, but eventually the last strand was snapped into place. The first set of candles went out and a soft whooshing noise filled the air. The second set went out and the stone disappeared into a shower of glowing sparks which flowed into the dagger. As the last of the sparks entered the dagger, the last set of candles went out. After a moment, the dagger glowed with a soft red light. When the light died, Welf slowly picked up the dagger. And now for the moment of truth, Torhen said, pointing to a piece of scrap wood that was sitting on a workbench. Welf took the dagger and slowly carved part of the wood away. Smoke rose from the wood which began to blacken and burn. Part of it caught flame, but died out quickly. Congratulations, Welf, Torhen said. You're an enchanter now. Welf smiled at his mentor and looked down at the dagger. He'd done it. A new enchantment. He could already tell that this one wouldn't break after a few uses. This one was like the sword Hephaestus had shown him, a proper, rechargeable enchantment. Welf looked to his mentor. What now? He asked, eager to continue. Lefia panted as she ran behind the others down a corridor on the 53rd floor. It hadn't been more than a few hours since they descended from the safe zone 3 floors above them. Flashback. I can't believe how much loot we've already collected, Ms. Tsubaki said with a grin. Lefia was sat inside the command tent with the other members of the team that would be descending to the 51st floor the next day. The group was comprised of Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Ais, Tyon, Tiona, Beat, Tsubaki, Raoul, and Lefia herself. She and Raoul would be serving as supporters. I have to admit to being surprised myself, Captain Finn replied. Having the magic bags has allowed us to collect every single drop item and magic stone that has fallen between here and the surface. Normally we have to leave a good third of it behind, sometimes more. We stand to make a tidy profit off this expedition once we return to the surface. We do indeed. These packs have been a blessing, not to mention those new potions. Ms. Tsubaki grinned. We had a few pretty major injuries getting here, but just one of those. Higher healing potions had the victim up and fighting in a few minutes. The skill potions also helped keep our weaker members in the fight longer, Gareth added. It's really helped our efficiency. It has, Captain Finn cut in. And there are others that should help us even more as we continue down. He gestured to a collection of white weapons on the ground. Thanks to the indestructible weapons Tsubaki has made for us, we won't have to worry about losing our weapons if we run into any of those monsters with the acid blood that forced us to turn back last time. Just in case though, and in anticipation of what may lie ahead, Reveria and I have Prepared potion sets for everyone to carry on their persons. There are several skill boosts. Fire, frost, and poison resist, as well as several stamina and healing potions. The magic. Casters have several magicka potions in their sets as well. The fire resist potions will be essential once we hit the 53rd floor, Ms. Riveria said. Why? Ms. Tsubaki asked, quizzically. Flashback end. Lefia let out a squeal as she dodged a massive fireball that had erupted from the floor to her left. After the team had reached the 53rd floor, they had been bombarded by fireballs coming from below them. If one looked down into the crater caused by the blast, they would see a shaft going down to the 58th floor, which was covered in Valgang dragons, who could sense adventurers as high up as the 53rd floor and would try to hit them from below with blasts of fire. Careful, Lefia. Ms. Tiona called as she jumped over one of the shafts. Are you all right? Raoul asked as he ran alongside her. I'm fine, she began to say, but cut herself off when she noticed movement above. Raoul, look out. She pulled the human away by his backpack but was not quick enough to dodge the webbing shot out by the deformous spider that was perched on the ceiling. Lefia. The others cried out as she was pulled, screaming, towards the spider. Thankfully, the spider was killed before she could reach it. Unfortunately, it was killed by another blast from the Valgang dragons, and Lefia plummeted into the shaft, free-falling towards the 58th floor. Lefia could hear the shouts of the others from above her as she righted herself. Gazing down the shaft, she could see the shapes of the dragon monsters and several others, becoming clearer as she fell. One of the Valgang dragons opened its maw and unleashed a blast of fire towards her. Lefia raised both her hands and summoned her lesser ward shield. The blast of flames slammed into the ward, which held for a brief second, taking the brunt of the blast, before shattering and sending Lefia spinning. What was left could have been extremely painful. Thankfully, the fire resist potion that she had drunk just before entering the 53rd floor, as well as a protection spell that Ms. Riveria had cast, were enough to protect her from the rest of the damage. Are you all right, Lefia? She heard from beside her as she righted herself, once more looking down at the monsters below as she fell. Looking to her right, she saw Ms. Tiona and Ms. Tyon had jumped into the shaft and were now free-falling alongside her. I'm fine, she called out. Try to stay above me. My shield spell can block the worst of the fireballs. Sure enough, another ball was soon launched. Lefia brought up the lesser ward spell once again, casting it with both hands. Again, the spell held briefly before shattering. Again, the power of Ms. Riveria's spell and the fire resist potions negated what was left of the flames. Those potions really help, Ms. Tyon called out. And that shield of yours is really good. Once we reach the bottom, we need to work together to fight the monsters off. The others are going to rush through the floors to join us. We just need to hold out till then. Start chanting, Ms. Tiona added as she angled her body. Falling faster, she leveled out once she was below Lefia. At this point, they were nearing the halfway point of the shaft. We'll handle the fireballs from here. Got it? Lefia called out before beginning her chant. She could only hope that the three of them would be able to hold out until the others arrived. Take Mikazuchi. Take stared down at the letter. It had arrived only a few minutes ago, and it had rocked his world. Take Mikazuchi. Only a few short nights ago, several villages in the Far East were set upon by the Great Black Dragon. The villages have been destroyed and hundreds killed, and it saddens me to report that Lady Tsukuimi was among the casualties. The dragon has since disappeared and the rebuilding has begun. Many of the orphans who resided in your shrine survived, as has most of the shrine itself. Sadly, a great many newly made orphans have looked to your shrine to provide a refuge. Unfortunately, there is no longer a god to look after your shrine or the orphans. Lady Amaterasu is willing to allow it to remain, but only if you return to take charge. Otherwise, she will likely order the shrine to be abandoned and the orphans scattered. I am sorry, but there is not much time for you to make a decision. Please, send word on what you wish to do as soon as you can. My sympathies. Lord Susanoo. Take had originally been a lower god in the noble court of the Far East, which was ruled by Lady Amaterasu. He and Tsukuimi had run a shrine that cared for many of the orphans in their corner of the Far East. In fact, they were one of only a small handful of orphanages in the entire country. All the members of Take's Familia were orphans who had chose to come to Orario in order to make money which they would send back to the Far East in order to support the shrine. With Tsukuyomi dead and no god to take over besides himself, there was a very real chance that the shrine could be shut down. The problem was that they had no way to make enough money to support the shrine in the Far East. That was why Take had come to Orario in the first place. Perhaps some of his members could stay here and continue in the dungeon while he returned to the Far East. That might work for a time, but without him there, they would have no way to update their statuses, and the guild would eventually ban them from entry for not having a god in the city. Take sighed. I should speak to the others, he muttered to himself. This is not a decision I can make alone. Chapter end notes. AON, Ushiwa Kamaru looks like Hakugan but red and orange instead of white and green. I hope you like my explanation of enchanting. I wanted to give the various pieces of the table in Skyrim some utility, so I tried to have them make sense. Did it work? It wasn't boring, right? I've been thinking about including more of the Sword Oratoria storyline, but I'm not all that familiar with it. If you want to see more of it, let me know. What did you think of the letter Take got? Answers to questions. On AO3, Hulk 9970, I will be adding more members to the Familia. Most of the ones I have planned are canon Danmachi characters, but much later on I am not against adding extras as background characters, similar to some of the Loki Familia members. Big Time 12, who knows which one she's talking about? Could be Ishtar, could be Hestia. Spoilers. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon, so please subscribe to get informed as soon as the next part drops.